Welcome to Lessons in Mastery. This is Tony Robbins. For 20 years of my life, I've been obsessed with the question of what makes the difference in the quality of people's lives. How can people turn out so differently, even people with similar backgrounds? What gives someone the competitive edge? What makes somebody fulfilled? Why is it some people rise above all the challenges and become so much more? Now, those questions started with me 20 years ago because I was trying to figure out my own life. Like, what do I do? How do I turn what I have as a desire into a reality? And I was very frustrated early on trying to accomplish things, and I failed to achieve them, and I felt bad. And so I began to rationalize for a short time. I started thinking, well, maybe people who succeed on a larger scale, they do that because they have so many more resources than I have. They had a better background, more education, they had a mentor, or they had money, or they had somebody that just really cared about them in their corner. They had a perfect childhood. And you and I both know that's totally absurd. That people that are given everything don't always turn out so well. Sometimes people are given all the money, all the background, all the education, a perfect childhood, total love and support. Sometimes they're not challenged enough. They don't become anything. They never develop any emotional muscle. They never discover who they really are inside. And yet then we see people who have been given nothing virtually. If anything, they've been given pain. And we watch these people become the kind of human beings you and I personally would think of when we think of what is an extraordinary human being. The kind of people that inspire us as people, the kind of people who everyone in the world knows their name. What would you think of the future of a baby girl born to a 13-year-old mother with no father and no visible support? Well, it certainly wouldn't be what we'd call a bright future. Most people wouldn't predict something great. What if I told you that little girl would be abused physically and sexually several times before she was even 13 years old? And what if I told you at 13 this little girl became pregnant herself and gave birth to a stillborn child? What would you predict would be her future? What if by 14 she was so frustrated inside she was being sent to juvenile hall for the kind of behavior she was indulging in? What would the future be? But most of you probably wouldn't predict a very bright future. You probably wouldn't think of this person as having a future that you well know. You wouldn't think of this person as Oprah Winfrey. That's exactly who she is. You see, it's not what happens. It's what you and I do with what happens that shapes our lives. And so what we have to be able to do is say, how are we going to live our lives? What can we control? We can't control the environment. I mean, there's two worlds really, right? There's the outside world, all the things we're trying to control all the time, and we inside feel uncertain because we know we can't control all the events of our lives. But then there's the inside world, the area you have absolute control over, the area that if you direct it, if you become the shaper of your mind, of your emotions, what you believe, what you decide, what you do, there's where all the power is in life. So in the tapes that follow, I want to share with you what I consider to be profound knowledge. And profound knowledge is not because it's so earth-shattering. It's because it's so simple. See, I live for that. I'm always asking, how can you make this better? How can you help someone be happier, more fulfilled, stronger? How do you get someone to take action? What is that distinction, that idea, that tool, that strategy, that the minute you understand it, you can immediately change the quality of not only your own life, but anyone you have the privilege to touch? That's my definition of profound knowledge. Those simple tools that we use immediately to change your life. Because, so many of us have ideas, but we don't convert them into reality. So for more than 2 decades, I've been in pursuit of that unique human animal, that person called an achiever. Those who've not only succeeded, but are fulfilled. Those who've not only contributed to themselves, but to their family and to society. So whether it be a parent or the President of the United States, whether it be a Michael Jordan or a Nelson Mandela or a Mother Teresa or the beloved Princess Di, who I had the privilege to work with before she passed on, all of these people have shared with me things that help to create an extraordinary quality of life. And that's what this is really all about. So I want to challenge you right now, and I want to invite you that as you begin this program, do it with an active state of mind. Do it as if as you hear something, anything that's valuable, commit to yourself that right now you're going to use it. Grab the telephone and make a commitment to someone, or pull out your time planner and write down what you're going to do, or immediately go take action on any decision you've made or any change you've made. That's how you build momentum. So I invite you right now, join me on this never-ending journey towards a life of active mastery, a life where you not only succeed, but are fulfilled. Let the journey begin, and let's do it with passion. Who are you? Who are you really? Think about it. Your answer to that question is shaping your destiny. It's going to determine how you're going to respond to innumerable situations. Our beliefs definitely control our behavior. So the beliefs you have about one person, like a friend of yours, will determine how you interact with that person. The beliefs you have about a food will determine whether you eat that food. That's pretty basic. But the beliefs you have about people in general are global beliefs, and that'll affect all kinds of relationships. And the beliefs you have about yourself are the most potent beliefs of all. Not only the beliefs you have about what you're capable of, but the beliefs you have about who you are. Because you and I need to remember, it's not our capabilities that determine our behaviors. Our capabilities are constant. What we do is based on identity. I remember an interesting story that was told to me years ago that represents this idea of identity. It's the story of the frog and the scorpion. It seems one day a scorpion wanted to make his way across a river, and he saw a frog and thought, what a great way. So he called out to the frog. He said, Mr. Frog, he said, I'm a scorpion, and I need to get across to my family on the other side. He said, would you be willing to let me ride on your back across to the other side? It's the only way I can get across. The frog looked at him and said, well, I don't think so. He said, how come? The frog said, well, you're a scorpion. Scorpions sting frogs. Well, I'd get halfway across with you out there, and you'd sting me, and I'd die. And the scorpion looked at him and said, oh, Mr. Frog, he said, you're not thinking with your little frog brain. He said, if I stung you, he said, I'd kill you, but I'd drown too. He said, I wouldn't do that. I'd be killing myself. And the frog seemed a little confused by this and said, okay. He let the scorpion jump on his back. He started to swim across the river, and about halfway across, sure enough, the scorpion stings the frog. He can't even believe it. He looks at him, he's going down for the third time, and he turns to the scorpion, he says, I can't believe you did this. Why'd you do this? I'm dying, but you're going to die too. Why? And the scorpion said, because I'm a scorpion, and that's what scorpions do. They sting frogs. What does this story mean? It represents one of the most potent forces in the human personality, and that is this. One of our strongest needs within our personality is to make certain that our behavior is consistent with our identity, even if the identity we hold for ourselves is negative. What do I mean? Well, there's a very big difference between feeling stupid, doing something stupid, or knowing you are stupid. Now, that may sound like semantics, but it makes a huge difference in how you live your life. We all feel stupid at times. We all do stupid things at times. But if you make the jump from feeling or doing something stupid in the moment to believing you are stupid, that belief about who you are will color every single behavior you're involved with for the rest of your life. It defines you and it limits you. You see, the beliefs we have about who we are, our identity, creates the boundaries within which we live our lives. And it isn't limited to something like whether or not we think we're smart or stupid. You say, well, I would never say I'm stupid. I'm smarter than that. Well, maybe you put it in the area of that I'm a procrastinator. See, it's different to have been a person who's procrastinated at times or to procrastinate in the moment than to know you're a procrastinator. Once you decide that's who you are, that behavior will be consistent. Just because you need to be consistent with your own identity. It works in every context you can imagine. It's different to know that you've got 10 extra pounds on your body. That's different than knowing you're a fat person or that you're a compulsive personality. You've got to be very careful of the labels that you create for yourself or you allow others to give you, because they begin to define your experience. They begin to change what you notice about yourself, what you're willing to try, what you're not willing to try. They define the way you live. I can tell you, I've met with people over the years who tried everything to make a change and had been even successful in changing a behavior, like let's say stop smoking or stop using drugs or something, but it was usually short term and it didn't last. Why didn't it last for them previously? And now I worked with them and we got something that now 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, it still seems to be working. In fact, there's not even a struggle. They're not working not to smoke. They're not working not to take the drugs. Why? What did we do different this time? Well, in the past, they tried just to change their behavior, but they didn't change their identity. They didn't change their beliefs about who they were as a person. See, I can show you how to get off drugs and not use drugs. But if you believe you're a drug addict and then you don't use drugs for 6 months, I guarantee you it's going to be a struggle. Because you're fighting who you are the whole time. And eventually there's a good chance you'll go back. Or for the rest of your life, you'll have to go to sessions where you try to remind yourself that you can't use drugs. You know, there are plenty of people who've been addicted to drugs for years, hard stuff. And then one day they've quit and never touched it again. How did they do that? Wouldn't it drive you crazy till you figured out someone made a change like that? A change from Saul to Paul, where one day what you loved you now hate, and what you once hated you now love. That's an identity change. That's powerful. That happens when you no longer see yourself as a drug addict. See, you can't be a drug addict and expect your behavior to be easy to change. It's much harder to change who you are in most people's perception than to change your behavior. See, that's the shift. You have to become the kind of person who would never even consider drugs in a million years. Think about it. Isn't there something in your life that you would never do? I mean, never. I know one for me is I would never murder another person. I mean, there's not even a question in my mind about that. So the thing to think about is this. If you would never murder someone, in your case also, why wouldn't you do it? So it's unthinkable. Why is it unthinkable? Because I would just never do that. Why would you never do that? Because it's not part of your identity. It's not part of your beliefs about who you are. See, your beliefs about who you are define what you will and will not do. See, it goes way beyond what you're capable of. Are you capable of murder? Some people say, well, maybe I'm capable, but I would never do it. There's a big difference between capability and how you live. And closing that gap requires an understanding of identity, an understanding of how to stop pursuing the kind of person you want to be, and in the moment, suddenly being that person right now and from this day forward. By the way, you may be asking, well, Tony, why do people behave consistent with an identity that makes no sense? Because in our culture, consistency is constantly rewarded, and change is often met with pain. I don't just mean pain within yourself, I mean pain from society. Think about it. In our culture, what do we call someone who says one thing and later on they do something different? We call them inconsistent, a liar, somebody you can't trust, somebody who's wishy-washy. I mean, we could go on and on with the labels. Nobody wants those. We link pain to creating change, especially at the level of who you are. Hey, how come you didn't tell me you're that kind of person? Well, you might say, well, I've been changing. Oh, yeah, sure you have. But on the other side, what do we call somebody who stays consistent? Somebody says that they're a certain way and they behave that way over and over again. Sure enough, that person is trustworthy. That person is somebody who's honest. That's somebody you can count on. That person is stable. So what this does is it tends to lock us into whatever identity we used to have. And that becomes a big limitation. Either that limit or the limit that comes from being successful. See, when we become successful, oftentimes we become superstitious. We don't want to lose what we've got. After all, we worked so hard to be in this position. Somebody comes by and says, hey, you could change that. You can make it better. They go, wait a second. You don't understand. This is what's made me successful, being this way. Well, there's a great phrase that I kind of paraphrase from Einstein, and that is that really, in essence, the level of thinking that's gotten us to where we are is not what's going to get us to where we want to go. See, to get to where we want to be, we got to take on a new level of thinking. We got to know that what we've done up until now has been great. There's nothing wrong with it. It's fantastic. But to get to the next level, we've got to look at life in a new way. And one of those new looks is we've got to perceive ourselves in a different way. Not just our capability, but who we are right now. Not someday, today. That shift begins the minute you begin to consciously define yourself, instead of letting the environment do it for you. Because think about it. How do most of us define ourselves? Where do we come up with our identity anyway? Well, it comes from a variety of environments, but maybe the best way to answer the question is ask a different one. How do you define the people around you? How do you know if they're a friend, if they're a good person or not? The way we define other people, the way we discover their identity is we watch them. We listen to them. We judge people's identity usually by their behavior. Isn't that true? I mean, think about it. Somebody treats you real harshly several times each time you're around, and pretty soon you go, I know that person. That person's a jerk. You know what the challenge is? Once you decide that they're a jerk, and if that becomes a belief, or worse, if that becomes a conviction where you know they're a jerk, nothing's going to change your opinion about it. Then even if they're really a nice person later on, they were just having a horrible day. Maybe they were being a jerk that day, but that's not who they are. Once you've defined them that way, guess what? Nothing they can do can change it. So you've got to know that sometimes we do the same thing to ourselves. That's the danger. Sometimes we do something terrible, and we say, gosh, I'm a terrible person. Or we do something stupid, and we go, I'm a stupid person. Sometimes we get caught in a pattern of behavior that's undisciplined. But you know what? If we start saying, look, I'm an undisciplined person, now it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If now all of a sudden you start defining yourself as an undisciplined person, if that becomes your belief as to who you are, not that you're capable of being undisciplined, everyone's capable of that, not that you've been that way at times, but that's who you are. Once you put that label upon yourself, now your future behavior and therefore the results of your life are going to be colored by it. So you've got to be careful. I'll give you an example of how this has been used to manipulate people in a very negative way. During the Korean War, our American POWs collaborated with the enemy more times than any time in our history. Now, how come? Because the Chinese communists understood the power of identity. They understood that you can only get a person to do something by force so long. But if you can change their perceptions, if you can change their philosophy, if you can change the way they think, if you can change their belief about who they are, you can change their behavior permanently. And that was their goal. See, the American fighting man knew who he was. He had an identity. And he also knew if somebody tries to torture you, you know all you give them is name, rank, and serial number. And that's worked for gosh only knows how many years. But the Chinese communists used what they called the leniency policy. They decided that what they wanted to do was try a different approach. They would bring the POW in and sit him down and say, listen, you don't have to be afraid of us. You know, we're only your enemy because your government's attacking us. We're just caring people. We're just defending ourselves. Listen, we don't want to hurt you. Here, have a cigarette. And they'd sit and talk with the gentleman. And this American POW would be very suspicious. But after 4 or 5 or 6 hours of talking and having a nice conversation, he began to get a little tired and a little exhausted, a little worn down, but these people were so cordial. They'd say, look, your government doesn't care about you. Don't you understand the kind of unrest that's happening in your nation right now? They said, we care about our people. They said, let me ask you a question. What's really not perfect about America? Are you going to try and tell us it's perfect? And the American POW would usually respond, well, of course, America's not perfect. That's all they needed. Their whole goal was to break into the shell of identity and get you to make some very small commitments and then enlarge them. What do I mean? Well, they'd say, well, how is America not perfect? The person will say, well, you know, we have unemployment, I guess. You know, some people out of work. They say, well, let me ask you a question. In communism, do we have people unemployed? POW say, well, I don't know. They said, no, we don't. Everyone is employed in the communist nation. They said, do me a favor, just write this down. Just to be fair, write down America's not perfect. The guy would say, wait a second, you want me to make a comment? I don't want to write that down. He said, well, is it true? You just said it. It's true, isn't it? And POW said, well, yeah. And he'd write down, well, America's not perfect. And they'd write down how America's not perfect. Write down that communism, we have people who are employed. And sure enough, out of exhaustion and out of compliance, without being forced to, the American POW would have a document now in front of him that later on he would even sign that would basically describe why democracy was terrible and communism was great. Now, he's got to be able to explain to himself why he did this. Remember, we judge who we are by our own behaviors. So sure enough, he looked at his behavior and said, I wasn't forced, I wasn't coerced. How come I put this down? Well, because it's true. Then if that wasn't bad enough, he would go back to his cell, and the other cellmates would look at him and say, what happened? You've been gone for 18 hours. You don't look like you're marked up. What's the deal? He said, well, they just asked me some questions. And sure enough, in a few minutes later, over the loudspeaker, the Chinese communists would read this essay signed by him. And they'd say, did you write that? And he would, well, say, yeah. And they'd say, well, how could you do that? Did they beat you? Did they torture you? What'd they do? And he said, well, nothing. Well, how could you do this? Well, the American POW would finally, at that moment, he'd have to be able to justify. So he'd say, well, because it's true. And at that moment, the Chinese communists had accomplished what they wanted. His identity began to change. Because two things happened. He began to defend a whole other view. He began to believe that this was an accurate representation of his deepest feelings. He was simply judging a set of small actions that were orchestrated, directed without his awareness. But worse, now others saw him as a collaborator, and they would begin to isolate him, sometimes even physically break out and fight or beat him. Now who is the enemy? His fellow POWs. And as a result, he would collaborate secretly with the enemy on a larger scale again than any time in our history. This is the power of identity. We will behave consistent with our identity, even if our identity is negative. So we must be very careful about what we buy into. I mean, a classic example is with our children. The Pygmalion effect, I'm sure you've heard of it. What it is research study that's been done over the years where they take teachers and they tell them that a particular student is absolutely outstanding, that they're a gifted child, for example, and that they'll need to be challenged a lot, though, because otherwise they'll just slough off. You know what invariably happens? The child becomes the leader of the class. Or if it's a group of children that they bring to the teacher, those students begin to excel higher than almost anyone else in the class, all because of expectation. What do you think that would do to you to have somebody tell you you're gifted? If you didn't get that gift earlier, why don't you give that gift to yourself right now? We're all gifted. All that is a darn label. So many children do poorly on something because they have a different strategy or because they don't understand something yet or it hasn't been communicated in their style. And then we assume they're learning disabled. They live with that label. And you know what? That label doesn't just affect them and their ability to learn. It affects their self-image. It affects the way they look at their lives. And all of us have wounds in this area. I just cleaned mine up because I got sick of it, because I realized it's all garbage. I get to determine who I am. The day I decided that was the day my life changed. And that's the day I want this to be for you. You know this already. You know it consciously. But you got to remember the power of a belief. You've got to tap into those beliefs that affect you most. And those are the beliefs you have about who you are today. Not who you're going to be. Who you are right now. So let me ask you that question again. Who are you? I mean, who are you really? There's so many ways you could define yourself, but how do you? Because the definition you have of yourself is creating the boundaries, again, that you're living your life within. See, what do you have a conviction about when you describe yourself? Who do you feel certain you are? Not what other people have said about you, not what people expect from you. In your gut, who are you? See, are you a leader or are you a follower? Are you a person who makes a difference or are you a victim? Are you someone who's constantly trying to figure out how to grow? Or are you somebody who is constantly looking for an excuse? Are you merely a collection of habit patterns? Or are you something deeper, something richer? Are you merely your past? Or are you who you're defining now? I would suggest to you that right now is a moment you could begin to ask this question and really begin to give the answer. Instead of saying, this is an esoteric tape, what the heck is he talking about here? Who am I? What is this stuff? I want some tools, Mr. Robbins. Maybe you could really stop for a second and really consider the answer. Who are you? See, when I ask the question to people, I usually get one of three responses. Either a blank stare, which is somebody who goes into trance, or I get the Popeye response. I am what I am, But there are a few people who actually stop and they think about, who am I? How would I define myself? Because, see, we all want to be able to define ourselves. We want to show how we're different, how we're unique. Otherwise, you're no different than the person who's sitting next to you. How do you have a sense of identity? Identity is nothing but definition. And with identity come parameters of who you are mentally, emotionally, physically. How do you describe who you are to yourself? And what I'm really asking you to do is to ask a question. Just like Gorbachev did, I'm asking you to have some glasnost with yourself. Be open with yourself to ask the question anew. Who are you really? The way you're defining yourself is controlling how you're responding to this tape. It'll control your relationships. It'll control your occupation. It controls the way you think, the way you feel, and what you do. Now, how can you define yourself? Let me help you out with this so it doesn't just go off into the distance here. And if you're driving, while you're asking this question, notice what's going on around you as well. Don't go into a deep trance on me here. So how can you define yourself? There's so many ways. Or again, that's what identity is. To give you a clear definition, it's how you define yourself to yourself. How do you know you're different than your brother or your sister or your neighbor? What makes you different? What makes you the person that you can discern as being unique? Those elements that you use to describe yourself with conviction are the ones I call identity. So, for example, some people, when they describe their identity, describe themselves by their emotions. That's basically who they think they are. So a person will say, well, I'm a loving person. That's who I am. Or if I say, who are you? They might say, well, I'm a peaceful person, or I'm an intense person. Some people don't use their emotions at all to describe their identity. Some people choose roles. Well, I'm just a mom. I say, what? Just a mom? A mom is so many things. What are you, crazy? Come on here. A mom has got to be everything. She's the best friend. She's the teacher. She's a student. She's fun. She's outrageous. She's a stimulator. She's an entertainer. I mean, she's everything. You can't just be a mom. You better expand your identity. But see, a lot of people go, well, I'm just a mom. I'm just a dad. Expand that view. But notice, how else do you define yourself? Start with how you already define yourself. Maybe you do it by your job. Somebody will say, well, I'm a doctor, or I'm a priest, or I'm a salesman, or I'm a lawyer. That's one of the challenges. See, they don't say, I practice law. They say, I am a lawyer. So they go home at night and they cross-examine their spouse and wonder why they got problems. We got to get beyond that process. You got to know that you're more than what you do. But again, just start with what you have. I keep jumping to the next step. I want to expand you, but let's figure out how you already see yourself. So you need to start with that so you're aware of where you are. What else could you use? Well, you could use your roles. You could use your identity as emotions. You could do your occupation. What would be another category? Oh, metaphors. Some people use things like, I'm king of the hill, or I'm at the bottom of the rock pile. Those metaphors really shape a lot of how you think and how you feel and what's possible for you. What else could you use? Well, some people describe themselves based upon the feedback they've had in their past. Something like, I'm worthless, or I'm special, or maybe by their spiritual beliefs. I'm Jewish. Or their looks. I'm beautiful, I'm ugly, I'm old. Or maybe with their accomplishments. I'm the 1960s Spring Valley High homecoming queen. Hello! Some people have lost track of who they really are. You're not your past. Some people define it by what they're not. Oftentimes I'll ask people, who are you? And they respond by saying, well, I'm not this, I'm not my father, I'm not my brother, I'm not like this person, I'm not like that. You know what? Part of how you define who you are that's different than other people's, what you're not, but don't make your whole identity based on what you're not, or otherwise you're pretty limited in what you are. Some people describe themselves based on their past, their failures, for example. Other people do it based upon their future. How are you defining yourself? Who are you? What's the essence of your life? I keep asking you this question because I want you to keep asking it of yourself. Keep refining the answer. And in a moment, I want you to pull over if you're in your car, or I want you to stop what you're doing, and I want you to stop this tape, and I want you to write who you are. Describe yourself to yourself so that once and for all you can get an idea of what's going on unconsciously. Because here's the thing I don't think I've made clear. The biggest challenge with identity is most of us are not conscious about what our beliefs are about who we are. See, that's their power to control us. They're unconscious. But if we get really conscious about our beliefs and we stare at them and take a real good look, we'll immediately start seeing what the limitations are in our beliefs. And we'll also see some of the benefits, because the truth of the matter is you probably have a lot of great beliefs about who you are as well. So right now I want you to stop this tape, no more conversation, take out your journal or a piece of paper and just write down the question that philosophers have asked for thousands of years. Who am I? And describe in detail who you are. And when you're done with that, take at least 5 minutes, minimum of 5, and then come back here and let's talk some more. Stop the tape now. Welcome back. Now, I assume I'm welcoming you back, right? You really did turn this tape off, and you really did do the exercise, didn't you? If not, go do it. Because if you didn't do that, why didn't you? Because you're busy? You're too busy? You said, Tony, I'm really busy. I got a lot to do. I don't have time to think about my identity. Give me a break. And more scary than that, do you do this in a lot of areas of your life? Do you unconsciously identify yourself as a person who listens to things and then doesn't act upon them? I doubt it. Because I think if you're the kind of person who listens to this kind of tape, you obviously are committed to make your life better. So now that you know who you are, who do you really want to be? See, however you limited yourself in the past, or whatever, even if you think your identity is really strong, in order to achieve all that you want, who would you have to become? Think about it. Would you have to be more gregarious, more outrageous, more fun, more passionate, more disciplined? Whatever you have to be, you need to become it now, not someday. You don't need to make it a goal. You need to fuse with that identity. You need to start thinking, if I was this person, how would I breathe? How would I walk? How would I talk? How would I treat people? What would I do when I woke up in the morning? How would I speak to myself? How would I think about life? And then you need to think about this and literally fuse with it. Imagine stepping into the body of this person and becoming this person, and then immediately go out and act this way. I remember years ago, I used to tell people, listen, if you want to change your life, conduct your life as if you were a public figure. I said, think about how public figures have to be, how they have to live, how they have to treat people, what they have to do. And I said, if you do that long enough, the quality of your life will literally transform. Well, you know what? I became that person. I became a public figure, and I wasn't one. But now I am. It's an amazing experience. And what's great about it is I don't have to behave any different than I have for years. The way you hear me now is the way I am. This is who I am. I don't have to fake it or act like it. This is who Tony Robbins is. So now when people see me in an airport, I don't have to be constantly monitoring myself and saying, well, am I being appropriate or am I going to be misinterpreted? I'm just being who I am. That identity is real for me. And you might want to take that advice again. You might want to think about how would you conduct your life if you were a public figure? How would you be if you were already living your dream? See, if you'll start behaving, thinking, feeling, and knowing you're the person you've been pursuing, I can promise you many of the goals that are way out there, you'll start to experience them as a reality right now, or whatever's necessary to make them real will show up. For example, if you believe that you are an intelligent person, it's because you had an idea called I'm an intelligent person, and at one point you didn't believe it. It was just an idea. It was like a tabletop with no legs. But then you took some tests successfully. People told you were intelligent. You noticed you could figure some challenges out. And each one of these became a leg underneath your tabletop. So now the table is solid. It'll stand there. It's a solid belief. You feel certain about it. Well, that's the same way you can help yourself to change your identity. Go out and do some of the things that a person like this would do. Now, don't limit yourself to this technique, because you can change your identity right now by making a decision. Now, for some people to decide, by the way, they need to go through a ritual. Throughout human history, people have used rituals to change their identity, not only within themselves, but the way other people see them. Because the way other people see you and the things they expect from you tend to influence your behavior if you're not clear yourself who you are. You got to be careful. You got to have such a conviction about who you are that nobody can sway you. You know who you are inside, regardless of whether you're getting the results you want or not in the short term. But if you want to make a difference, look at what would be a good ritual. Again, if you look at the African culture, for example, I remember years ago when I saw the movie Roots and seeing Kunta Kinte, who was a friend of mine, LeVar Burton, who played that role so powerfully. But Kunta Kinte was part of a village, and how did a boy know he was a man? There was a specific ritual, so on one day he transformed. The boys in the village kept talking about, they knew the day was coming. They heard stories that on the day you become a man, somebody came and put a hood over your head and they took you to this special place and took you through this ritual. And that's exactly what happened. And the rituals were varied. And one of them I will not describe, but I can only tell you it was somewhat painful, and it was a way for them to have physical evidence he was a man. He came back walking different, literally, and he was wearing a special outfit. And sure enough, when he came back, the whole village now, because he was wearing that outfit and had been through the ritual, knew he was now a man and began to treat him differently. Our environment reinforces or takes away from identity. That's why we've got to decide the identity we want within ourselves. Today, how do people know if they're a man or a woman? Well, I guess the ritual in our culture is drinking. In Judaism, how does a boy know he's a man? He has a bar mitzvah. The girls have their version of that process. So we've missed a lot of that in our culture. But we've found ways to replace it. They're just not quite as clear. And maybe we found ways that are not real resourceful. Going and getting wasted on your 21st birthday may not be the most powerful way of being able to identify yourself as a person who's free to do what they choose. Maybe there's a better way. But regardless, think of what might be a nice ritual for you. Maybe it's something crazy. Maybe, for example, you have excess weight. You used to think of yourself as a fat person. As long as you believe you're a fat person, not just somebody who has excess weight, if that becomes your identity, that you're a fat person, sure enough, you're going to find it very difficult to change. In fact, you can do all the right things, but you'll return to that identity. You'll start overeating again or do whatever's necessary to get consistent with your belief for who you are. So maybe what you need to do is go through a ritual, one that's stronger than all the diets you've been on. Maybe you need to figure something out unique that'll really jar you. Like one day you burn all your clothes except one outfit. And then you go out and you buy all new clothes at a size that's reasonable for you to be able to reach. And you know you got to keep wearing that outfit till you get there. I'm only speaking partially with tongue-in-cheek. I mean, we need to get more outrageous in the way we approach things. The reason I've used the firewalk for years is because people tend to transform a lot of their beliefs about who they are. It's not the firewalk has any power. Anybody could walk on fire. You could do it tomorrow. And I tell people that when I first get to the firewalk. I said, you could do it right now. All that's stopping is your limiting beliefs and having a little bit of strategy. But you know what happens? Intellectually, they know they're capable. Everybody knows they're capable. But it's when you do something, that's when you know you've changed. And what happens is they get on the other side of this fire and their brain says, my gosh, if I can get myself to do this and it's this easy, what else did I used to think was so difficult or impossible that now it's probably just as easy? It begins to change their picture of who they are. See, I know I've gone on and on in this tape. I'm getting across hopefully one singular potent message. And that is this. Your life is defined by your beliefs, your convictions of who you are. That is the essence of what's controlling you. And if you ever try to change a behavior and it didn't last, it's because you changed the behavior for the moment, but you didn't change the controlling force. Your perception of who you are, that is what's got to shift. And maybe for you it's subtle, and maybe for you it's huge. I don't know. But I can tell you this. The first step is what I said earlier. Become aware of the unconscious beliefs you have about who you are. And again, those beliefs are sometimes reflected in your behavior, sometimes not, so that's not the way to define it. Just sit down and answer the question, who am I? It's a question that philosophers have asked for thousands of years, and it's one you deserve to ask yourself and give it enough time. Spend at least 10 minutes answering the question, who you are. I know you're busy, okay, but take the time to ask the question and don't just give the Popeye response, I am what I am. Stop and think. And give some meaningful answers of the first things that come out of your gut. And even if you don't like them, like, if you say something like, well, I'm inconsistent, or I'm a person that never falls through, write those things down. It's okay. The first step is to notice what you believe. And you know what? You probably have references to back up those beliefs. Remember, you can find references to back up the idea that anybody is a good person or anybody's a bad person. If you look for something, you'll find a reference to back it up. If you want to back up the idea that people are basically rotten and they'll rip you off, anybody has references to back it up if they want to. If you want to back up the idea that people are good people and they care, everyone's got references to back that up if they look deeply enough. So the fact that you believe something in the past does not mean it was true. Just find out first what you've been believing about yourself. Write it down. Then step 2, immediately begin to question those limiting beliefs. Say, is that who I am or is that how I used to act? That's a very important question. Just because I've acted that way a bunch of times in the past, am I my past or am I who I decide to be now? Could I change my entire life right now regardless of how I've been in the past? And because I behave that way, is that because that's who I am at the deepest level? Is that who I am at the core? Is that the essence of who I am? I doubt it. Who we are is spirit. We're more than our physical bodies. We're more than beliefs. We're more than values. Somewhere inside of you, there's a part of you that's everlasting. There's a part of you that's never ending. You need to check in with that. When you start feeling overwhelmed or you start feeling like, I can never accomplish this or I'm just not cut out for this, remember, you're cut out for whatever you decide to be cut out for. You have the capacity. You are bigger than any challenge you could ever meet in your life. Connect with a greater source. Remember the miracle that your life represents. See, if you just remember what's going on inside of you right now, just for you to be listening to me, all the processes, with a heart that beats constantly, pumping blood through 60,000 miles of blood vessels, that's what's inside of you. If you put them end to end, they'd wrap around the earth twice at the equator. Very thin, I might add, but it would still do it. The point of the matter is, this is the power that's inside of you. Who are you? You're a miracle. The fact that you're alive is a miracle. The fact that you're living in these times is a miracle. If you start realizing that you're a miracle, that you're a gift, if that becomes part of your definition of yourself without a big ego about it, then all of a sudden life has a different quality. The types of actions you take are different. The way you treat people is different. And the results that you generate in your life will be transformed. What is more important to you than the way you feel? What? Is there anything? You know, in my business seminars for years, I've asked people, I said, tell me anything you want in this world. And people always give me all kinds of different responses. And they'll say, well, if I had some food, I would feel better. Or if, I made more money, I would feel like I had more power or more control or more freedom or more security. Or if I was in a better relationship, I'd feel more love. But in reality, they don't really want the relationship then. They don't want the money. They don't even want the food. They just want to feel better. They want to change the way they feel. They want to change the emotional content of their life in that moment. And I think it's real important for us that we take a new look at emotions, that we see that some of the emotions that we consider sometimes to be negative, the emotions that we think are most painful, may in fact be our best friends. They may be giving us signals that we need to make changes. If we heed these signals, and if we utilize them, we can change the quality of our experience and our life immediately. So just remember, emotions are the ultimate power. They start wars. They cause us to get married. They cause us to get divorced, to create children. They can even make us ill or they can make us healthy. In essence, the history of your life, the history of this world is the history of emotion. Emotions are the core that call us to action and change our entire lives. So where do they come from? What's their real purpose? What are some of the most intense emotions that we experience day to day that shape our destiny and that most of us never really learn to master? And then how can we master them and how can we utilize those to increase the quality of our life? Those are, in essence, the questions I want us to answer together today. How do you deal with your emotions right now? I'm curious. Because I found that people deal with emotions in one of basically 4 patterns. Either one, they avoid them. They literally try to not feel. They try to not have to feel, let's say, the feeling of rejection. And there's a problem with that. What would you guess it is? Well, yeah, if you're always trying to avoid rejection, you're never going to succeed. Because anything in life that requires you to deal with other human beings on a massive scale, where you're taking a step forward and you're trying to create change, exposes you to a point where somebody may disagree with you. They may reject you. See, the ultimate fear of rejection keeps people out of relationships. They never get to have the feeling they do want, which is love or intimacy or a feeling of connectedness, because their fear of rejection keeps them out of it. So you can't ever avoid completely negative emotions. They're part of life, and they cause us to grow. Some people don't try to avoid emotions. Instead, they go into the I'm going to endure it phase. Or worse, I'll endure it but deny it. Those people usually try and disassociate from their feelings. They try to say, well, it doesn't feel that bad. But meanwhile, they keep stoking the fire inside themselves by thinking about how horrible things are, or how someone has taken advantage of them, or how they do everything right but things still turn up wrong, and why does this always happen to them? In other words, they never change their internal conversation. They never change their internal focus or their physiology. They keep feeling like heck, but they try to pretend like it's not there, deny it or disassociate it. And inevitably, this erupts, because the more you don't listen to the messages of your emotions, the more intense they get. They keep hammering on the door louder and louder to try to get through to you. And all of a sudden, you feel worse and worse and worse. Or the third thing I see people do is they use it for competition. You got it bad, let me tell you how bad I feel. It's really going to make your life better. And I hear people do it all the time. Yeah, my work's so horrible, let me tell you how terrible things are. You think that's bad, I'll show you terrible. And sure enough, people get in a match to see how bad they can make each other feel about their own lives. You want to stay out of that place. Hopefully you go with a fourth way of dealing emotions, and that is to learn from them and utilize them. Now, where do they come from? Do they just attack us like a virus where all of a sudden we feel something? Or as we all know, they come from other people, right? For example, if you feel loving, it's because of what somebody else did. They came over and told you they loved you, or they hugged you, or they touched you a certain way, or they kissed you, and that's what made you feel love. Is that really true? The reality is you feel loved because you choose at that moment to create those feelings within yourself. You allow yourself to have those sensations. You have some rules, some criteria that say when X, Y, Z happens, then I get to feel loved. And then at that moment, when all those criteria are met, somebody hugs you, kisses you, says they love you, etc., you then in your own body create these sensations that you call love. You release those sensations. You put yourself in that physiology at that moment. Conversely, if you feel bad, if you feel angry, if you feel overwhelmed, depressed, frustrated, lonely, all of these emotions are also created by only one person, you. You create them by the way you use your physiology in your moment, by what you choose to focus on, or to be even more specific, by the meaning that you attach to any experience in life. See, what we feel is not based on our experience, but again, on our interpretation of our experience. It's the way we represent our experience that determines how we feel. And look again at that word represent. It means, if we spell it out, represent. In other words, something just happened. Now, after it happens, you take it in through your five senses, and you make a representation, another presentation of what happened inside your head. The way you represent those events will determine how you feel. So again, in this case, this woman took the simple act of a man opening the door with a smile on his face, and she represented it inside of her head as, he's trying to take advantage of me, he's trying to make me less than him, he's trying to dominate me in some way. We must be very careful of the meanings we attach to things, because those meanings basically determine the quality of how we feel in our lives. We must make sure that the emotions we feel are appropriate, that in essence they empower us instead of disempowering us. There are no negative emotions. There are no bad emotions. Every emotion serves us as long as we interpret it in a way that adds a powerful meaning to our life, something that moves us forward instead of backwards. And that's in essence what I want to do with you in this tape. So why do we have emotions in the first place? What's their purpose? Especially, why do we have these painful emotions? You might say, I know what these powerful, positive emotions are for, because I deserve ecstasy. Well, I agree with you. You deserve to feel great, and they're a reward system. And some people look at pain as if it were the punishment system. And sometimes it is. When we don't follow our own rules, and we don't live by our own values, by our own life standards, then we certainly give ourselves pain as a way to keep ourselves on track, because we want to avoid pain. But I think negative emotions serve a very powerful, positive purpose. Negative emotions are a signal that a change is needed. Let's think about this for a moment. When you feel an emotion like fear, an emotion that most people try to avoid at all costs because it's just too painful, or any variant of that emotion like worry or concern or terror, when you feel those emotions are giving you a signal. Rather than just try to avoid the feelings, you should listen for and notice the signal and utilize it. The signal of fear is you must prepare. Boy, that's a valuable signal. It's in your body for a reason. It's saying to you that something may be coming in the near future that you better be prepared for, either prepared to cope with or prepared to deal with. That's valuable information. We don't want to deny that emotion. We don't want to avoid it and pretend it's not there. That's how people get in trouble, emotionally, physically, financially, in their relationships. They don't want to feel the fear that the relationship's not working out, so they pretend it's still going great. Until one day they find themselves 5 feet from Niagara Falls in a boat with no oars and going, oh shoot, it's too late. They take an emotional fall, a relationship fall. Make sure that these emotions serve you. And the way to make them serve you, I think, is to realize that every emotion has a message for you. And what you want to do is not make it wrong, not avoid it, not freak out about it, not make yourself wrong for feeling it, but to do 6 things. Number 1, identify what the emotion is. 2, acknowledge and appreciate the message it's offering you. 3, get incredibly curious about what it's offering you. In other words, how could you use this to make your life better? Is this really what you want? And do you need to change the way you're looking at the world? Do you need to change the way you're acting? Do you need to change the way you're communicating? And then 4, get yourself to feel reassured by seeing that, hey, you've worked this out in the past. You've made it through this emotion before. 5, get yourself certain that you can handle anything like it in the future by rehearsing using this emotion as a tool of empowerment. And 6, take action and change your whole life. Those 6 tools that I just whipped through real fast are in essence what we're going to learn to utilize, not just in changing how we feel, but using how we feel, even those negative feelings, to make our life better. So what I'd like to do in this session, at least, just for the sake of our conversation and for our ability to deal with our emotions, is to take and create a model for each other. A model that I've created where basically I fit all emotions into 10 categories. Now the challenge with this is we all have different labels for what a feeling means. So yours may not agree with the ones I'm putting down, but just for our ability to have a conversation and for our ability to deal with our emotions, we're going to say there are 10 types of emotions, just for the sake of conversation. Is that okay with you? I hear yes. I just hallucinate. That's another kind of emotion, I guess. But here are the 10 emotions, and I'd like you to jot them down. So if you don't have a paper and pencil, stop now and grab one. I'll wait for one moment. Moment's up. Welcome back. Here are the 10 categories of emotions. Here's the first one. Uncomfortable emotions. It's a pretty big category. You're right. But I'm basically describing here emotions that don't have a tremendous amount of intensity, but they do bug you, they bother you. Feelings of boredom, for example, or being impatient, or uneasy, or distressed, or maybe mildly embarrassed would probably fit under uncomfortable for most people. The second category of emotions would be the emotions of fear. Those could be things like concern, apprehension, worry, anxiety, feeling scared, or even terrified. These are all different types of emotions that we're going to relate, for sake of our conversation, to fear. The third category of emotion I call hurt. Any kind of feeling you would link to hurt. And we're going to talk about how most of our feelings of hurt come from a sense of loss. Fourth category, anger. And anger, again, has a large variety. Everything from mildly irritated to angry to livid to resentful to furious to enraged. Anything in that category we're going to talk about as an anger emotion. Fifthly, emotions of frustration. These are any emotions you would link to being held back or hindered in your pursuit of something. Sixth, emotions of disappointment. Anything that makes you really sad or defeated as a result of something you expected that didn't work out well. 7, guilt emotions. Maybe another way of describing them would be the emotions of regret. Number 8, feelings of inadequacy. Any emotion you've ever experienced that you would consider causing you to feel like you're less than or unworthy would fit into this category we call inadequate. Number 9, feelings of being overloaded. Now again, overloaded I'm using to make it soft, but most of the emotions you'd probably link in here would be feelings of being overwhelmed or even hopeless or depressed. Anything that makes you feel like there's more than you can possibly deal with would fit into the overloaded category of emotion. And lastly, number 10, lonely emotions. Anything that makes you feel alone, like you're lonely, like you're apart from or separate from, would fit into this category. So again, the 10 are 1, uncomfortable feelings, 2, any feelings of fear, 3, any feelings of hurt, 4, any feelings of anger, 5, any feelings of frustration, 6, any feelings you would link to disappointment, 7, the category of guilt and regret, 8, feelings of inadequacy, 9, feelings of overload, overwhelm, hopelessness, or depression, and 10, any feelings you link to loneliness. All of these emotions, these categories of emotions, are there for a reason, and they're to give us a message that something needs to change. Now, one of two things has got to be changed when we're feeling any of these emotions. And before I tell you this, let's make sure you're enrolled here. How would you feel in your life if you knew, no matter what emotion you felt, you could go, okay, am I feeling uncomfortable, or is that a feeling of fear, or is that a hurt feeling, or an anger type of feeling, or a frustrated type of feeling, or a disappointed, or a guilty, or inadequate, or overloaded, or lonely feeling? How would you feel if you knew that in a moment or two, you could instantly get out of that feeling, no matter how intense it had been? Would that be useful? Then stick with me, okay? Because I know this may seem a little bit cumbersome at first, so listen to me carefully. At any moment you feel any emotion, the first step you're going to always want to take to master your emotions, first step always will be to identify the signal. What I mean by identify the signal is figure out, if you're having a feeling, which one of these categories does it go into. So let's take a look at how this might work. Let's say something happens between you and a loved one, and as a result you feel rejected. You look at your list of 10 here and you say, rejected's not on here, Tony. Well, step number 1 is identify which category it most fits. Well, when you feel rejected, you really could feel a lot of things about that rejection. You might feel uncomfortable, you might feel actually hurt, or you might feel angry about it, or as a result of rejection, you might feel lonely. What I'm trying to do is get down to the core emotion that really is controlling you, rather than just this giant word called rejection, which really isn't the essence of what you're feeling. As you go down and you look through your list, and by the way, I know you're not good at this list yet because it's brand new, but you'll memorize it simply by listening to this tape over and over again. By the end of this conversation, hopefully you'll know the 10, and I'll keep saying them again for repetition's sake. What we're going to call them from now on is action signals, because that's exactly what they do. They are signals for you to take action, to reevaluate the way you're perceiving something or the way you're proceeding, the way you're communicating your feelings to other people, or the way you're behaving around other people or situations. In other words, they're going to tell us we got to make a change in order to get what we really want. And that's what these action signals are all about. They're not negative, they're not bad, they're there to serve us. But for now, let's come back to the example. We said step number 1 then always is identify the signal. That simply means where does it fit in here? So in this example, we've said that rejection really was just uncomfortable for you. Maybe what happened is you turned to kiss your husband or wife and they were busy reading or writing or something and they didn't really reciprocate. You felt, kind of uncomfortable about that. You didn't feel lonely. You didn't feel hurt. You didn't feel angry. You just felt a little uncomfortable. The signal of being uncomfortable is calling to your attention a message. And the message of uncomfortable feelings is, 1, realize you need to change your state. That right now, no matter what happens in the state you're in, you're not going to appreciate it. You're not going to be resourceful in understanding what things really mean. Say, for example, you're feeling in a state of being uncomfortable about that, you're going to start hallucinating. Well, gosh, my husband or wife, they weren't really loving to me. Does that mean that they're not interested in me anymore? Does that mean that, that our relationship's not as strong? We tend to hallucinate when we get in an unresourceful state. So when you feel uncomfortable, first message from that signal is, hey, change your state. Second, clarify what you want. Immediately, you got to clarify what you want. That's what this signal is trying to tell you. It says, yeah, don't just be uncomfortable. What do you want? If you want your husband or wife to be closer to you, get clear that's what you want. And step 3, immediately take action in that direction. And the way to take action in that direction is communicate your desire or do something that expresses it. Make sure you do something until you achieve what you want and you're no longer uncomfortable. It's literally that simple. Don't just sit around and go, gosh, I feel bored. I feel foolish. I feel insecure. I feel kind of rejected. I feel uncomfortable. Say, great. I need to change my state. The fact that I'm uncomfortable is a signal. It's giving me a message to immediately change my state. 2, clarify what I want. And 3, take action in that direction. If you do that, you've conquered this emotion immediately. Let's say you felt rejected to the point where you called it hurt. You really felt hurt inside. Well, what's the message of hurt? When you feel the sensations you call hurt feelings, that signal is giving you a different message. And the message there is that there's an expectation you have that's not been met, and you have a sense of loss. That's why it's more intense than just being uncomfortable. You feel like you've actually lost something. Now, the challenge with this, as with all these emotions, is that when you identify the message, you must immediately clarify what has to be changed. Whenever you have what you used to call a negative emotion, you're now going to call an action signal. You know that that action signal is signaling you need to change one of 2 things. Either your perception or your procedure. Now, let me clarify what I mean by that. Your perception might be, for example, that, gosh, you feel hurt. You feel like your husband doesn't love you so much anymore, or your wife doesn't love you so much anymore because, gosh, when you first met, boy, all you had to do was, look at them, and they dropped their newspaper and came over and hugged you, and now they don't. You have a sense of loss, and that hurts you inside. And that hurt is a lot more painful than the feelings of just being uncomfortable. The point, though, is this. Is this an appropriate emotion for you to feel based on this situation and this time with this person? And that's really the question we want to ask ourselves whenever we have an emotion. We know that when we have that signal, we need to first identify it, and then secondly, immediately appreciate this signal is offering us a message, and the message is we need to change. Again, our perception or our procedure. So our perception might be, person doesn't love me. Do we need to change our perception? Do we have some rules that are inappropriate in this situation? And the answer here probably is yes. Wouldn't you agree? This person is just wrapped up in what they're doing because they're just immersed. It doesn't mean they love you any less. What this emotion is telling you is you need to change your perception because otherwise you're going to feel pain for no reason. You might also look at the same situation as a symbol that you need to change your procedure. Procedure means the way you're proceeding with this information. In other words, what this may be is a signal to you that you really aren't communicating your real needs to your husband or to your wife. Maybe what you need to do is change your procedure, and instead of feeling hurt or instead of feeling uncomfortable, turn to your husband or wife and say, honey, I know you're wrapped up in your work. I know you're totally immersed. I know you're trying to do stuff that supports the whole family here. But you know what? I just need, 3 minutes with just you and I, because I really need right now to just feel loved by you. I need to hold you. I need to feel connected to you. Now, if that person starts to get upset, obviously you're getting feedback that your procedure still didn't work. You have to be a little more flexible, a little more creative, or maybe a little bit more loving in the way you do it. Or maybe change the timing in which you go about something. But that's changing procedure, changing the way you communicate. Or another way of changing procedure might be it's a signal that says that the way you're communicating your husband or wife doesn't make them want to make you feel loved right now. That your present behavior may be turning them off. For example, let's say you feel rejected by them because when you come in the door, they don't rush up and give you a hug. They're immersed in something. Now, how do you respond to that? Well, what a lot of people do when they feel rejected is they feel uncomfortable with it, or they feel hurt, or some people get angry when they feel rejected. Now, what's the message of anger? The message of anger is you have a standard for your life, something that's important to you, and it's not being met by another person, or maybe even not being met by you. Sometimes we get angry because we're not living our own standards, huh? So let's say as a result, one of your standards is that people who love you, they run up and they greet you in your home. They don't do that today. Well, you feel angry. One of your standards has been violated. Something you believe important is not happening, and now you're angry about it. How do you respond now to your spouse who doesn't even know what's going on? Maybe you give them a dirty look, or maybe you make some snide remark, or you find something wrong with what they're doing. As a result, this person may very well purposely reject you. Now when you're feeling this rejection, you're feeling this hurt or this anger, and you say, okay, this anger means I have a message here, a signal. Signals I need to change either my perception or my procedure. Maybe you don't need to change your perception. Maybe they really are rejecting you deliberately. Maybe the procedure is not only how you communicate, but how you're behaving. Maybe you need to look and say, I'm not treating this person in a very loving way. No wonder they're giving me this feedback. I need to change me. Are you following me so far? So we're always getting the message. We're identifying the signal. We're appreciating the message and knowing the message is telling us we either need to change our perception or our procedure. The way we're communicating, the way we're behaving. I know this may sound complex at first, but I play this tape back and listen to this little section a couple of times. You'll get this down. I want to change either my perception or my procedure, the way I'm communicating to this person or the way I'm behaving, or just the way I'm looking at the whole darn thing, and making it so I don't have pain. I need to look at things, communicate, or behave in a new way. That's the message of pain. Let me say that again, because I think you'll get this one. If you're feeling pain, it's a message. You need to change the way you're looking at things, and therefore what they mean to you, or change the way you're communicating your desires or needs to someone, especially if the pain involves somebody else, or change the way you're behaving, the way you're treating others, and that'll get you a new response. That's in essence the basis of all these action messages. They're telling you, you got to set a new outcome and move in a new direction. Otherwise, you're going to stay in pain. And by the way, let me mention something to you. If you ignore a message, if you ignore one of these signals, one of these action signals, whether it be the signal of feeling hurt or fearful or angry or frustrated or disappointed or overloaded, that signal doesn't go away. It intensifies. You'll feel even more hurt, even more angry. It intensifies until one day you get smart enough to say, hey, I got to change something here. I got to change my expectations, the way I'm evaluating this thing, the way I'm looking at things, the way I'm feeling about it, or the way I'm communicating what I need, or I got to change the way I'm behaving, period. I'm going to keep feeling this until I make one of those three changes. It's that simple. Next, once you've identified the signal, i.e. you've been identified, you said, I was feeling rejected, and what that really means is I'm feeling uncomfortable, or it really means I'm feeling hurt, or angry, or lonely, or whatever. Then the second step is appreciate the message. Respect that emotion. Don't make your emotion wrong. So many times they say, well, I don't want to feel rejected, or I don't want to feel bad, or I don't feel angry, I don't want to feel hurt. Don't do that. Appreciate it. It has a message for you. It means you got to change. But it also means something very specific depending upon which emotion of these 10 categories. So before I go any further, let me review with you what the messages are that each one of these 10 signals is giving you. We've already said that if you're uncomfortable, the message is simple. You got to change your state, clarify what you want, and take action in the direction of what you want. And immediately you won't be uncomfortable anymore. If you're feeling category number 2, emotions of fear, whether it be concern or apprehension or worry or anxiety or scared or frightened or terrified, no matter what intensity it is, any one of those still are fearful emotions, and fear emotions deliver one message to us. We need to prepare ourselves to deal with something or to avoid the negative consequences of something that's coming up, something that's about to happen, a situation or event. Basically, fear is get prepared. Get yourself so you can deal with something. And that's a valuable message, isn't it? Now, the problem is what most of us do is we get fearful, and we don't take the message. We either try to deny the fear and act like we're real strong, and all it does is get stronger and stronger, or worse, we just surrender the fear and we don't get the message. All we do is we get caught up in the emotion, and we get more and more scared, and we amplify it. And we start thinking of the worst that can happen rather than figuring out, okay, what do I need to do to be prepared, to avoid the negative consequences and make this work? For example, people have fear of failure. That's a valuable fear. It's saying get prepared so you won't fail. For example, you might have a fear because the IRS is coming to visit you and you get a little note in the mail. You get this feeling of anxiety. That's probably a useful fear. Right? It's probably saying to you, hey, you better go get all your paperwork in order. If you didn't have that message, if it wasn't painful enough, you might slough it off. It might show up and it may cost you a lot of money, not because you weren't accurate or honest, because you weren't prepared. Same thing happens when somebody asks you to give a speech and you get a little fear inside. Maybe it grows into anxiety. The more intense it gets, the more we tend to surrender to the emotion rather than get the message. That's why we may want to convert fear and say, well, I'm a little concerned. And what I'm concerned about is I need to prepare for the speech so I do the best possible job and I'll feel confident instead of fearful. Now, again, with each of these emotions, we want to hear the message and see if the message appropriate. You may already be prepared. You may be as prepared as you can get. There's a limit to what you can do, right? There's a point where you have to have some faith. At that point, you might just have to say, you know what? This is a message I need to change my perceptions, not my procedures. I'm prepared by my procedures. I know what to do. I know how to do it. But I got to stop focusing on this thing being the worst possible situation. I just need to decide to become confident now, to focus on it working instead of it not working. The third category of emotions, those of hurt feelings, give us a signal and a message that says you have an expectation that's not been met and you have a feeling of loss. I.e., you expected somebody to keep their word and they didn't. That hurt your feelings. Or you expected someone never to share something that you told them privately and they told somebody else. And now you feel hurt. You feel a sense of loss of intimacy with them or loss of trust. And that sense of loss is what creates that feeling of hurt inside of us. What do we need to do? It tells us immediately that we have to evaluate, is there really a loss here? Again, do we need to change our perception? Maybe you just didn't communicate to this person that when you told them this, you wanted them to keep this information private. Maybe you haven't lost anything. Maybe you just have to change your way of communicating your needs, or again, change your behavior. The next category is anger. That's the fourth category. And again, emotions like irritation or feeling livid or furious or enraged or resentful, all of these fit into this category. Any of these emotions are simply signals giving you a message, and the message here is that an important rule that you have in your life has been violated by someone else or maybe even by you. See, when we think something's really important and somebody violates that rule, we get upset about it. How we deal with that upset will determine a great deal how much pain or pleasure we really experience in our lives and how close we get to other people or how much we push them away from us. In other words, if somebody violates your standards, that's the message. What you're supposed to do with that message is real simple. Communicate that you have a standard. Communicate that you know it's only your rule. It isn't necessarily their rule, but you need their help. So if we use the earlier example where you shared something in confidence with someone, but you didn't tell them it was in confidence, you expected them to know that, and you didn't just feel hurt, you felt angry about it, then the bottom line is instead of beating that person up, you need to go to that person and communicate in a different way. Right? Change the way you're communicating. Change your procedure. And say, you know, I know you didn't understand this to be private, but this is really important to me, and you need to deal with it as quickly as possible. Anger is usually an outgrowth of hurt. In other words, when you're hurt, you have a feeling of loss. Something you expected didn't work out. When you're angry, it's because it's something you think is really important that wasn't handled, or you've got a lot of hurts that have built up and you've not expressed them. You've not communicated them. So anger is usually a signal that something you believe is really important has been violated by someone or yourself, or that you've had a lot of hurts that you've not expressed that have built up until the anger. How do you deal with it? Change your perception. Maybe this person wasn't trying to hurt you at all. Change your procedure. Communicate better what your real needs are, or change your behavior. Tell people up front, hey, this is private. Promise me you won't share this with anybody because it's real important to me. Either way, you'll get out of your anger quickly. It's simply a signal that says you need to clarify with the people what your rules are and get them to agree to meet them, or you need to compromise them possibly. You know, some things you get angry about, you're going to get angry about for the rest of your life. And you better identify those things and realize that those are just your standards. They're not everybody's standards. And if you go around being upset because everyone doesn't live by your rules, you're going to be upset your whole life. So again, maybe you need to change your perceptions, change your rules, so that life is a lot simpler and a lot less painful for you. The fifth category of emotions, frustration. These action signals are telling you you need to change your approach to achieving your goal. Whatever you're going after, you're not going to get it the way you're doing it right now. That's why you're frustrated. You keep trying to get the same result by doing the same thing over and over again. There was a definition given a long time ago about insanity. They said insanity is attempting to get a new result by doing the same thing over and over again. It'll never work. So you've got to change your approach. When you feel frustrated, just know, hey, that's a message. I got to change my approach. I need to be more flexible in this situation. Category number 6, disappointment. If you start to feel disappointed, that's a signal. And that signal is bringing you a message. And the message is that you need to realize an expectation you had, an outcome you're going after, is not going to probably happen unless you change your expectation and make it more appropriate for the situation at hand. In other words, maybe you wanted something to happen in too short a period of time. Realize disappointment says you need to change your expectations. You need to change simply your view of things and come up with a more appropriate outcome for the time that you have involved, the people you have involved, the situation you have involved. So that's the message. Listen to it. Utilize it. Don't keep re-experiencing disappointment and stacking it until you feel overloaded or overwhelmed or hopeless or inadequate, which are emotions we'll talk about later. But first, let's talk about the next one. The 7th major category of emotions are guilt or regret emotions. Hey, when you've got feelings of guilt or regret, a lot of people say, well, don't feel guilty about anything. Garbage. Guilt serves you if you hear the message. And the message of guilt is really simple. It says you violated one of your own standards, and you must do something immediately to ensure that you're not going to violate again in the future. That's why you have the pain of guilt. Now, what most people do is they do one or the other. They either deny the guilt, take themselves out of it, and don't feel guilty at all, which, I agree you shouldn't stay in guilt, but if you just deny the guilt and don't get the message, the guilt's going to come back. It'll get you sooner or later. It's back there. It's deep. It's dark. It'll get you. So with that fear, maybe you should turn that fear into getting the message instead of being overwhelmed and, again, surrendering to guilt. That's the other extreme. People just walk around and they allow themselves then to feel inferior for the rest of their life. They feel so regretful about what they once did. That is not the purpose of guilt. It's to make sure you clean up your act. It's to make sure that you don't violate this again. It's that you make things right when you screw up. That's what you got to do. Now, sometimes you can't. Sometimes someone has passed away or something's occurred where you feel guilty about something that happened in the past you really can't change. The only thing you can change is your present and future behaviors. When you do that, you can let go of the guilt. But that's the message it offers you. And again, when you immediately feel the signal, what do? You identify the signal and you realize, hey, I'm feeling regret or I'm feeling guilt. Secondly, you appreciate the message. It's a message that says you need to change something, either your perception or your procedures. Maybe you're feeling guilty about something you shouldn't feel guilty about at all. Have you ever done that? I know I have. I felt guilty one time because I didn't help somebody feel happy enough. I used to run around. If everybody around me wasn't happy, I felt guilty if I felt good. How stupid. We don't want to fall into that category. You might want to change your rules or your perceptions. Or you might need to change your procedures again. Maybe the procedure is you feel guilty about the way you communicated to somebody. You were too harsh. Go back and clean it up. Say, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this. I really regret what I said. I was wrong. Boy, the guilt will disappear. Or change your behavior in the future. Change the way you're going to communicate to that person or people like them. Any one of these 3 changes, again, will immediately eliminate the guilt, and then guilt has served a good purpose, hasn't it? It's kept you on track. It's moved you forward. It's made you a better person. That's why it's there. Utilize it. Don't wallow in it. Let's go to category number 8, inadequacy. Boy, if you feel inadequate, those are any of those emotions, again, that make you feel like you're less than. Feelings of being unworthy, for example, would be inadequate feelings. Whenever you feel this emotion or emotion like it, get excited. Appreciate it's offering you a message, and the message it's offering you is simple. It's saying you need to do something to get better in this category right away. It doesn't mean you have to be perfect at it. Inadequacy just says you got to do something. Don't sit on your duff anymore. You're feeling inadequate because you haven't done anything to be really good in this area. Now, the first thing you got to do is, as you go through this process, is ask yourself, is this really an appropriate emotion? That is, am I really inadequate, or do I need to change the way I'm perceiving things? Maybe I got some rules that say, in order for me to be adequate, I have to go on the dance floor and outdo John Travolta. That's probably inappropriate perceptions. You need to change the perceptions. Or it may be changing the procedures, which is, I need to prepare myself by doing something right now to get better. One thing you could do is just go practice. One thing you do is go out and initiate some communication. So inadequacy is a message to get up and do something to become better, or to change your criteria, to look at what you're doing and make it easier for yourself to feel adequate. You probably got rules that are too harsh. Now, category number 9. This is one of the categories that I think immobilizes and destroys more people's lives than virtually any of the others combined. And that is a feeling of being overloaded or overwhelmed or hopeless or depressed. They all fit together. I use overloaded to make it sound simpler. Because if you say, gosh, I'm depressed, you'll immediately feel much more intensity than if you say I'm overloaded. The key here is to realize that this is a signal. When you feel hopeless, depressed, overwhelmed, or overloaded, the message that's offering you is that you need to reevaluate what's most important to you in this situation. Sit down right now and decide what is absolutely important, what's a necessity for you versus what's a desire. Write down all the things that are most important for you to accomplish. Then, 2, put them in order of priority. And then 3, take the first one on your list and do something about it. It's the same thing with depression, the same thing for being hopeless. Sit down and saying, okay, instead of saying it's hopeless, I need to change my state, number 1. That's always the message of all these emotions. Number 2, I got to clarify what's most important to me. Write it all out. 3, what's the order of the importance? And 4, what's the first thing on my list? Let me go handle that. The minute you go handle anything and you deal with one simple issue, your brain can handle it. And as soon as you handle that situation, you will feel like you're in control of your world. You will not feel overloaded. You will not feel overwhelmed. You will feel like there's hope, and you won't feel depressed. Your self-esteem grows when you do something to take control of events instead of having events take control of you. And all you have to do to take control of events is chunk them down. Pick one thing and master it. The message is simple. You're trying to do too much in too short a period of time. You're looking at the whole world and expecting everything to be perfect overnight, and you're feeling like you can't handle it all. Chunk it down. Here's the final category. Category 10, feeling lonely. Have you ever felt really lonely? Gosh, I don't think there's anybody alive who hasn't. But what does it mean when you feel lonely? What is the message that you should get from that signal? I think the message is really simple. What we really need at that moment, the message is telling us we need a certain connection with people. The challenge with that message is a lot of times people take the word connection or the idea of the need for a connection with another human being and they make it into a sexual connection or instant intimacy. And then they feel frustrated because even when they have that, they still feel lonely. What we really need to do is identify what kind of connection. Maybe you do need an intimate connection. Maybe you just need some basic friendship or someone to listen to or somebody to laugh with or someone to talk to. It's real important when we feel lonely just say, hey, this is really neat. What's great about being lonely is it says I really care about people. I love to be with people. And I need to find out in what way I want to be with somebody right now. And then take an action immediately to go in the direction we want. In other words, all 10 of these emotions are a message to our brain to say, hey, what you're doing right now isn't working, and you need to change it. Either change your perception, change what criteria you're using, your way of looking at things that makes you feel this way because your perception is not appropriate, or change the way you're communicating. You're not communicating things in a way where people know your needs, or just change your behavior. What you're doing isn't working. Change your approach. Every feeling you have, good or bad, is not based on the actual reality of life, but rather your interpretation as to what things mean. And remember, nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning you give it. So if you don't like the way you're feeling, change the meaning. If somebody passes away, you really cared about them and they die. You can feel really bad. You can feel disappointed. You can feel frustrated. You can feel angry. You can feel hurt. You can feel sad. And all those are appropriate emotions. But make sure you take a message from it. And the message you've got to eventually come out with is, what's an empowering way of looking at this? What else could this mean? Maybe it doesn't mean that I just lost somebody. Maybe it means this person has gone someplace they need to be. Or maybe this means my connection will be even stronger with them now than when they were here. Maybe this means I will value my own life and give more while I'm here because I realize that life is delicate. Choose meanings that empower you in life instead of assuming that meanings that disempower you. It's a final message to remember. If you and I are going to have the privilege of really enjoying true success, we must be able to define it. Most people have no idea how to define what real success means to them. Sure, they have all of society's rules for what success means, cars and homes and money and prestige or degrees or a certain level of recognizability. But you know what? That rarely creates that sense of peace that sense of connection, that sense that our life really is at the level of quality we really want it to be. How can we define success in a way that will cause us throughout our life to not only pursue it, but to live it? I personally believe that success comes through a consistent increase in the quality of your life. Now let's think about that for a minute. Let's start with the word consistent. What does every champion have in common? Any great success, whether it be in sports, business, politics, relationships, is not consistency really the foundation? I mean, after all, anybody can get any result once in a while. But see, it's not that you're able to apply yourself once in a while. It's that absolute consistency that creates the fabric of success for a lifetime. And isn't that what you really want? You want lasting success. And that only comes from consistency. I remember Pat Riley one time speaking about the idea of the difference between having an excellent game or having game excellence. Well, what's the difference? Well, there's a very big difference. An excellent game is you go out and do something well for a very short period of time. You know, excellence means to excel, so you've excelled for a short period of time. But game excellence means that you consistently excel, you consistently expand. And that's the second part of the definition of success, that it's a constant increase in the quality of your life, in virtually every area of your life. From your spiritual life, your emotional life, your physical life, your mental life, your relationships, every aspect, your business. It's only then that we feel like we're really living life at the deepest level. So let me ask you a question. Are you truly successful right now in your life? Are you consistently increasing the quality of your life? Are you doing it in at least the 5 areas that I talk about? Are you constantly increasing the quality of your emotional life? Are you developing more passion and compassion, courage? Are you shaping yourself or allowing the environment to shape you? And is this improvement just once in a while, or is it constant? Is it daily? Even if it's on a small scale, we're not talking about huge improvements to feel like we're successful. We're talking about very small incremental improvements, because all those little incremental changes constantly come together. They accumulate to create momentum in your life and the experience of true success. How about in your physical body? Are you consistently increasing the quality of your physical vitality and energy? Or have you bought into a bunch of limiting beliefs that say, well, I'm getting a little bit older, can't quite do things the way I used to? Tell that to Marva Hooks. At age 67, this woman decided she'd become a mountain climber. And at 92, she climbed to the top of Mount Fuji, the oldest living person to make it to that peak. Not too bad, huh? What about the area of your relationships? Are you consistently improving in this area? Because I got news for you. We're either climbing or we're sliding. There's no in between. There are no plateaus. Are you improving there in your relationship with your spouse, in your relationship with your boyfriend or girlfriend, with your relationship with your kids, with the people you're in business with every single day at work? What about in the area of your finances? Are you consistently finding ways to increase the quality of your economic life? And how about your time? Have you learned ways to be able to distort time, to increase the quality of the time you do have, instead of just complaining about, oh, there's no time for anything you can really do? If you're not, I know you're not satisfied. And my bet is that no matter how well you're doing in one category, there's an area that probably isn't improving as much as you want. And the reason is we get distracted. There's so much to do in this life, and there's so many challenges. But you know what? The only way we're going to get what we really want is by understanding what's most important to us, and that is a sense of increasing quality in every area of our life. Are you sold on the concept? Okay. Then how do we change things? What if we look to an area of our life and we aren't happy with it? What do we do to change? Well, the answer is we take action. First of all, we got to get aware that there's a challenge, and just focusing on the fact that an area isn't good enough is a good first step. So you go out and you take action. Does that really change the quality of your life? The answer is yes, in the short term, and that's critical. You say, I'm going to go out and I'm going to make my relationship better. And for that night or that week, you go out and you knock the socks off your significant other. What do? You go out and you take them to dinner and you write them cards and you do all these wonderful little things. They're not really big things. They're just little things, but you do them all at one time. And you know what? That relationship just grows in its quality, the quality of love and connection and emotional intensity for a week, maybe a month, or as long as the memory holds out. Because the problem is, the action was not consistent. And as a result, that same relationship someday may disappear. Because no matter how good something is, the only way we can enjoy quality in our life, true success, is through consistency. It's through consistent action. So how do we get ourselves to consistently act in a way that causes us to really increase the quality of our life daily and enjoy it? Well, in order to answer that question, I guess we have to first answer the question, what controls all of our actions? The answer to that, of course, is decisions. Whatever decisions we make are shaping all of our actions. Decision is the father of action, and it's our actions that create the results of our lives. But again, what's behind decisions? What determines what we're willing to do or not willing to do in our lives? And the answer to this question is there are two elements that control every decision you make, therefore every action you take, and therefore the increase in quality or lack thereof that you experience in your life every day. And those two elements are your standards and your beliefs. The standards you live your life by, your values in essence, and your core beliefs are controlling moment to moment how you perceive everything in your life, what you determine things mean, what you're going to do, and ultimately who you become. In fact, the most common question that people ask me at seminars is, how did you really turn your life around back then 7 or 8 years ago? Well, I look at them and I say, I did it by raising my standards. That was the number one single most important change that I made in my life. I got to the point where I said, I am not willing to live this way anymore. Who I am is much more than I'm demonstrating in my life. And I literally took out my journal and I wrote down all the things in my life that I would no longer stand for from myself or anybody I cared about. I also wrote down how I was going to live in detail. And in that day, I committed beyond a shadow of a doubt that that was how I was going to live, that I would never again settle for less than I could be. Now, sometimes people set a high standard for themselves, but they don't take any action. And the reason is because they don't change their beliefs. And that's the second thing we must change to have a long-term increase in the quality of our life. I began to believe that there was a way to turn my life around, that I had the resources. If I didn't have them within myself, I could get access to them. That if I wanted to increase the quality of my life physically, there were people who had been fat like me and had got themselves fit and stayed there. And all I have to do is find out what they did and do the same things. As I began to develop beliefs that I could in fact turn things around and that I would in fact, that sense of certainty got me to take consistent action, not just action for a moment to see if it was going to work or not. The increase in my personal standards for myself and the increase in the quality of my beliefs increased the quality of my life. They set in motion that day, immediately, a force that began to change everything in my life. But I have a question for you. Do you think that if I would have lived continuously by the standards I set for myself that day, that that would have created the quality of life that I now enjoy? The answer is no, because the quality of life that I now enjoy is a much higher standard than I had ever even dreamed of back then. There's only one way that I've been able to turn my dreams into reality, and that is what has changed my life was not a single action I took 7 or 8 years ago, not even setting higher standards then or even increasing the quality of my beliefs then. Only one thing has created the life that I now enjoy, and that is a commitment to the discipline I call Kanai. Capital C-A-N-I with an exclamation mark. What is Kanai? It stands for a commitment to constant and never-ending improvement. That core value, that core belief has permeated every experience of my life. It's who I am. I'm constantly looking for how can I improve. My standards have always got to be expanded, and so do yours if you truly want to be happy. It's the only way we're going to enjoy ourselves. Think about it. Oftentimes I'll ask people, tell me in these 5 areas of your life, are there some areas you need to improve in? And invariably they'll say, well, my business is doing pretty good, but my relationship's not in very good shape. I guess I need to go work on that. And I turn to them and say, you just made a major mistake. Because now that you put all your focus in your relationship, your business is going to go down. Or maybe your spiritual life is not expanding. The only way our life gets better is not by once in a while jumping in with lots of enthusiasm and giving our all to make something better. It gets better by daily, gradual improvements in each of the areas of our lives. And that's what Kanai stands for, a commitment to constant and never-ending improvement. Nothing in life feels as juicy as knowing you're expanding who you are. expanding your influence, your impact, the quality of how you think and how you feel. And remember, all increases in quality are the results of improvement. And if you're constantly improving, even at the most minute level, who you are and how you live, you'll always be happy. See, we only feel frustrated when we don't feel like we're growing. And growth comes from improvement. So if I really want to find out what the level of success you have in your life is, I could say, what's your level of commitment to Kanai? What's the amount of Kanai you've developed in your relationship? Is it constant and never-endingly improving, or have you set it aside and have said, well, I'm kind of like maintaining it? I got news for you. Just to keep what you have to be improving. Things don't stay static. In life, we're either climbing or we're sliding. We're growing or we're dying. There's no in between. Hey, if you're not investing, for example, I got news for you. You aren't staying equal with where you were last year or the year before. You're losing because inflation is eating away at the base of what you have. If you're just keeping your relationship where it was when you first developed your relationship with this person you care about, I got news for you. That relationship is sliding. It is not climbing. The only way to keep the same quality is to improve, and the only way to increase the quality of life and have true success is through daily, constant, never-ending improvements, a commitment to Kanai, a philosophy and a discipline that can shape the quality of your life forever. It is the one single element that if you ask me, Tony, if there's one thing you want me to live by that would ensure my success for a lifetime, I would say commit to the discipline of Kanai. Commit to every day finding some small way to constantly and never-endingly improve each and every area of your life, and that'll give you a richness beyond anything you could possibly imagine. Because each day these tiny little improvements that seem like nothing will build one upon another until one day you wake up and discover that you're now living what was once merely a dream. That's your life. That's the richness, and it comes from only one thing, Kanai. Constant and never-ending improvement. And by the way, if you want to know where my passion comes from, my intensity, it comes because every single day I'm excited to wake up and live. Because every single day there's something I'm going to improve upon. And do you know what that does to your self-esteem? When every single day you know and you notice that you're improving in some way, it doesn't have to be huge. As I've already said, it's those little gradual ones that make the difference. Little things don't mean a lot, they mean everything. And when you notice them and when you do them deliberately, you begin to develop a sense of strength within yourself that's virtually unmatched in the people that you'll meet. Think for a moment of somebody you know who's truly happy. Isn't it somebody who's doing something they're passionate about? And doesn't that passion come from the fact that they're creating and expanding something, that they're growing, that in fact they're improving the quality of their life, and even more powerfully, they're improving the quality of people's lives around them? Which, by the way, is one of the most powerful benefits of improving yourself. The more you improve yourself, the more you have to give. And the more that you give, the better you feel about yourself. It becomes a cycle. But instead of the vicious pain cycle that most people live in, it becomes a pleasure cycle where every day you feel even better about who you are, what you're becoming, and what you're contributing. This standard of constant, never-ending improvement has caused me my entire life to constantly pursue what I now call profound knowledge. It's a term that a man named Dr. Edwards Deming created, and we're going to talk about him briefly. But what I want to tell you is profound knowledge, by definition, is information, strategies, or distinctions that are simple and universally applicable, that the minute you understand them, you can use them to increase the quality of your life. My whole world was revolutionized a few months ago when I read an article in Forbes magazine about a car that was being produced by Mitsubishi in combination with a Chrysler Corporation. In reading the article, I discovered that the car you and I know as the Plymouth Laser is exactly the same car as the Mitsubishi Eclipse. In other words, these cars are made by the exact same manufacturer. They are identical in every sense except one thing. They have a different name. And I guess the other one is they're offered by a different company. You want to know what's interesting, though? Chrysler sells an average of 14 of these per dealership. Their sales are in the ground. Mitsubishi is averaging 100 sales per dealership. Sales are skyrocketing. The same car, released at the same time. What's the difference? Well, when they went out and began to do research, they found out what you might guess. Americans said, well, I really would like the Chrysler company. I'd like to buy American cars, but the Japanese make better quality. Now, when I read this, I got upset. I thought, this belief system is keeping America from rebounding. I started thinking, this is ridiculous. It's true Japanese create quality products, but so do Americans. I mean, how can people generalize that? Look what it's doing to Chrysler. But then I mismatched myself, and I thought for a moment, is there a good reason why most people in America would rather buy a Sony than an RCA? And there is an answer. Most American consumers clearly perceive that Japanese products are superior in quality. And you know what? They have a lot of evidence to back this idea up. They have a lot of experience. And so they don't trust the American companies anymore. They won't even buy the product when it's even made by the Japanese under the American name, in Chrysler's example. Pretty amazing. But what has made the Japanese culture so obsessed with quality? Is it just the culture itself? That's what most people would have you believe. The reality is quite different. The actual basis for the Japanese miracle finds its place in an American. What am I talking about? In 1950, Japan was war-ravaged, and General MacArthur was over there trying to get things done. He couldn't find anything of quality. He couldn't even make a phone call. Finally, in utter frustration, he decided to work with the Japanese Union of Scientists to bring over the foremost expert in quality control in the world. His name, Dr. Edwards Deming. Dr. Deming came in 1950 and began to teach the Japanese a standard to conduct all their business by. He taught them a new set of beliefs that were often completely contrary to traditional American business. And he taught them a series of strategies on how to constantly analyze and improve virtually anything they could manufacture. His philosophy was very simple. The only way the Japanese people could rebuild their economy and compete would be by setting a new standard within their businesses, and that standard was to focus on how they could constantly and never-endingly improve their quality. He said if they would increase their quality, quality would always cost less in the end. That an obsession with cutting costs and increasing revenues is what eventually destroys most companies. That most American companies' focus is on meeting a particular standard. And once we met that standard, we have satisfied customers. He said, you do not want satisfied customers. You want loyal customers. And the only way they're going to be loyal is if they believe that what they're getting from you is the highest quality possible. And if you're constantly improving the quality of what you make or what you do, they'll stay with you. He said the biggest mistake that American management makes is that they set an arbitrary standard and they believe that the only way to increase that standard is by spending more money, which would reduce their profit. He said nothing is further from the truth. Your key to success will be to make gradual, constant, never-ending improvements at an incremental level, that by constantly improving the little things, quality will come together at a level people never dreamed possible. He said, but it must be daily. It must be management. It must be workers. It must be supervisors. It must be all people working together to produce this consistently. Deming continued to come back year after year to teach the captains of Japanese business, some of which, by the way, were just getting started, little companies like Sony with Mr. Morita. He promised them that if they absolutely committed to constant, never-ending improvement in the quality of their products and services, that shortly they would flood the world with quality products and become a dominant power in industry and eventually a dominant economic power in the world. Well, to war-ravaged Japan, where you couldn't even make a phone call, this seemed absolutely absurd. But the Japanese people, the captains of business, believed him and applied what he said rigorously. A national award was developed back in 1950 in Japan called the Deming Award. For the last 40 years and continuing through today, the Deming Award represents the company that has demonstrated at the highest level the power of constant, never-ending improvement in quality. It's competed for with a level of intensity that's very difficult to even describe unless you met a Japanese CEO, supervisor, or worker that's part of a company that's in this contest. The award is given on national television. Deming is recognized in Japan as the father of the Japanese economic miracle. And yet, we barely hear about him here in the United States. Well, that began to change a little bit back in 1980. One of our major television news magazines did a story on the American who's responsible for the Japanese economic miracle, Dr. Deming. In this story, they went and interviewed the Japanese companies that had revolutionized industry using Deming's principles. And they began to talk to Japanese officials to find out that, in fact, this man's standards, his philosophy or beliefs, and his strategies are used daily and precisely by these multinational companies to create world dominance in their area of competition. One of the millions of people who watched this show is a man named Donald Peterson, chairman of the board of Ford Motor Company. He didn't just watch this show, he took action upon it. Instead of saying the Japanese are beating us because they're lucky, he said, I believe the difference is quality. We're losing because they're building a better quality of product, and there's no reason why we can't develop better quality of products here in the United States. We're going to implement this man's standards, his beliefs, and his strategies throughout Ford Motor Company, from the top down, from the chief executive officer to the people on the assembly line. He brought them in, and that is when Ford changed their focus and what you heard in their ads to Ford quality is number one. That wasn't just an idea. It wasn't just an ad. It's something that Ford did throughout the entire company. They instituted trainings and seminars and brainstorming sessions, all getting people to change the level of standards they held for themselves. Rather than waiting for a supervisor to come by and say, well, that's not good enough quality, each individual began to develop a new belief that the way Ford was going to compete and win in the auto industry was by constant, never-ending improvement at the most minute level, so that everyone's contributions would create a momentum that would turn the company around. By applying this change in standards, beliefs, and strategies, Ford Motor Company by 1986 had turned themselves around from a company that was losing billions of dollars to over $6 billion in profit, from deep in the red to a corporate model of success across the United States. What were some of the specific standards and beliefs that they changed? Deming taught them that increasing quality was the only way to compete, and he got them to believe by demonstrating through statistics that quality always costs less. So you may say, well, how does this all relate to me? I'm not a business person. Well, think about it. These companies' profitability is tied directly to the amount of quality that they're able to generate for their customers, the amount of quality they're able to generate for mankind. How do you get profitability? What's the equivalent of profitability in a human being's life? I would say satisfaction, joy, happiness. That's the profit we have by living by a philosophy of constant improvement. Because when are you really happy? You're not happy because you get things. You're not happy because you're successful, or even because you've achieved your dreams. Because many people have achieved their dreams and now they're unhappy because now they say, is this all there is? The only time that you and I are happy is when we know that we're growing. And we're only going to grow if every day we're trying to improve. And the biggest mistake we make is to try and just change everything overnight. We go out and say, gosh, I'm overweight. Let me go run 10 miles. Boy, have I been guilty of this one in the past. Go out there and run your guts out, and the next day, what happens? Do you build from that level? Of course not. What happens when we go out and we just innovate, that's all we do, is we don't build a foundation to continue to expand from. If you go out and work out like that, the next day, the quality of your life goes down. What you have to do is each day do a little bit more. I have a friend that now runs marathons. And you know what? He started out one day just trying to run from his front door to the first telephone pole he could see, which was probably about 30 yards away. And his goal each day was go a little further. And that was all he did. He practiced kanai, constant and never-ending improvements. Very simple, very gradual. But you know what happened? He started to develop momentum. That's the power of kanai. He constantly was improving, and he got addicted to the feeling. And sure enough, the next day he's going further and further, and his self-esteem grew, and his physical vitality grew, until now he's a dominant force in any marathon he runs in. I'll tell you the reason why I think most people never really succeed. Number one, they don't set a high enough standard. But number two, some people set a high standard, but they don't believe they can achieve it. The power of kanai, gradual, constant, never-ending improvement, is that it's believable. Your brain says, I know I can do this. I know I can figure a way to make it just a little bit better. But when you tell yourself you got to lose 50 pounds tomorrow, your brain goes, there's no way. I'm not going to pull this off. Even if you try and set the standard for me, I'm going to rebel. And you find yourself unable to get yourself to take the very actions that are necessary for your success. Japanese companies believe that in order to grow, they need innovation, which means explosive growth, and they need what they call kaizen. Kaizen means constant improvement. In fact, the reason I created for myself the discipline of kanai, that is a word, is because the Japanese use kaizen as part of their vocabulary every single day of their life. They talk about the kaizen of their business, the kaizen of their relationship, the kaizen of the trade surplus. The constant improvement of it is what they're looking at. And because they talk about it all the time, it's a part of their unconscious thinking. You might think the word kanai, kanai, that's a corny word. Well, first of all, I didn't want to use a Japanese word when it's an American philosophy. And secondly, I wanted to remind myself with one term what I'm really committed to. Think about this for a second. When you create a word, you create a way of thinking. You see, the language that we use constantly influences our decision-making processes, in that the words that we utilize consistently carry within them encoded meanings for our lives. So in creating the discipline, the philosophy, and the science of kanai, we're creating a mindset that will continually shape the thinking and actions of all those people who use it. You might want to take this term and promote it, not only within yourself, but the people around you. It's new. You have to get used to it. But pretty soon you get excited. You start asking people, tell me something. How committed to kanai is the organization? What's the person's level of commitment to kanai? There's only one result that will consistently come from a commitment to kanai, and that is a profound increase in the quality of your life, an experience of true success. When you live by the discipline of kanai, when it's the strategy you live every day by, you will experience that constant improvement that creates lifelong joy and power. So by adopting this word into our vocabulary, we make it a constant focus. So instead of a Japanese term, we're using an American term. Constant, never-ending improvement, a commitment to kanai. Let me share with you that I believe our level of personal and professional success is in direct proportion to the level of our commitment to kanai. See, a true commitment to kanai is reflected by constant improvement in every area of your life. And a true commitment to kanai has got to be measured. You've got to be noticing along the way how you're improving. Kanai is a science. It recognizes that problems are an opportunity for growth, and it provides a system for solving problems before they even come up. The best time to solve a problem is before it becomes one. And if you're always improving the quality of what you do, you start to handle problems before they even exist. You handle them at the level where they're not quite a problem yet, but they're not quite right. That's how you create a life where you have momentum and power and joy. So what's valuable about kanai? It's a new standard. It's a new philosophy for you to live by. And most importantly, it's believable and achievable. Who else has used this throughout history? A gentleman who probably represents the greatest level of consistent success in sports history. His name is Coach John Wooden, the past coach of the UCLA Bruins, a man who created a dynasty beyond description. In his last years with the UCLA Bruins, Coach Wooden won 10 of 12 national NCAA championships. This is unheard of. He won 7 of these in a row. Now, to give you a perspective on how powerful this is, there have only been 4 teams since 1939 that have been able to win 2 of these in a row. His teams won 88 games in a row. He had 4 seasons where they didn't lose a game, 3 seasons where they only lost 1 game in the entire year, including the playoffs and the championship. Was this man lucky? Well, if your definition of luck is labor under correct knowledge, L-U-C-K, then I'd say the answer is you're absolutely right, he was very lucky. No, what made this man successful is he lives by a philosophy of constant, never-ending improvement. In fact, Coach Wooden, the only man to be inducted into the College Hall of Fame as both a player and a coach, and the man with the most wins in college basketball history, never talked about winning to his players. I repeat, in 27 years as a coach of the UCLA Bruins, he did not talk about winning. What he talked about constantly was that his players needed to improve themselves every day, that every day they had to make some kind of tiny improvement in what they were doing, and if they did that every day, they would truly be champions, regardless of the score. But he said, I think you'll like the score as well. More importantly than his victories on the ball court is what he did to increase the quality of life for these men, because he taught them a philosophy of life that many of them, including Kareem, acknowledge to this day. And you know what? He was able to teach these men, and they were willing to listen to him because he lived it personally. He's constantly lived by a series of principles that his father gave him, a creed when he was 12 years old. Every single day when he did a practice, his first question was, how can I improve this? How can I improve each of these players individually in some small way? He kept a journal. And he measured the results of every player during every practice they were ever involved with him in his 27 years. He can tell you how every player did every day and what he did to improve him. That's the level of his commitment. So what's the message? I've hammered at you again and again throughout this tape. It's very simple. Success in life can only be measured by the level of our fulfillment. We are only going to feel good about ourselves long term if we consistently increase the quality of our life. We can only increase the quality of our life consistently by committing to a discipline, a standard for our life of constant and never-ending improvement, a commitment that permeates every area of our lives, and a commitment that understands that constant and consistent improvements, no matter how small, eventually produce massive increases in quality. A commitment that allows us to constantly not only maintain what we have, but go beyond it. A commitment that understands that if we don't improve, we won't even keep what we have, whether it be happiness or a level of competition in the marketplace. So the biggest mistake that most people make in their lives is they hate repetition. They say, well, I already know something. Well, I got news for you. There's a big difference between knowing what to do and doing what you know. Every master I know, whether it be a guy like John Wooden or a Pat Riley, I don't care who it is, whether it be in politics or business, is a person who's willing to do the quote-unquote boring things every single day and find a way to improve it. When I worked with Grandmaster Jun Rhee and I began to develop my Taekwondo skills, I developed my black belt in 8 months by constantly improving every time. He taught me that doing the same things over and over again was not just repetition, but if I was going to be a master, I had to find a way at some subtle level to constantly be improving those same exact actions. Remember, repetition creates a certain level of power, but repetition with kanai, with a commitment to constant, never-ending improvement, creates life mastery. And lastly, I should say this. There are 3 questions that I ask myself at the end of the day. They help me to stay on track with my commitment to kanai. And they are, number 1, what did I learn today? Every day, ask yourself, what have I learned today? And it can be something very little. And if you haven't learned anything, it's time to go do something quick, even if it's late at night. Second, what have I improved? Or what have I contributed? Either one of those, in order to contribute, I think you have to improve. And again, it could be a tiny improvement. Your attention span, your touch, your focus, the way you used your physiology, the way you said thank you, the way you looked into someone's eyes. And thirdly, what have I enjoyed? Because if there's anything we want to improve in our lives, it's our ability to enjoy each and every day. We don't want to get hooked in the situation in our lives where we start taking things for granted, or we always need things to be bigger for us to be able to appreciate them. Maybe what we need to do is learn how to enjoy the adventure of a smile. Maybe we need to learn how to enjoy just being with the people we care about. If each day you improve your capacity to enjoy your life, then you'll live a life that other people will want to model. Your experience of life will be legendary. Don't we deserve each day to constantly improve the quality of our lives? I think you know the answer, and I hope you demonstrate it in your life. I believe that questions, asking the right questions and doing it consciously and effectively, is like giving yourself the power of dynamite to change anything, a way to blow out obstacles and a way to actually push yourself to a whole nother level. Questions themselves have so much power to create more pleasure and success in your life, or create more pain and more limitation and failure than virtually anything else out there. And when I look back on my life and where I've made the biggest changes, it's when I've learned to ask myself a brand new question. A question like, how can I do this better? How could I turn this around? How can I make this work? What's really most important in this experience for me to remember and to utilize? Those are the questions that have changed me because they've given me new answers. Everybody wants new answers, right? Don't you want new answers? How do you get them? Ask new questions. You want a better answer for your life? Ask a better quality question. So what I want to do is accomplish a couple things. One, I want to really get you to think about and experience and realize the power and impact of questions to change the way you feel, the way you think, the way you make decisions, to shape your entire life. Two, I want to sensitize you to the questions you're already asking yourself, questions you're probably not aware of. Because a lot of questions you ask yourself, you do unconsciously. You're not even aware of it. Whenever anything happens in your life, somebody all of a sudden shows up, something starts moving toward you, your brain starts asking questions. The first one always is, what does this mean? Is this going to mean pain or pleasure? And the second question is, what should I do to avoid pain and to gain pleasure? Those are the questions that are going on inside our head all the time, no matter what's occurring in our life. But I want us to become even more sensitive. So if we find ourselves asking habitual questions, that's going to mean we're going to start experiencing habitual results in our lives. And sometimes those habitual results are not the ones we want. See, if you're asking yourself questions all the time like, why can't I ever break through this? You're setting yourself up so that you can't. See, the brain is set up that whatever you ask for, you'll get. If you ask, why can't I do this? The brain will go, okay, here's why you can't do it. If you ask your brain, hey, how can I make this work? How can I turn this around? It will come up with answers. Remember, whatever you look for, you will find. Seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall what? Receive. See, this is a law. It's how your brain works. And mastering this ultimate tool changes your whole life. The third thing I want to do is get you to develop some new questions for yourself. Some questions that really empower you. Some questions that create new possibility, make you look at your world in a whole other way. Something that'll open up and cause your life to change. And finally, the fourth major result I want to come from this tape is I want you to get in your gut, not just in your intellect, a simple reality. And that is that your entire world can change at any moment in time just by asking a new question. You can literally change the way you think, the way you feel, your direction, the momentum of your life, your ultimate destiny by consistently asking new questions. My life changed when I realized that the only difference between me and the people around me who seemed to be doing better was they were asking better questions. See, my whole life changed one day when I realized that whatever I'm experiencing in life is not based on life itself, but what I'm focusing on. Focus equals reality. Whatever you focus on, that's what you get. Hey, right now in the news, you could feel really bad. How could you do that? Focus on all the horrible things in the news. It's not hard. Turn on your television set. You hear about all the murders. Did you know in this year the death toll from murder is higher than ever before? Isn't that exciting? And you can look at that and say, why are people so terrible? Why are people so destructive? And you could get yourself whipped into a frenzy about it. I'm not saying you should ignore it, but maybe a better question is, what's going on to cause this? What could we do to help change this? How can we utilize an understanding of human behavior to change this trend in our society? See, those questions will lead us to answers instead of just focusing on the problem itself. Whatever happens in life, whatever we feel is not based on the reality, but based on our focus. See, you could be really depressed right now, focus on all things that have ever been terrible in your life, or you could be really excited right now by thinking about all the great things that happened in your life, or all the things that could happen in the near future. Focus equals reality. And here's the key. If you want to change your reality, change your focus. If you want to change your focus, change the question you're asking yourself. That's the key to everything. Questions are the control tool to focus. Therefore, questions are the control to your own experience of life. If you change your consistent questions, you can change consistently how you feel, how you think, how you make decisions, and who you become. The only difference between you and other people is the questions that they ask. That's it. If you see someone who has more success, the first thing you should do is find out how do they think. See, thinking is nothing but the process of asking and answering questions. You're doing it constantly. That's all it is. Here's an example of a woman who asked herself disempowering questions. Here are questions she asked in a period of 20 minutes of herself in conversation with a friend of mine. And we just wrote them down as we listened to them. And I'll just give you a little background on this woman. She's quite unhappy. She's an artist and she was just divorced. Listen to some of the questions. First question, she looks at her artwork. She's given her heart and soul to it. She says, is this saleable? Next question, am I doing this with integrity or is it just another sale? Think what that would do to your self-esteem to be asking that about yourself. Then our next question is, well, what does it matter anyway? How would that be for demotivating your whole life? Next question, why can't I just retire? That's not exactly going to make you a great artist and make you want to share your work. Next one, how long do I have to wait for someone to rescue me? There's a situation where you're not going to be empowered in your life, totally in reaction. Next one, what should I tell my therapist about this? Next one, she said, is should I tell my therapist about this? Next, she said, do I have any experience doing this? By the way, this is a question I rarely ask myself. That's one of the reasons I'm empowered. Because if I kept saying, well, do I have any experience doing this? Most of the things I now do, I once didn't have any experience. I wouldn't even have tried it if I asked that question. Don't ask yourself, do I have any experience doing it? Ask yourself, who's already getting results so I can model? What could I do right now to emulate them? That's an empowering question by contrast. Next question she asked herself is, am I sabotaging myself? Remember, if you do that, you create doubt. You begin to wonder if you're sabotaging yourself. You look for reasons to back up that idea as you ask the question. Why can't I be married to a wealthy man? Why have I done this to myself? Has my entire life been nothing but a self-sabotage? Last one, why do I make myself so unhappy? Most people have a string of questions they use to destroy themselves. Don't let this be you. You got to start listening to what you say to yourself, not just what you say, but the questions you ask. They control it all. See, one day I was thinking to myself, what really makes the biggest difference in life? Who I've become, who I am as a person, where I'm going. What determines that? And my answer was, well, it's not the events that shape my life, it's the way I evaluate them. And I thought, well, evaluate is such a big word. It's true. You know, how I evaluate, how I look at it, all those different things, that affects me. But really, if I want to take that word evaluation, since it's such a big word, and make it simpler, what is an evaluation? How could I explain evaluations in a simpler way so that people could really use it? So I thought to myself, all right, well, how would I explain it? What would I say? What is an evaluation? And I thought to myself, well, right now I'm evaluating, aren't I? I'm trying to evaluate how to describe what an evaluation is. What am I doing right now? And I noticed something. I thought, I've asked myself a bunch of questions here. I said, what is an evaluation? How can I describe it more simply? What am I doing right now? What are all those things? Those are questions, aren't they? I thought, is it possible that evaluations are nothing but questions? And I started laughing. I thought, well, isn't that a question? And I thought, and isn't that a question is also a question, isn't it? In fact, think about it yourself. Can you think of a situation where you're evaluating where you're really not asking a question? And notice I'm asking you a question in order to get you to evaluate. The point is this. Evaluations are nothing but questions. If we change our questions, we change our experience. We change who we are, how we think, and what we do. So if we want to control our life, we want to control our questions. And here is something I've already said in this tape. I want to say it again because I want you to hear me and I want you to remember this. If you don't remember anything else I say in this tape, please remember this. Whatever we ask for, we'll get an answer to. I repeat, whatever you ask of yourself, whatever you ask of your mind, of the world, whatever you ask for consistently, you will get an answer, whether it's true or not. So remember the example I gave just as we started this tape. If you say, what's wrong in my life, there may not be anything wrong. But if you ask what's wrong, you'll get an answer. If you ask, how come I can never work things out, your brain will tell you because you're an idiot. See, the bottom line is if you ask, how can I make this work? How come my life is so great? Your brain will tell you because you're smart, because you've learned this, because you've applied what you know. See, we have to understand that if we seek, we'll find. If we ask, we'll receive. It's a critical distinction about questions. I know you know it, but you need to hear it enough by repetition that you remember it during those critical times when you start asking lousy questions. And secondly, remember what I've reiterated. The only difference in people is the difference in the questions they ask. Think of it. Who are the great leaders that you think of? Let's say, for example, in American history. One on pops into my mind almost always is a gentleman named John F. Kennedy. I mean, here is a man who could move us, who was charismatic, who cared about people, who was able to shape a vision and get people to follow and go for it, able to show people that they were responsible for creating their future, that it wasn't just government. In fact, of all the quotes, of all the speeches he gave, one of the most highly quoted is the one where he really got us to ask ourselves a new question. You remember it, don't you? He said, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Wow, what a new way of looking at things. He got us to ask a question where we're responsible, where we're in charge, where we're here to contribute, not to take. See, that's leadership. That's power. That's vision. Another great leader, let's take Martin Luther King. He was constantly asking the question, how do we create equality? How do we turn things around? And he gave answers, nonviolent answers on how to turn things around because he asked a different quality of question. He said, how do we do this in a way that's not destructive, in a way that builds? How do we turn the dream into reality? He asked the question. He didn't give up the question until he found real answers. That's power. That's leadership. That's an ability that you and I have. You're a Martin Luther King. You're a John F. Kennedy if you just ask a quality of question that's similar. Think about it. See, Einstein asked a different question. Do you know how he came across this theory of relativity? It didn't come about because he was just this great genius. He did something you could do. He was sitting in a calculus class, and he was bored. Does that sound familiar? And what did he do? He looked at the clock. And as he looked at the clock, he asked himself a series of questions, 5 questions that really changed probably the history of physics, the history of how we look at our universe for many people. First question he said is, he wondered, just a weird, stupid question most people would have thought, how do we know what time it is? Good question. And his answer was, well, we see it on the clock. Then he asked the second question. And the question was, well, how do we see what's on the clock? His brain said, well, the light bounces off into our eyes, and that's how we see it. And then he let his brain really go nuts and ask a question most people don't ask. See, how you get new answers? You ask new questions. You want answers no one else has? Ask questions no one else is asking. His question was, well, what if? A great way to start a question. What if? That's called a possibility question. What if you could travel with the light to the clock, like as fast as the light was going? What if you could travel the speed of light? You were like on the end of that beam of light. And he visualized that. He said, what if you're on the end of the beam of light as it went? What would you see then? And he thought, well, what you'd see is you'd actually see the actual hand go, and move to that next minute. You'd actually see the time change. He thought, that's interesting. Then he asked the fourth question. What if you traveled faster than light itself? Then what would you see? You wouldn't see the clock go from 1 to 2 on the minutes. If you're going faster than light, I guess what you'd see is you'd see the clock actually moving backwards. Then he said, Final question, would you just be seeing the clock go backwards, or would time itself actually be moving in reverse because you're going faster than light itself? Now, could you ask those questions and thought in a similar way? You bet you could have. The only difference is he had some references on how to be able to back up his theory with numbers and equations. That's the only difference. But the questions he asked, you could have asked as well, and you may have come up with similar answers. Isn't that fair to say? If you want to be great, ask great questions. The quality of your life is nothing but the quality of questions you ask yourself. If you ask questions like, why me? Why does this always happen to me? Then guess what? You're totally disempowered. If you ask questions like, how can I turn this around? How can I make it work? How can I utilize this? How can I use this to empower myself and others? You're going to have some phenomenal answers, and answers give you power, the power to change your world. Remember this too, superior questions create a superior life. See, anybody who's superior in a particular area is superior because they ask questions in that area. If you know somebody who's funny, it's not because they're more funny than you are, it's because they ask a question consistently you probably don't ask, which is, what's funny about this? Or how could I make this sound funny? Or how can I make this look funny? See, if you keep asking that question, I got news for you, you'll get answers about how to make things funny. But if you have this belief inside your head that says, well, I'm a serious person, or I can't tell jokes, or I'm not very funny, or I can't do that, I can't make people laugh, that belief will keep you from ever even asking the question. Or if you ask the question, you'll do it in a state of mind where you don't expect an answer. And I will tell you, the state you ask a question in certainly affects your answers, right? If you ask a question like, well, how can I get rich tomorrow? It's highly unlikely your brain will go, well, here's 52 ways to turn it all around. But if you say, hey, how could I really make a difference? How could I add value and be profitable in the process? And you say it with a state of expectancy, your state will help you get real answers. If you ask a question expecting an answer, you'll get it. That's part of superior question asking. Put yourself in a state where you expect the answer, and if you don't get it, keep asking. The answer will come. See, I don't care if you're Einstein or if you're Disney, who's looking at an orchard and saying, how could I create something here that people from miles around the world will come to? The only way to take a vision and make it real is ask the question. But most people are afraid of asking questions, or most people have the habit of asking disempowering questions. You don't want to be part of that. When you ask questions, you accomplish three things. Number one, the minute you ask a question, you immediately change your own focus, or if you're asking someone else a question, their focus. Now, what happens when you change somebody's focus? Let's say they're really all angry and upset about something, and you come by and out of the clear blue sky, you ask them a question like, hey, let me ask you a question. Where were you yesterday at 2 o'clock? Well, the first thing it does is it interrupts that person's focus. You can't think about two things at once. They can't think about what they're upset about and the question you're asking them. So it changes their focus, and they think about 2 o'clock yesterday, and they're a little confused, and that changes their state. It's going to change the way they think, the way they feel, maybe even their behavior a little bit. Or you could come along and say, hey, I have a question for you. I know that's upsetting and stuff. Let's talk about that in a second, but I want to know one thing. Tell me about your daughter. I heard you're pretty excited about what she's doing in school. If you get that person to tell you about their daughter, focus on their daughter by asking them a question, all of a sudden, if they're proud of their daughter, watch what happens. Their state changes. They start to feel good. And when they feel good, will that change the kind of questions they ask a few minutes later? You bet. When you're feeling better, you ask better questions. If you're feeling angry, you say, why did they do this to me? How come this always happens? If you're feeling pretty good, you go, how come I got so lucky? How can I use this? How can I turn it around? So questions, number one, they change our focus and therefore our state. And all of us need the ability to change our state at any moment in time. I'll give you an example of how I use this for myself. When I first discovered the power of questions, and I started actually making this not just an idea, but really a technology, something I used on a regular basis with myself, I discovered some news one day, and I was very angry, very upset. Somebody had taken some of my stuff and stolen it, and they had put their own name on it, and I got real upset about this. And I was like, how could this person have the audacity to do this? Now, you can imagine that's not a question that probably makes you feel too terribly good, right? I said, how could this person be such a liar, such a thief? How could they take advantage of me in this way? I was whipped into a nice frenzy. And I knew I could have changed my state by the traditional ways I've taught you. I could have changed my physiology. I could have changed my focus, but I didn't want to. But see, asking a question is easy to do, and you're doing it all the time anyway. So I asked a question. And the question I thought to myself was, what could I learn from this? And I started thinking, well, what could I learn from this? My answer was, well, I could learn the power of questions and whether they really do work even when you're upset. I asked the next question. I thought, okay, I was thinking about how disrespectful he was. And I thought to myself, okay, well, what do I respect about this guy? Which is the direct opposite of what I was feeling. I had no respect for somebody who cheats and connives and lies and steals. But I thought, what do I respect about this guy? And you know what the answer came up with? I asked the question really expecting the answer, and my brain first said, nothing. And I said, okay, well, what could I respect about him if I wanted to respect him? You know what my brain said? Well, at least he's using my stuff. At least he's out there trying to apply it. At least he isn't going in one ear and out the other one. I may respect the fact that in his mind, I'm sure he doesn't think he's stealing. In his mind, he's probably spreading the word. I don't know what he thinks he's doing, but, I respect the fact that he at least is listening and trying to do something with it. And somewhere in the back of his head, he's probably not trying to steal. Somewhere in the back of his head, what I respect is he probably believes he's helping other people as well. And maybe he is. Who knows? And what it did, at least made me a little neutral. Now, it didn't make me not want to take legal action, but it got me out of a negative state. See, the questions we ask change our state. If in a moment I want to feel good, all I got to do is ask myself the question, who do I love and who loves me? Wow, what a quick state change that is. In the midst of all the craziness, I can ask myself that. Who do I love and who loves me? Instantly, it'll change my state. What am I grateful for? What's great in my life? In the midst of anything, if I stop, and again, here's the key, I must really want to hear the answer. I got to discipline myself to say, I really want to know the answer to this. As soon as I think about it and focus on what's great, I feel great. See, I don't need a drug. I don't need cigarettes. I don't need food. I don't need alcohol, and neither do you. What I need is to control my mind, to direct it with questions. Here's the second thing that questions do. They instantly change what you're considering and what you delete from your life. I have a phrase that I've used before, and I call human beings deletion creatures. What does it mean? Well, simply what it means is that you and I have so many things going on around us right now that we can't possibly focus on them all. We can only focus on a small amount of things at one time. We can only consider a few things simultaneously. Our brain goes a little nuts consciously. Now, our unconscious mind can do all kinds of things, but consciously we're limited in that area. So what happens is the brain spends most of its time trying to figure out what not to pay attention to. For example, right now there might be noises going on in your car or in your home. You might feel the air conditioning going against your skin. There's blood pulsating through your ears. Your heart is beating 100,000 times a day without you thinking about it. All that stuff's going on, you delete most of it. You only pay attention to a small number of things. And those are the things your brain asks questions about. Questions, again, control your focus. So think about this. If you're feeling really sad, there's only one reason. It's because you're deleting all the reasons you could be feeling good. You're deleting all the great things in the world that feel bad. And by the way, if you're feeling good, it's because you're deleting all the bad things you could be focusing on. So when we ask somebody a question, we change what they're focusing on and we change what they're deleting. For example, if right now you're mad and I say to you, hey, listen, I know you're mad, but let me ask you one question. How are you going to use this? You were deleting how you could use this. You weren't focusing on that. The minute I change your focus, you start to consider a new possibility. I bring into your focus, I bring into your reality that this could be a benefit. I change what you deleted. Here's the third thing that questions do. They give us access to new resources. They give us power, if you will. See, if you ask a question like, well, how come I can't do this? That accesses the power to shut yourself down. If you ask yourself a question like, how can I make this work and have fun doing it? You not only get the answer of how to get the job done, which gives you resources, ideas, and thoughts you weren't thinking of. It gives you access to those ideas that are somewhere in the back of your head. It just gives you the answer. It's like pushing a button. Asking a question is like pushing a button, and you get a result. So when you say, how can I turn this around, you get an answer. If you say, how can I turn this around and enjoy the process, you get an even better answer. You get a fun answer. You get an enjoyable answer. So those are the three things that questions do. And here's the key. Questions create momentum. See, have you ever noticed when you start asking questions, let's say negative questions like, why'd they do this to me? Well, how come they always do that? Pretty soon you're asking worse and worse and worse questions. You kind of get on a roll. Same thing happens on the positive side. So questions can create momentum, and questions can be used to stop momentum if you ask a new kind of question. Now, let me offer you two giant categories of questions. Number one, empowering questions, and number two, disempowering questions. Now, I know that sounds third grade, but think about it. If you on a regular basis would just become sensitized to noticing the questions you're asking yourself and saying, hey, is this empowering me or disempowering you, that alone can change your life. I'll give you an example of the difference. My definition of an empowering question is one that provides new understanding. See, if you ask a question, it gives you more understanding, more distinctions, more ideas. You got an empowering question. Another definition might be an empowering question is one that focuses you on solutions instead of problems. See, if you're focusing on solutions, if you keep asking for solutions, you're going to get them. It's that simple. And a third way of defining empowering question for me is if a question moves you to action. If it's getting you to do something about something that's bothering you or do something about how to improve your life, now you're really expanding. Now it's really working. Fourthly, I think a question is empowering if it makes you responsible and gives you the power to make a change. That is, if it makes you not responsible in the negative sense, like, oh my gosh, you're at fault, but response-able, able to respond to what's going on because you see that you're in control, that you can turn it around. Fifth key to an empowering question, I think, is if a question makes you have a deeper sense of meaning for your life. And the sixth distinction I put down here in my notes is I think a question empowers you if it helps you to learn anything from the situation or helps you to feel or help other people to feel empowered. Now, what's a disempowering question? Those are easy. They're pretty much the antithesis. You know, a question is disempowering if it focuses you on purely the problem and not the solution. It's a disempowering question if it makes the problem bigger than it really is. It's disempowering you if it makes you unresourceful, if it puts you in a stuck state, where pretty soon you don't feel like you can turn anything around. It's a disempowering question if you feel like you're responsible, but there's nothing you can do about it. If you feel like you're out of control. And finally, disempowering questions are questions that are like endless loop questions, like, why me, God? If you ask those questions, you can go on over and over and over and come up with a zillion answers and never know for sure what things really do mean. We want to ask empowering questions. And again, the difference in the quality of people's lives is whether they ask more empowering or disempowering questions. For example, a story I'll never forget. It's about a gentleman in Poland who's a writer today. And in World War II, being of Jewish descent, the Nazis stormed into his home and took his family, sent them to Auschwitz. He not only went through the horrors of the camp, but he went through the personal horror of seeing his own individual family members murdered, most of them gassed, one shot. You can imagine the intensity and the pain. He looked around and saw himself and saw everyone else, and it became clear to him from his mind, he believed that if he stayed there even another day, he would die. But unlike most of the people around him, he asked a different question. The question he asked was this: how do I get out of here today? And he asked the question with such intensity and such expectancy for an answer that every answer he got, when it didn't make any sense, he just said, how can I still do today? There must be a way. How can I get out of here today? How can I get out of here healthfully, alive, today? He asked it over and over and over again, and he kept getting answer after answer, and most of them didn't work. He just kept asking the question, kept getting new answers, until finally his brain had this embedded within it. 6 or 7 hours into the day, he got his answer. Because the question was so obsessive. It was there constantly. He looked up and he saw a huge pile of bodies that had been shoveled into the back of a truck. Men, women, and children who had been gassed and murdered, and their corpses thrown on the back of the truck naked. The gold fillings had been pulled from their teeth. Any jewelry that they once had, anything that they owned was stripped of them, including the clothing, so it wouldn't be wasted. Instead of saying, how could these Nazis be so abusive, so destructive? How could God make something so evil? Why has God done this to me? He asked a different question. He said, how could I use this? How could I use this to escape? And he instantly got the answer. In a heartbeat, without hesitating, he ripped off his clothes. He hid them, and he immediately dove into the pile of bodies while no one was looking, and pretended that he was dead, remaining totally still while his body became almost crushed by an additional pile of bodies that were poured on there. Cadavers, the smell of rotting flesh, and the rigidity of the remains of other beings surrounding him everywhere. He waited there and waited, hoping that no one would notice that he was there, hoping sooner or later the truck would drive off. And fortunately it did. It not only drove off, but when it dumped the bodies, it dumped them in a giant open grave, thank God. He remained there for hours until nightfall. And finally, when he felt certain there was no one there, he eventually crawled and extracted himself out from the cadavers. And he ran naked 45 miles to freedom. What was the difference between him and other people? He asked a better question. Think about it. I'm not saying that everyone there, if they would ask the question, would have escaped. My point, though, is if you want a unique experience, ask a unique question with total expectancy for answers. And if you don't get the right answer, keep asking it. Ask with consistency. Ask with intensity. Another example is my good friend W. Mitchell, a gentleman who found himself in a motorcycle accident with 2/3 of his body burned off. Not only did he recover from that, but then he turned around and had an airplane accident, became paralyzed from the waist down for life. And yet one of the most incredible people I know, ran for lieutenant governor of Colorado. He's now a speaker all over the nation. A man with real heart, real soul, a real success, with great relationships everywhere he goes, including the relationship he has with his lady. But here's the key. When he found himself in the hospital, 2/3 of his body burned off, and everyone else around him feeling sorry for themselves, saying, why me? He didn't ask that question. He asked, how can I use this? Pretty important question to ask. It's the difference in destinies. Why me versus how can I use this? He realized that being hurt and angry and frustrated wasn't going to change his life. So instead of looking at what he didn't have, he said to himself, what do I still have? Who am I really? Am I merely my body or am I something more? What am I really capable of now, even more so than before? And after his airplane accident, when now he's paralyzed from the waist down, and here he is in the hospital, he meets an incredibly attractive woman, a nurse, and he has the audacity with his entire face burned off, his skin burned off, paralyzed from the waist down. Here's the question he asked. How could I get a date with her? I said, are you kidding? When I was interviewing Mitchell, you really asked that question? He said, yeah. People said, that guy's insane. He's deluding himself. And that's what they told him inside there, his buddies that were sitting next to him there in the hospital. But you know what? A year and a half later, here he was in a relationship with her, and he still is to this day. See, questions provide answers. Questions change your life. But you must make sure you're asking empowering questions, not disempowering questions. And by the way, why questions can be disempowering questions or empowering. If you keep asking why me, again, that's what I call an endless loop. Be very careful of those. Let me give you two more distinctions about types of questions. Another way of chunking questions is, are they possibility questions or necessity questions? Interesting distinction I've made in my own life. See, possibility questions are usually languaged as, what if? What if this happens? What if I turn this whole thing around? What if I learn enough to really make my life work? What if I can learn enough to really make a difference in the world itself? What if I master this so well that I really can shape my own life and help other people everywhere I go? What if questions open up your whole life? And I ask a lot of those, because if you want to create new possibilities, it starts with your thought process. If you want to create new results, you got to think of new things. To think of new things, you got to ask possibility-oriented questions. Now the problem is some people just stay in possibility. They keep saying, what if this works out? What if it's great? What if it's always perfect? What if I turn the whole thing around? What if I get rich? What if I meet the woman I dreams? What if? But they don't ask necessity questions. Necessity questions, my language is, what must I do? What must I do to turn this thing around? Okay, that's what's possible. What must I do to make this work? What must I do to expand myself? What must I do to create financial independence? What must I do to influence my children better than the guy who sells crack on the street corner? See, you got to ask both kinds of questions, not just get stuck in one or the other. If all you ever ask is, what must I do? Your brain may begin to rebel and say, I don't want to have all these musts in my life. I don't want all this necessity. Life is a balance between possibility and necessity. You might want to look at the questions you're asking yourself and say, am I creating enough possibility? Am I backing it up with necessities to make that dream a reality? And a third way of chunking questions or looking at them is, are your questions matching-oriented questions or mismatching-oriented questions? What does that mean? Well, if you're in a matching mode, what it means is if somebody brings up an idea or concept, you ask yourself questions like, oh, what do I like about that? You're kind of matching with that person's enthusiasm. Or what's great about this? Or how can I use this? Or how is this like what I want? For example, if you're going to work with someone on, let's say, creating an agreement in a negotiation, you don't want to start with constant differences. You want to see what things you agree on first so you can get some momentum in the relationship. What's great about this? What do I agree with? What's right? It creates a real rapport. In a brainstorming fashion with people, it helps you come up with lots of ideas when you're matching. If you said, I want to change the world, and somebody said, oh, that's stupid, and immediately mismatched you, you'd lose your enthusiasm. So they might say, yeah, I want to change it too. What are some ways we could do that? What if we did this? What if we did that? What if we started with ourselves? What if we started tomorrow? What if we started with what we're doing with our family? As you ask questions like that, questions that are matching, you get a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy, a lot of momentum. However, there is a time for mismatching questions. Some people never ask, well, what if it doesn't work? And you got to ask that question too. See, I used to be guilty of being a pure possibility question asker who was always matching. I always said, okay, what's possible, and how is this like what I think it'll work out like? And I had all this enthusiasm, and I never looked, well, if it doesn't work out, and I got hurt a bit. So I threw my pendulum for a while and became a total necessity person. Well, what must we do all the time? And, what if it doesn't work? And that didn't work either. Life's a balance. So let's do this. Let's take a look at areas of your life very quickly. And this is going to be part of your homework, and I'll kind of help you with it by giving you a little bit of a jump start. And you may want to listen to these questions again. Maybe you want to write them down when this tape is done. But what I've done with myself that's really helped me tremendously is I've taken areas of my life, and now I don't do it with myself as much because I've already got those locked in, but I do it with other people when people are having challenges. Take areas of a person's life and find out what are some questions. Just ask yourself, what are some questions that you ask yourself a lot when people upset you? Now, for me, for example, if I say, how could this person do this to me? What that did is it made me angry. It made me feel like they were doing something to me. I wasn't in control. I was resentful towards this person. What I've learned to do now is if somebody does something, like, for example, let's say somebody comes up to you and they're really harsh with you, and you haven't even started to talk to them. You've done nothing wrong. A better question that I ask myself now, if somebody's really rude with me, for example, is I say, I wonder what makes this person treat people this way. Notice how different that feels. A lot different than, how could this person dare do this to me? To, I wonder what makes this person treat people this way. It changes my focus to what's going on with that person. And by doing that, I usually can find out something I can help that person with. And when I help them, they treat me great. See, part of life is being a leader. In order to be a leader, you've got to control your focus. You can't just be in reaction. The way to do that is install within yourself, just by habit, a set of questions that empower you. So I put that question, by the way, when I realized it would work, put on the visor of my car, because my car was one of the places I asked, how could this person cut me off like this? And I look up and see this question and say, I wonder what's going on with that person right now that makes them treat people this way. Well, maybe they're trying to make it to the hospital. Maybe something's happened I'm not aware of. Maybe they're just stressed out of their mind. I wonder what's going on in their personal life. And it made me curious instead of angry. It really worked. So I want you to take the area of people upsets, and I want you to, at the best of your ability, think of what are some of the questions. Think of a time when you really got upset, and then what were you saying to yourself? What were you asking yourself? Write that down and come up with a better solution and write it down on your page, a better question. Here's another area I hear all the time in seminars. People are asking themselves questions like, why can't I get ahead financially? Or how come every time I start to do well financially, I sabotage myself? A better question to ask in the area of money is, what do I really want? What am I really committed to, not just interested in financially? Who's doing well that I could learn from? How could I develop financial security for a lifetime instead of just for the moment? See, if you ask questions like that, you can get the resources to turn yourself around financially. What other areas? How about food and weight? You know, I always love talking to people who can't lose weight, and the reason they can't lose weight is that very phrase. They ask questions like, how come I can never lose weight? Well, think about that. If you ask a question like, how come you can never lose weight, your brain goes, because you're a pig. I mean, come on, you don't want to do that. A better question than how come you can't lose weight is, how can I lose weight? Of course, then your brain will probably say, go on a diet. And then your brain will say, oh, yeah, but that's painful. So ask a better question. Ask, how can I lose weight now and enjoy the process? See, if you add enjoy the process, your brain will come up with a fun way to lose weight. Maybe it has something to do with exercise. Maybe it has to do with sampling new kinds of unique foods that happen to also be better for you. There's all kinds of possibilities, but you don't get the possibility until you ask a better question. Now, I've dumped a lot on you in this tape. I've dumped so many questions on you. Your brain may be fried. The idea here is to stimulate you to think. I want you to realize thinking is nothing but the process of asking questions. And I want you to think about the quality of them. Are they empowering? Are they disempowering? Are they giving you new possibilities? Are they being backed up with the necessities necessary to turn dreams into reality? Are they causing you to build something or tear something down? And in asking you those questions and looking at them, realizing that if you want to, at any moment, you can change your whole life by asking questions.
This is the end of Side 4. Side 3 is already queued up for your listening.
Most of you who spend any time with me know that I've spent most of my life constantly searching for ways to make changes in human behavior and feelings. I mean, when you think about it, we all want to change one or two things in our lives. We either want to change how we feel, or we want to change what we're doing. And I've constantly searched for those. And so I've mastered a whole series of technologies, you know, from earliest days with positive thinking kind of stuff, to Gestalt therapy, to neurolinguistic programming, Ericksonian hypnosis, and then now the development of some of my own neuroassociative conditioning tools. But as I've been immersed in all those things, the one thing I've always looked for is what could produce results for us at the fastest tempo. How can we create a change in an instant that really could last? And over the years, I've learned a lot of things. I've been real proud of what I've been able to share with people. But in the last 2 years alone, I've begun to focus not only how to produce changes rapidly in people, but how to produce what I call global changes. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, in essence, you could come to me and say, gosh, I want to stop biting my fingernails, or I want to be confident when I'm around, authority figures, or I want to stop overeating in this situation. And using a variety of tools, again, my own, or tools like neurolinguistics or Ericksonian hypnosis, could definitely assist you to do that and show you how to assist yourself. But I began to develop a new goal, and that goal is there an area of the mind that I could penetrate, and I could help other people to penetrate within themselves without a lot of extensive, detailed training, that could help us to make one change that would change all kinds of things in our lives. The domino effect, if you will, a processional effect. If you could just change this one thing, many things would change simultaneously. And over the last 2 years, as I've worked on neuroassociative conditioning and my destiny technologies, I've come up with a lot of incredibly simple tools that really do produce results. Not just results in one area of your life, but often multiple areas simultaneously. So of the many tools that I've developed that I consider to be simple and powerful, things that can create change so easily that almost anyone can use them immediately, the one I want to focus on today I call global metaphors. Now you might say, Tony, already it doesn't sound that simple. What is this metaphor stuff? What is a metaphor? Well, think about it. A metaphor is nothing but a figure of speech that usually implies a comparison between two things that really aren't alike. For example, you might compare the fact that you feel a little hurt inside, you might call it a broken heart. Well, it isn't really a broken heart, but by describing it that way, you certainly have an impact on how you feel. Or if you say, I'm scarred emotionally, that's a metaphor. If we took your heart out right away, we'd see it wasn't broken. And if we looked at your emotions, if there were such a thing as a thing called emotions, we'd find out they really aren't scarred. And you know what? Most of us use metaphors continuously. They're a part of the human language. They're a part of the way that we communicate. But here's the challenge. Most of us rarely notice the impact we have by using these metaphors. Now, there's all kinds of metaphors that don't create negative impact. I don't want to imply that. A lot of them create positive feelings. Sometimes we say things like, well, you're looking at me with puppy dog eyes. Doesn't that make you feel a little different than you go, quit staring at me? So global metaphors are not necessarily bad. Or if you say something like, I'm tickled pink, listen, you're not being tickled and you're not pink. But it sure feels good to use that metaphor, doesn't it? For some people, life's a bowl full of cherries. For other people, it's a war. Do you think that makes any difference in the way you look at life, the way you feel about life, the way you approach your life? See, we have metaphors for everything. Now, you may not call it metaphors, but think of a metaphor as any time you start to create a comparison, when you use a word to describe something that it really isn't. When you use a metaphor, by the way, you're taking a quantum leap and transforming your experience. Global metaphors change the way we perceive, the way that we think, the way we feel, what we experience of our lives. See, we don't experience reality. We experience our representation of reality. Again, what does that mean? Well, I've given you many metaphors to describe this. Metaphors are an easy way to teach. I give an example of how we feel is not based on reality, but what we focus on, what we represent inside our heads, how we picture things, what we say to ourselves. For instance, I think I've given you the example in the past of maybe going to meet your husband or wife for dinner one night, and you're supposed to be there at 6:30, and you get there at 6:30 and they're not there. How do you feel? Well, no problem for most people. 6:45, well, some people start to have a little change of state. 7 o'clock, some have even bigger change of state, and some people, by the way, get worried. Some people get upset. Some get angry. What's the difference? The difference is not based on reality. It's based on the way we represent reality. And in this case, it's not being done metaphorically. The person who's worried is thinking things like, oh my gosh, what if this person was hit by a car? And they may be making pictures in their mind and representing to themselves a scenario that makes them feel fearful or concerned. Whereas the person who's upset is assuming a bunch of other things. They may be upset because they're representing inside their head that, gosh, this person really doesn't care, or they're not committed, or they're off with somebody else. And we have emotional reactions to however we represent our world. Now, the person may come through the door, and it was neither of those things. It wasn't that they didn't care, and it wasn't that they were in an accident. But during that time, during the time we were focusing in that way, representing things in that way, we felt those emotions. How does this relate to metaphors? Well, realize it's not life, but the way you represent life that determines the way you feel. So when you turn around and you say, gosh, I'm scarred emotionally, that is exactly how it feels. It does not feel just hurt a little bit. It feels scarred. And that metaphor will come up to make you feel the same way again and again and again. See, oftentimes we use metaphors out of convenience without looking at their impact. Again, both positive and negative. How do we normally use metaphors? Well, we use them, number one, to learn or to teach. See, oftentimes we can't understand something because we don't have the experience of it. A metaphor is a way of transferring understanding by taking something you already understand and attaching it to a new idea. For example, many people believe, even those of different faiths, that a man named Jesus Christ was one incredible teacher. His works have survived thousands of years. And the way he taught, the way he shared ideas and understandings often was through metaphor. He adapted his style of communication so that it met the understandings of the people he was speaking with. For example, when he went to fishermen, again, he didn't say, let's go recruit Christians. He said, I want to teach you to become fishers of men. Immediately, there was a whole set of understandings about how to get the job done then, because they knew how to fish. They knew what was involved, and they could apply those understandings to impacting people. While metaphors can certainly help us to understand things much more quickly, that's one of their powers, they can also sometimes, while they're empowering us, limit us just a slight bit. Because we've got to realize our metaphor is not the same as reality, but we start responding like it's identical. A modern example of this would be studying physics. For years, people who were studying atoms were taught that an atom is like a solar system, in that in the middle is this nucleus, which is like the sun. And then revolving around it on the outside are protons and electrons. Well, with that understanding and using that metaphor, what rules come with that metaphor? What preconceived notions? Well, one would be that these electrons and protons stayed equidistant, or a certain exact distance away from the nucleus as they revolved around it. But this isn't true. They vary in distance constantly. And as a result of this, a lot of people are locked into a mindset that kept them from being able to solve certain problems in physics. So we have to be selective in the metaphors that we utilize, because metaphors have tremendous power. They can help us share ideas. They can help us to share our emotion. They can intensify our emotion or lessen it depending upon which metaphor we select. I mean, think about it. All of poetry is really based on metaphor, isn't it? But we must know the impact of the metaphors we utilize, and we need to be conscious in our selection. Let's take a look at some of the impact of metaphors you may have that you're not even aware of, because you may be sitting there saying, metaphors, I don't use this word, I don't use metaphors. Oh, yes, you do. They're a living part of your language. Let's say, for example, what is life? And here's a nice way of thinking about metaphors, by the way. If you use the word is or like, those are good ways. Or as, like, is, or as are usually when you're starting to link things. You're taking something that isn't the same as what you're talking about and making it the same. So, for example, what is life like? Now, for some people, they say, well, life is like a war. Now, I want you to think about that one metaphor. If you adopt that metaphor with it, you begin to adopt a series of beliefs that affect the way you think and the way you feel about life itself, what you'd be willing to do and not do. A whole set of rules and ideas and preconceived notions come with any metaphor you adopt. So if life's a war, what's life like? Tell me. You might say, well, it's tough. Well, it means it's about death as well. You might say, well, it's going to be me against somebody else. You might say there are going to be battles. You might say, well, if life is really a battle itself, then maybe, I'm going to get hurt. All of those filters will affect your decisions and your feelings. Now, some people say, no, life's not a war. It's not a battle. Life's a test, though. Well, great. What comes with the belief that life is a test? What comes with that global belief? Well, if it's a test, again, maybe it's going to be tough. Maybe you better study. Maybe you better be prepared. Maybe, again, you could fail. And some people look at life as a test. For example, I was reading an article not long ago where they interviewed Donald Trump, and he was saying, well, life's a test. You either pass or you fail. If you're not in first, then you failed. Can you imagine how that metaphor has affected his decisions in his life and how he feels emotionally? For some people, life's a game. Now, if life's a game, what would you believe about life? How would that affect you as an ultimate filter to all your thinking and all your beliefs? Well, it might be fun. What a concept. It might be somewhat competitive. It might be a chance for you to really play a lot and enjoy a lot more. Some people say, well, if it's a game, then there's going to be losers. Other people say, well, it'll take a lot of skill. It all depends on what beliefs you attach to the word game. But with that one metaphor, again, you have a set of filters that are going to affect the way you think and the way you feel. What if we thought life was sacred? I hope you do think that. But if that was your primary metaphor for life, some people say, well, then it would be something that you would cherish. Other people say, well, then I'd be really careful with it. What if you thought life was a dance? Wouldn't that be a little different? What comes with life being a dance? Well, it's something beautiful. It's something you do with other people. It has grace. It has rhythm. It has joy. Maybe it has sexuality tied into it. Who knows? Maybe it's a lot of fun. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong way of looking at life. Maybe life's a gift, right? Think about how your life changes and how you look at your entire life differently just by changing the global metaphor you adopt inside your head. Are we limited to metaphors about life? Oh, no. We got metaphors about our work, for example. Some people go, yeah, I got to go to the prison today. You think that might affect the way you feel about what you do? Other people see it as, oh, my gosh, I'm going to go be with my friends. I'm going to go join that team. I know a lot of business people who use global metaphors for their businesses they own, and it's things like, well, it's my asset. And I look at people as either assets or liabilities. And do you think that affects the way they treat people, the way they think about people, the way they connect with people? That one belief changes it all. In my business, I think of it as a family. And you know what? That totally changes the connection I have with the people that I work with every single day because we're all one. We're all together. Some people look at it as a unified team, a team that's going to go out and win. Other people look at a business as being like a garden where every day you've got to do things to maintain it and somehow improve it so that someday you can reap a reward. See, again, the metaphors you select will affect you tremendously. And I'm here to tell you that these metaphors are going on whether you're aware of it consciously or not. That's the scary part, because you may have never consciously decided what metaphors you wanted to use to describe life. Where did you get your metaphors? Well, probably you picked them up from people around you. You may have picked them up from your parents or from your friends. And again, you didn't think about their impact. It just seemed convenient or fun to say, or maybe you didn't even think about it at all. It just became a habit. I'll give you an example of how I really learned all this, the power of metaphors. Because certainly I heard the word metaphors before, but I thought of metaphors as only being stories. Or maybe a quote would be a metaphor, like one that guided my life during tough times when I felt a little fearful was, a ship in a harbor is safe, but that's not what ships were built for. So that's a great metaphor. It instills a belief. It makes you think of yourself like a ship, and you got to make it through the storms and everything else, but that's what life is for. That's what life is about. I'll never forget, years ago, I was doing a seminar, a certification program, and in the middle of the seminar, about a week into it, this one gentleman jumped up and started screaming at the top of his lungs and stabbing out at people with his bare hands like he was holding a knife. And he started saying, "I'm blocking out, I'm blocking out, I'm blocking out." Well, the psychiatrist in the front row said, "He's having a psychotic episode." Fortunately, I didn't take his view of things, or I would have been in deep trouble, because maybe I don't know how to deal with psychotic episodes, but I sure know how to change people's states. And I didn't know it at the time, but I know how to change people's metaphors. So I came up to this guy and I yelled, "Okay, then just white it out. White it out. You know how to do it. Use that stuff when you were typing. White it out." And the guy went, "Huh?" It just totally broke his state. And all these people that were running for him paused to see what was going to happen. I said, "Come on, do it. You know how to use it. Just white it all out." And all of a sudden his face changed and his body changed. He started to breathe differently. And he looked at me and I said, "So how's that?" He said, "Well," he said, "that feels a lot better." I said, "Well, sit down." And I went right on to speak. And everybody looked dumbfounded, and the psychiatrist was dumbfounded. I was kind of dumbfounded, except I had to look cool, like I knew what I was doing. So I just went on and continued, right? But what I'd done, I wasn't aware of it, is I had changed his metaphor. And by the way, I didn't have another challenge with a guy, and he came up to me 2 days later, and he said, "I don't know what it was the other day." He said, "But I turned 40 that day," and he said, "I just lost it." Which, by the way, is that a metaphor? Losing it? How do you lose yourself? You're here. Hello? Are you here? I'm noticing. I'm talking. Let me see your hands. Now, we got to realize we oftentimes make these metaphors as if they're real. They're not real. They're just figures of speech. But we start responding to them like they're real. And he said, "I just lost it." And he said, "I was experiencing this unbelievable thing. Like I felt like stabbing out and jamming out because I was in this blackness, and I felt like it was swallowing me up." He said, "But boy, when I put that white out on there," he said, "everything just brightened right up, and I felt totally different." And he said, "I haven't had a challenge with it since." He said, I went and read the paper that day, and I started thinking of new thoughts. And he said, "You know what?" He said, "I feel fine today." And he was fine the rest of the time, just by changing one little metaphor. I didn't even know what I was doing then. Realize how easy it is to create a change. A woman came to me in a therapeutic context a few years ago, and she was a former Miss America. Very, very incredible lady, powerful woman who really cares about people. But she hadn't been able to sleep for years. Why? Well, simply because as a young girl, she was molested by her father year after year after year. I think it was from the time that she was approximately 6 or 7 years old up until the time she was about 14. And she tried to tell people, and she tried to communicate it, and when she tried to bring it to the family, they all tried to deny it happened because it was so shameful for them all. And as a result, she really beat herself up. And she'd been through every kind of therapy you can imagine. She was taking drugs to go to sleep. And so I sat down with her, and I started working with her, and I said, "Well, tell me, what's going on? Why is this happening? Why can't you sleep? What's going on?" And she didn't tell me at first what was going on. She first told me through metaphor. She said, "I don't know, I just feel like I'm marble, like I'm stone. I'm shiny and bright on the outside, and everybody thinks I'm so wonderful, but on the inside," she said, I'm hard and I'm cold, and I can't feel anything." And I said, "Well, you're marble, huh?" And I said, "Zzz, zzz." And she said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm drilling holes in the marble." She looked at me like I was crazy, which immediately interrupted her pattern. I said, let's take a look in here. "What do you see? Help me out. What do you see there behind that marble?" And we looked at the little cracks in the marble. "What happened there?" She goes, "Well, it's really loving and warm in there." And that little thing that seems like nothing, see, when we use a metaphor, we kind of trance ourselves out. We start distorting reality. So why not distort it in a way that serves you? And as I got inside there, I started following everything she said with metaphors. And we entered in behind the marble. We jackhammered out the rest of it and got inside there and started flowing on this river of love. But it was stopped up at places. So what do you think we did? We brought out the liquid plumber and, plumbed it all out and started flowing some more. And eventually we got to this room. And this is the room that kept her up at night. There was all these sounds coming out of it. And as we got closer and closer, and by my asking her questions and keeping her talking about metaphors, she told me that there was this man in the room, and he was playing the piano. And I said, "What's he playing the piano for?" And she said, "I don't know." I said, "Well, ask him." And she said, "Well, it's because he's trying to keep me awake, so I'll be protected in case my dad comes." I said, "Well, your dad's no longer here, is he?" She said, "No." I said, "Well, look how old that guy is." Now, by the way, when people use metaphors, they're highly suggestible because their metaphors are made up anyway. She goes, "Yeah, he is old." I said, "Isn't it time for him to retire?" And she looked at me and smiled, and she said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, go give him a big hug and thank him for taking such good care of you. Tell him it's time for him to retire. Tell him he can come back and play, though, but during the daytime." And she did. And what was amazing? I'm cutting the story short for obvious reasons, but For 2.5 hours we did this, one metaphor after another, changing them and changing them and changing them. And the next day she was able to sleep without drugs for the first time. See, metaphors have more of an impact than we realize, and changing a metaphor can change your whole life. You got to discover what the metaphors are you're using so that you can change them consciously in a way that really enriches your experience of life. So what can you do if you find yourself saying things like, well, I'm at the end of my rope? Put the rope down. That's what you can do, and walk away. When people start doing that stuff, that's what I tell them. I go, I'm at the end of my rope. I say, well, I don't say tie a knot and hang on for dear life, baby. I say, well, set the thing aside and walk over here. And they get this dumbfounded look on their face, and then all of a sudden they start to grin, and it instantly breaks their pattern. Remember, whenever we have a pattern of looking at the world or making things up in our head, if we do something radical to interrupt that pattern, and we keep interrupting it, pretty soon we can't get back to it. Anytime you find you've constructed your world in a way that creates limitations, interrupt it and replace it with power. Replace it with something that's more loving. Replace it with something that's more fun. See, if you find yourself saying things like, oh, I'm over the edge, maybe an alternative might be enjoy the slide. There's all kinds of possibilities. Be creative. Be playful. Now, here's the challenge. A lot of people get like one metaphor, and they filter everything through that one metaphor. Like everything in life is a war. Everything is a battle. It doesn't matter whether it be a relationship or whether it be their business or anything else. See, no one metaphor is the right metaphor. In fact, our real goal is to be flexible in using our metaphors, even in my own business, where I saw my businesses as being my extended family. And I didn't call it extended, it was my family. Because of that, I do almost anything for the people in my business. I care about them tremendously. And because of that, I could never fire anybody. How do you fire a family member? Sometimes I needed to. So once in a while I had to change it and say, okay, it's not my family. What this is a vehicle to reaching and impacting people. And there are parts of this vehicle that need to be updated or maintained, or there's parts of this vehicle that have to be taken out and reinstalled with an updated version. The bottom line is if what you're doing isn't working, change your metaphors. Now, what are some examples of empowering metaphors? Well, one of the most empowering ones that has guided my life through tough times is the metaphor of seasons. Because when times are the toughest, you need to be able to make some kind of meaning out of that. And it's tough when you're in the midst of it. Your brain just goes, oh my gosh, this is going to go on forever. But what I began to do is, hey, life is like the seasons. And I'm in winter right now. But the great thing is if you adopt this metaphor, what always follows winter? Spring, sun comes out. You're no longer freezing to death, right? Where all of a sudden you're able to plant new seeds. You get to notice all of nature and the beauty and the life and growth and all those wonderful things. And then there's summer. You're doing everything right. You planted your seeds and it's hot and it's warm, and you either burn out your seed during that time if you're not careful, if you don't nurture it, or maybe you get tan. All depends on how you look at things. Once you got a metaphor, you can lay metaphors on top of metaphors. Kind of fun. And then there's fall, where you get to reap your rewards. And sometimes you've planted a seed and you made it through the hot summer and you get to fall and it doesn't work out well. Well, that's true. Sometimes that happens in life too. Sometimes before you reap, a hailstorm comes in and destroys your crop. But see, if you believe in seasons, you know that you're going to get another chance. Also, as I began to look at that metaphor, I started coming up with the idea that, hey, in winter you don't have to freeze to death, you could ski. Again, laying another metaphor on top of a metaphor. We need to find things that empower us. And during my darkest time, that metaphor almost always pulled me out. Or another one a friend of mine shared with me, who, by the way, wrote a book with a metaphor as a title. His name was Harvey McKay. It's called How to Swim with the Sharks and Not Get Eaten Alive. It was kind of a metaphor for how he felt about certain people he was doing business with and that you may be doing business with. By the way, one challenge with adopting a metaphor, you don't want to start seeing everyone as a shark. Seeing everybody as your friend, seeing everybody as like your puppy dog, or seeing everybody as your associate or partner in life is a great idea, except when that person is a shark, in which case they're operating from a different set of frames. They have a different set of rules. So you don't want to see everybody as a shark, everybody's your partner. You want to see the best in people and be able to change metaphors where it's useful. But the story he shared with me is one that shaped his life. And it was about persistence, because Harvey's one of the most persistent people I know. I have tremendous respect for him. And that story is the story of the stonecutter. His father told him that the reason he would never give up, and the reason his father became so successful, was because he believed in stonecutting. He said, I want you, son, to become a stonecutter as well. He said, what a stonecutter does, he takes this big hammer and he smacks this giant boulder as hard as he can. And he hits it again and again and again and again. And you know what happens? He could hit it 100 times, 200, 300, and not even have a scratch. But he'd keep on doing it. Now, most people say, what are you, an idiot? Can't you see it's not working? But a stonecutter's smart. A stonecutter knows just because you're not getting the feedback you want initially doesn't mean you're not making progress. Pretty good belief to have. He said you keep hitting and hitting, and at some point, maybe on the second 100, third 100th, maybe on the 1,004th hit, the stone splits open right there. It doesn't just crack. In one hit, it breaks open. And again, it wasn't that hit that did it. It was the constant pressure being applied to the challenge at hand. So Harvey's metaphor for himself is, I'm a stonecutter. That's what makes me successful. That metaphor works for me as well, maybe for you. I know years ago I began to have this belief, and I was explaining to people that it didn't look like I was making progress, but I had my wrench on a fire hydrant, and I was pushing on that thing as hard as I could, and once it opened, it was just going to keep pouring forever with just tremendous force, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. But that metaphor kept me persistent, kept me going. Your metaphors don't have to be elegant. They just need to be effective in getting you to take action. By the way, whole cultures are shaped by metaphors. A great example is if you decide to go trekking in Nepal, and you meet people along the side of the road, strangers, people you've never met before. The one thing you notice most about these people, very much like Fijians, they're incredibly loving people. These huge smiles and this warm welcome you get as if they've known you forever. And you know why? As they call to you, they call out a phrase, which in Nepalese means little brother or big brother. They just decide which one you are. I tend to get to be big brother because of my size most of the time. But whatever it is, little sister or big sister, everyone is addressed as their brother or sister. Would that change the way you approach people if that was the filter you had on every human being you met? See, as a society, we've adopted this idea about 10, 15 years ago of planet Earth or spaceship Earth. That sounds like a great metaphor, but it didn't work. You know why? You can't get emotional about a spaceship. We don't notice, we don't create the Earth when we think of it as a spaceship the way we do when we look at it as, let's say, Mother Earth. What if you thought that everything that you received in your life, you were receiving from the breast of your Mother Earth? And that's what was nourishing your family. Some of you are like raising an eyebrow right now, but it's a different metaphor, isn't it? You'd probably be a little more sensitive. You probably wouldn't put some toxic waste right on your mother's breast, would you? You'd probably think a little different first. We've got to be really careful. We've got to think long-term in the development of our metaphors, not short-term. In fact, most boats or ships, as well as aircraft, we usually relate to them or describe them as a she, not a he. We have female names for them, or we say, take good care of her. Why do we say her? Why don't we say, take care of him? Or, yeah, take care of Joe here, my boat. You know, we might treat it a little different, right? Yeah, I slap the thing around a little bit, but no, not a she. We're delicate. We caress her. We take care of her. We nurture her. The metaphor works. It enhances that area of life. And you know, there are many cultures, not just the country you live in, but what you do for a living provides another culture with different metaphors. For example, oftentimes lawyers have some challenges in their personal lives and can't imagine why when they come home and try and apply the same metaphors that they use at work at home. They start to have a conversation with their wife or their husband, and next thing you know, they're trying to find out what's wrong with their argument and what their evidence is for backing up what they've said, and they try to have a debate. And that doesn't work too well in a personal relationship. Or I'll never forget working one time with a couple, one of whom was a quarterback, a star quarterback in the NFL. And he was dating and considering marrying, and she him, a woman who was a pretty powerful movie star. And they had all these problems in their relationship, and most of them seemed to be coming from his upsets. He was upset with her all the time because she was breaking his rules. And almost all of them, though, came into focus as soon as I realized, wait a second, this guy is a quarterback. What are the rules for someone, metaphorically, who's playing a game constantly where they're a quarterback? Well, number one is you got to run the show. You call the plays. People respond to you. You're the director. You're making things happen. And as you're moving up to become the best, you have to be the star. Even though everyone else needs to be a star too, they need to be a star with you. And so the bottom line is this person going off on her own, deciding what she wanted for her life and how she was going to be, and her being a star without having to catch a pass from him, that didn't go over too big with him. It created a lot of challenges. Or an example would be a jet pilot I did some work with. This guy is always finding something wrong with people. He's always seemed to get himself into fights, and the reason was he thrived on having an enemy. You know, without an enemy, there was no way he could really be the best he could be. Or maybe one of my favorites, because it was so simple to make a change in, was this man who was so disassociated. His family members and his kids just couldn't get through to him, didn't feel connected to him, and they really resented him because he didn't give any feelings and he was always directing them. You know what he was? An air traffic controller. You know, as an air traffic controller, he had to make himself not be stressed. He had to stay disassociated. The guy on the radio heard his voice going, okay, well, just keep circling around for another couple of hours. It'll be okay. That wouldn't have gone over too big, right? So he learned that when there's a trouble, say, yes, just make a circle and I'll get back to you. You know, that certain disassociated fashion works wonderful there. It doesn't work at home. So we got to be careful that we don't carry the metaphors that work in one context, like the environment we work in, into another context, like our relationships or our businesses or our families or our friends. So what are some of the metaphors that you use daily in your day-to-day life without thinking about it? Do any of them come from your work, for example? Or do you describe yourself in ways like I'm burnt out versus maybe you could have something like I'm recharging? Or do you get upset and say it's an eye for an eye? Maybe you need to come up with a different metaphor, one that's less intense. Or instead of feeling like you've got a mountain full of work to do or millions of things to do, maybe you've got a few things to do, and you start taking that mountain and representing it as a stack. Maybe that feels a little different. You know, you want to make sure you set yourself up to win the game, and the way to win the game is pick the right metaphor. Let's take a second look at relationships. What are the metaphors you have for relationships? Is the person you're in a relationship with your partner in life? Are they your team member? Are they your lover? Are they your better half? Or do you talk about them as your dictator, the old ball and chain, the old lady, the old man, you know, that jerk and idiot I live with? You know, do you think those metaphors might make a difference in how they feel? I'll never forget, I had this one lady in a Date with Destiny seminar. Every time she talked about her husband, she'd talk about this jerk I'm with, this idiot. And so I turned to her and I said, ma'am, I'm sure you have a lot of challenges, and I'm sure this man has made a lot of mistakes, and I know you haven't made any. But I'm just curious, do you think your relationship's going to get any better as long as you hold that he's a jerk and an idiot? I said, also, notice what's happening here. You call him a jerk and idiot, and the times he's talked about you, I hear him say things like, you're the love of his life, or you're his better half, or you're his gift from God. Maybe you ought to re-examine the metaphor you're using to describe him to yourself and to other people, and pick something that's more appropriate. Because sometimes we use a metaphor so often it becomes habitual, and we start thinking the metaphor is real, and it's just not. How about kids? What are your metaphors for your kids? Are they the Rugrats? One of my friends who obviously doesn't have kids used to have a metaphor. He called them barfers. You know, because all kids do. Whenever you're around, they barf all over you. So as long as you hold that metaphor, can you imagine how he responded? He just recently, by the way, got to fill in for Santa Claus at a department store, and he didn't want to do it. A bunch of us put him up to it and set him up so he had to do it. He got to have hundreds of these barfers come and sit on his lap, and you know what? Most of them, with one exception, didn't barf. And the bottom line is he got a whole other view of what children were about, and he got to change his metaphor, and now he calls them cuddlies. And you think that might change the way you feel? You better believe it. Brats doesn't usually make you want to have more of them, nor does it make you want to take good care of them or nourish them. So you got to really make sure you got the appropriate metaphor in each area. Now, how about the metaphors for your body? What is your body? Is it a machine? Is it a disaster? You know, is it an opportunity for growth? Is it a vehicle? Is it the temple? See, most people don't treat it like it's a temple. There was a gentleman who we learned to call Maestro, and Maestro was just this wonderful guy who was extremely overweight. They've been trying to lose weight through every diet you can imagine. But when I got him up on stage and we did one of these things I call the rules realignment, a special technique we have for changing the rules that your brain uses to make decisions, as we got through it, it became clear that he associated being fat to being spiritual. Because he had all these metaphors of that in order to be spiritual, what you had to do is be like the giant guru, you know, in India. And so sure enough, he actually linked that to me more. And he thought, you know, if you're this big, then the only people that are going to get through to you are spiritual people, because other people are going to be turned off by your fat. And he said, I really think that, you know, he said, I know it doesn't make any sense, but he says, it just feels real to me that fat equals spiritual. And so I gave him a metaphor. I said, well, I don't think that. He said, I think God loves fat people. I said, well, you know, I think God loves everybody, but I think what he does with fat people is he sticks them on a skewer and roasts them above hell. You should have seen his face. Now, obviously, I don't believe this, but it was a major pattern for him, and he got the picture in his head. It was pretty intense. And we began to work on a better metaphor for his body, because he said his body was nothing. So, well, what is your body? What's it like? He said, it's like nothing. It's like just there. It's just a vehicle. I said, is it a quality vehicle? He said, well, it doesn't matter if you have quality vehicles as long as it gets you there. So we got him to adopt the idea of a temple. And you know what? That was the only major change. With that, a bunch of his rules changed. Because when he went to pick up food, he said, would I put this in a temple? By the way, he's lost 90 pounds in the last 90 days simply by adopting that metaphor and adopting it fully. I mean, living it every single day. It's become habitual to him. He said that once in a rare while, if he finds himself going down an old aisle that used to be familiar, he just pictures that body on a skewer above hell. And he said that's all it takes is a metaphor to knock him right out of it and get him out of those aisles he doesn't belong in. One of the most important distinctions that I made about global metaphors, having utilized them so much and worked with people on an ongoing basis, is that whether people know it or not, they've got global metaphors for themselves. They have metaphors for what they do for a living. And the challenge is if you don't consciously select your own metaphors, then what happens is your environment tends to create the metaphors for you. And sometimes those metaphors are disempowering, not empowering. I know for myself, for example, people used to ask me, well, what do you do? What are you exactly? I mean, you're not a psychologist, and, what are you, a motivator? And I said, no, I'm not a motivator, because I'm not a motivator. What a terrible metaphor. You pump somebody up, and, a little bit later they drop right back down again. It's like taking a warm bath, and I've never considered myself just to be a motivator. Hopefully what I do helps people to motivate themselves by having them change some of their core beliefs and helping them develop strategies on how to produce consistent and specific results. But being a motivator is not what I want to be known as. So some people say, well, gosh, if you don't know what you are, I know what you are. You're a guru. And I got to see that in Life magazine and newspapers. And sometimes to this day, media will cover me as the guru of something. I don't want to be somebody's guru. I'm not any better than anybody else, and I'm not here to go out in the world and be everybody else's leader they're going to come pay homage to. That's not what I'm about. So I thought, well, I'm a teacher. But I thought, oh, no, I'm more than just a teacher. Humble as I am, there's got to be something more. And somebody said, you're a comedian. I thought, well, that's a nice compliment, but there's some serious stuff here. So I finally came up with, I'm a peak performance consultant. Well, that's accurate, but it's not very emotional. It didn't really create the emotion inside of me. We all need to find a metaphor for describing who we are, what we do. And one day I finally got it. I'm a coach. I thought, that's really what I am. What is a coach? To me, a coach is somebody who really cares. It's somebody who's warm and committed, and they're your friend. They also are a person that's going to challenge you. They're not going to let you off the hook just because they're your friend. They're the kind of person who knows. They've got knowledge and they've got experience. They've been there before. They have lots of distinctions. And the key is, yes, they do teach you new information, new strategies, and new skills and how to get results that are measurable. But a good coach affects your beliefs. And a good coach gets you to not only know what to do, they get you to do what you know. And that's when results really change in our lives. And I thought, that's what I am. And by the way, a coach isn't any better than the people they're coaching. In fact, some coaches coach people that are better than them. They just seem to have a few distinctions because that's been their area of focus. And you know what? As soon as I started using that metaphor for what I was, that I'm a success coach, I help to coach people on how to achieve what they really want more quickly, more easily. It changed the way I thought about myself. It made my work warmer. It made me enjoy everything I was doing. I thought, yeah, that's who I am. I'm a coach. I've also found that having metaphors to describe what my seminars are really helped me out tremendously to be more effective and help me to translate to other people what they were really about. Now you say, well, that's just in the seminar business, right? Wrong. It's true of your business. It's true of your avocation. You've got to create a metaphor that creates a greater sense of richness and joy and fun and playfulness. Then you'll get more out of yourself. I'll give you an example that's measurable. I know several years back, PIE, P-I-E, the trucking service, they had some major challenges, and they found that 60% of all their shipping contracts were erroneous. It was costing them more than $250,000 a year. Well, they did an intensive study, and they found out that 56% of these errors were based on misidentification of containers. Well, they brought in a man named Dr. Deming, the man who's both famous and infamous in American culture. He's an American consultant who went over to Japan and whose philosophies on management and quality have been adopted wholeheartedly by the Japanese. In fact, they give away each year the Deming Award. It's the highest award a Japanese company can receive, and it is always broadcast on national television. In fact, over there, it said in the Wall Street Journal that Deming is considered to be up there right next to God, at least in the business circles. The bottom line is, based on their understanding of Deming's work, they decided to change the view that the workers had of themselves to get them to be more quality-oriented. And instead of seeing themselves as workers or truckers, they started telling people, you know what you guys are? You're craftsmen. At first, people looked at it kind of funny, but then they got hooked on the idea. They said, yeah, I'm a craftsman. And they kind of teased each other and smiled about it. But you know what? When you adopt a metaphor, along with it, you adopt a set of rules of how to think about yourself and how to behave and what to do. As a result, in less than 30 days, they cut their 60% erroneous shippings down to less than 10%, saving more than $250,000 a year. Metaphors pay. Metaphors make the difference in how you feel. Metaphors change the way other people see you. Select them carefully. Select them intelligently. Select them in a way that deepens and enriches the experience of your life and the people you care about. Become a student of metaphors and become sensitized to them, and your whole life can change. Anytime you hear a metaphor that creates limits, just step in and offer a new one. Offer a new possibility. Break a pattern and give them a new choice, including yourself. Take out your journal, and I want you to write down the following. Number one, what is life? And I want you to come and write down, number one, the metaphors you already linked to it. In other words, life is like what? It's as if life was what? And just brainstorm everything you think of it, because I bet you got more than one metaphor you link to life. When you're in a lousy state, you probably call it a battle or a war. When you're in a good state, maybe you think of it as a gift. But I want you to write them all down. And then I want you to decide, out of the list that you make, if life is this, then what does it mean to me? Like, if life is sacred, what does that mean? If life is a dream, what does that mean? If all the world's a stage, what does that mean? Each of your metaphors, by the way, will have benefits and they may have limitations. And all the world's a stage may be great because it may mean that, hey, you get a chance to go out there and make a difference and do something and you'll be heard. But also may make you be a person that's always performing. You don't want to be that. You want to be real. So take a look at the metaphors you have available. I want you to also make a list, number 2, of all the metaphors you link to relationship or marriage. Take a look at those metaphors. Are they empowering or disempowering? And then again, just being aware of your metaphors can change them. See, conscious awareness alone can transform things, because your brain will start to say, that doesn't work, that's ridiculous, and you can adopt a new one so easily. That's the beauty of this technology. It's so darn simple. And thirdly, I want you to pick another area of your life that impacts you most, whether it be your business, whether it be your family or your children, whether it be your ability to learn. What are your metaphors for what learning is? So I want you to pick the third one for yourself, but write down the metaphors you currently use, brainstorm them out, look at their impact. Ask yourself, what are the consequences, positive consequences and negative consequences of this metaphor? And then after you've done that, see if you can't create some new ones you've never thought of before and decide, from now on, I'm going to think of life as these 4 or 5 things to start with at least. Life is not a war. Life is not a test. Life is a game. Life is a dance. Life is sacred. Life is a gift. Life is joy. Whatever it is for you. And decide you're going to live those for the next 30 days. So if somebody asks you, how's it going? You might turn back to them and say, the gift is being enjoyed. I'll look at you and say, what? So nothing. Just my global metaphor for life. We're ultimately in control of our destiny by the decisions we make about what things mean and what we're going to do. See, it's easy to get seduced in life and say, well, the reason I'm not achieving what I want is because XYZ happened when I was a child, or someone didn't give me the resources I really wanted, or because the weather's this way, or because the economy's this way. But the reality is, it's never the events, it's always us. So what controls that? Well, you and I have a system, an unconscious system for evaluating what things mean and what we should do. It's determining our actions every single day, and therefore our destiny. And it has 5 parts to it. Number 1, the state that you're in. The state you're in mentally and emotionally at any moment in time is going to radically shift the way you interpret what things mean and what you're going to do. Hey, if you're in a frustrated state, you and I both know things don't carry the same meaning as when you're feeling really loving and happy and excited. You interpret it totally differently just by state alone. Secondly, the questions you ask yourself constantly affect what you're evaluating, what you focus on, and the meaning that you take from it. Whether you ask yourself disempowering questions like, how come I always screw things up? And having your brain respond by saying, because you're an idiot, or whether you ask questions like, how can I turn this around? How can I utilize this experience to make my life greater? That changes completely what you focus on, what things mean, and what you're going to do with your life. It changes the event immediately and gives you control. The third element is values. See, the values that you hold constantly determine what you pay attention to most, what you try to move towards in your life. Is your life focused on contribution? Is your life focused on love or security or adventure or passion or success? Whatever it is, it's pulling you in a direction and shaping your destiny. You also have certain things you value because you want to avoid them. Certain emotional states like avoiding frustration or anger or humiliation or feeling like you're bored. All of these emotions also shape what we want to move away from in our lives, and therefore they affect the direction of our lives and our destiny. The fourth element in our system of evaluating what things mean to us and what we're going to do in our life is our belief systems. We have a whole variety of beliefs about ourselves, about other people, about possibility, about capability. We also have specific rule beliefs. Beliefs that say, if you do this, then it means that. If you don't do this, then it means something else. All of these preconceived notions that we've developed within ourselves are filtering our experience of life on a daily basis. And different beliefs create a different destiny. If you hold the belief that people are rotten, no good, and they'll take advantage of you if you give them half a chance, obviously you're going to make different decisions as to what to focus on, what things mean when people do things, and what you're going to do about it. Then if you had a belief that said something like, people are basically good, they really do care, if you give them half a chance, they'll go for it. So we've talked about these issues in the past. But the one we've not talked about is the fifth element, references. You see, where do you think your beliefs have come from? Where do you think your values came from? You came from references. Well, what is this big word, references? References are nothing but the experiences of your life. But your experiences can be broken down into many different ways. There are the experiences that you've had consciously and the experiences you picked up unconsciously. Those little things you never noticed that have filtered inside your brain. Your references aren't just limited to the story of your life, but quite literally, your references might be considered metaphorically as like a giant file box in your brain where everything you've ever seen, heard, tasted, touched, or smelled is all stored. Now, some of those references are organized. You've put them together to come up with a specific meaning to help you make decisions in the future. And those organized references we call beliefs. So wait a second, now I'm really confused. Well, think about it. What is a belief? A belief is nothing but a feeling of certainty about what something means. If you say, I believe I'm really intelligent, you're saying, I feel certain I'm intelligent. What makes you certain? You have references. Yeah, you've had experiences in your life where you learned something, or you took on a challenging environment and you were able to master it, or maybe somebody told you that you were intelligent, or you passed some tests. All of those experiences take the idea, the simple idea that maybe you don't believe to start with that you're intelligent, and make them solid by putting these legs underneath it. Think of references like the legs of belief. They make a belief solid, they make it real, they make you believe it. They make you feel certain about what something means. To give you a clearer picture, think of an idea as being like a tabletop that has no legs. It's not very solid, pretty wobbly. But the way we take that idea, whatever it is, let's say the idea is that you're sexy. The only way you're going to believe you're sexy is if you feel certain you're sexy. Now, I know you already believe this, so this is probably a moot point. But let's take it as an example. You just say, I'm sexy. You can say that and not believe it, not feel certain that it's true. But if you do say, I'm sexy and believe it, that is, you feel that certainty inside, why do you? Because underneath that tabletop, you got some references. Now, I'm not going to call on these people, but I'm sure you have some, right? You have some people you've had some experiences with who told you what a great, sexy person you were. Maybe, you looked in the mirror one day and you compared it with some other picture of somebody else and said, I'm so much sexier than him or her. I don't know what you've done, but I'm sure you got plenty of those things. Or maybe somebody looked across at you while you were in bumper-to-bumper traffic and kind of got your attention and smiled at you and pointed at you. And you said, see, that means I'm sexy. The truth is they were telling you to move, but you interpreted it as a reference that you were sexy. The point is really simple. We can take references for virtually anything and make them back up any idea we want. Hey, I got a question for you. Do you have references to back up the idea that people are rotten and they'll take advantage of you if you give them half a chance? Now, I know maybe you don't have personal references, but have you read about people who've done this? Have you heard about people who've done this? Have you ever had any experiences in your life? I know you don't believe it, but do you have references to back it up? Yes or no? You and I both know the answer is yes. Don't you also, though, have references to back up the idea that people really do care, and if you give them half a chance, they'll want to help you? If you don't have them personally, you certainly have read about them. The other day I heard about a man on television again, found $35,000 and returned it and refused to even be on camera. He just said it was the right thing to do and had to give it back. And it turned out it was the life savings of a 68-year-old woman. But he didn't want anybody to know he'd done it. Why? Because he has some references in his background as to what that would mean if he were to take credit. And maybe it's different than you. You might say, well, why would he do that? I mean, he doesn't have to boast about it, but why wouldn't he at least, come on camera and say, I just thought it was the right thing to do. Why wouldn't he do that? See, if you've ever wondered why people do what they do, why they do something different than you, I have the answer. References. They have different references than you do. They've organized those references based on their life experiences to develop some beliefs. They believe if they were to do certain things in a certain way, it would mean something good or it would mean something bad. And all of our beliefs, based on the references of our life, are shaping our life moment to moment. It's literally directing our destiny. So maybe we should take control of this process. Think of it metaphorically. All the different reference experiences of your life, both the good and bad, the challenging and the exciting, all of these have been woven together to create the fabric of your life. And from that fabric, you've made decisions about beliefs and values that you were going to cut from that fabric. In other words, there's plenty of fabric there. You can shape it any way you want. You can create whatever beliefs or values you decide to in the moment. But the decisions you've made out of those references as to what shapes to pull out are going to determine what you sew together to shape the quality of life you have today and ultimately your destiny. Probably one of the most valuable things that references do for us is they help us to have a feeling of certainty when we go about doing something. Otherwise, we live our whole life afraid or in doubt. What would allow you right now to get up and step down on the floor and not be worried about whether the floor would support you or not? References. You got plenty of them. What would disturb you if suddenly the book in front of you began to float across the room? The only thing that would disturb you is it doesn't match your references. Why will a baby reach into a dirty ashtray, pull out a cigarette butt, and chew on it? Why? Because they don't have references to know it's not good for them. The bottom line is our references are shaping our life. And the problem is most of us are not paying attention to how we're interpreting our references, much less focusing on how do we get the references we need in order to succeed and achieve our goals. Hey, don't certain goals require certain references? Don't you have to have certain experiences, certain understandings, certain strategies in order to succeed? Well, think about it. References are not limited to our own conscious experience of life. References come in many shapes and types and sizes. We have the references of our past, yes. We have the references of the experiences of our present, but we all have the ability to pull references from our future. You might say, well, what do you mean by that? I mean, references are not limited to your actual experience. Your imagination is a source of references. Anyone who's created anything had to create a sense of certainty within themselves that they could achieve, that they could go. How did Columbus get himself to be able to come here? And he had to develop some references, and there weren't any. So what did he do? He unleashed his imagination. Your imagination is 10 times more powerful than your willpower. Our imagination unleashed can give us a sense of feeling and certainty and vision that goes far beyond the limitations of our past. And we're not limited to references as far back as 1492. We can come into the modern day. Lee Iacocca created references for himself and for everyone around them to believe that Chrysler could make it, so that our Congress would be willing to put money in to support that organization in turning itself around. You know, recently I received a book from Mr. Morita, the person who wrote the book Made in Japan. He's basically the co-founder of Sony, an unbelievably brilliant man. And he said one of the toughest and most important decisions he made in his life was when Bulova Company came to him and offered to buy 100,000 transistor radios when his company was just getting going, and they had the breakthrough radio. Well, at the time, they weren't even doing 10,000 units a month. The amount of money involved was worth tenfold what his company was worth at the time. It was an unbelievable deal, and yet he walked away from it. Why? You say he's crazy. The company's barely surviving. He can't do that. But what they want to do is put Bulova's name on those radios. And Mr. Morita said, there is no way I'm going to do this. And they said, look, you can still make your own radios too and put your name on them. We've been around for 50 years. You can benefit by putting this out. You can get the capital to expand your business. He said, yes, sir, that's true, but I'm going to turn you down and say no. He said, because 50 years from now, my company's name will be as big as yours. And I know this radio is going to help us to develop that name. Now, everyone around him told me he was crazy, even his partners. They said, this is insane. How was he able to create the certainty to make that tough a decision, which, by the way, again, he said is probably the most important decision he's made in his career? He did it by using his imagination. He focused in his mind on what he wanted things to be like, and he believed with absolute faith and certainty his vision. You see, the memories of your past are just pictures in your head. They're sounds, they're sensations that you generate. You feel them when you focus on them. Can you not also focus on how you want things to be and focus on it so continuously till it feels just as real to you and gives you the kind of certainty to take the actions that are necessary to succeed? Because you haven't done something doesn't mean you can't. Because you've tried something again and again and again and failed doesn't mean the next time you won't succeed. The past does not equal the future. Thomas Edison attempted to make the electric light bulb thousands of times. He could have taken all those experiences of things not working out and called them failures. Instead, he used every one of those as a reference for himself that he was getting closer to the solution. So again, references are invaluable, but in essence, it's what we choose to do with them that determines our life. Your past is a place you can learn from, but it's not a place you want to live. See, it's a place to spring forward from. And what doesn't work, throw it away. It's never too late to have a happy childhood. Whatever you're feeling is what you're focusing on, and you're in control of that process. So remember, while the fabric may be there are unlimited references, and they're not just your past. You're not limited to even your own personal experiences as references. You can borrow the references of other people. Most of my life early on, I didn't have the references that I could be a great success, or that I could achieve on major scales, or I could go out and turn things and people around. I did it with my imagination. I did it by reading stories of people that were succeeding and saying, hey, they've done this, and seeing where they really started and that hard work was really a part of it, and that they kept their vision, they persisted, and they didn't give up. Those references made it real for me. So you can borrow from Emerson. When you read great poetry or when you read a great book, the power of it is as you read the book, you start thinking like the author. You start to feel like they feel, think like they think. You begin to imagine the way they imagine. You begin to develop those references as well. That's the power of culture. That's the power of literature, of a good play, of music. That's why we want to constantly be expanding our references, exposing ourselves to things that maybe we don't think we're going to like, and all of a sudden you find out you love them. I'll never forget one time I used to think, I don't want to go to a play. And one day I went and saw a play years ago called Les Miserables. Wow. One of the most powerful references of my life. I got to tell you, I have never seen or read or heard anything that moved me as deeply as that play did. I mean, I love the power and the majesty that human beings can translate through so many different areas, through story, through music, through drama. See, we want to expose ourselves to all of those things. We don't want to prejudge. You know, I've done a lot of things that were lousy too. But my attitude is if I can get one idea from it, if I can get one feeling, one experience, one exposure, it expands me. Limited references create a limited life. You want to expand your life? Expand your references consciously by pursuing other ideas and experiences that you haven't currently been exposed to. Experience is an invaluable tool, and you can pull so much from others as well. And we all are going to have times in our life where something's going to happen we have no references for how to deal with. And instead of just sitting there and giving up or saying, you don't know how bad it is and telling them how terrible your life is, what eventually you must do is stand up and create those references or seek them out. See, no matter how bad you think things are in your life, somebody else has got it worse. No matter how well it's going, somebody else is doing better. Use contrast to move yourself forward. See, the only danger that destroys the quality of our lives are destructive beliefs. So when you start believing the way you're supposed to be is immobilized by pain or by problems, or that because you've got so many challenges no one else can understand, or because you've had a loss of a friend or a business or a goal or a dream for the moment or forever, that your life is over. When we start adopting those kinds of beliefs, our life ends. Instead, we must seek out references. And again, somebody out there can help you to feel better, if not by showing you that they're feeling worse. I mean, all you got to do is look around. You know, for example, I talked to somebody recently who works within our fortune management team, and the guy's really stressed out because he's making $150,000 a year as a doctor. Now, when he started with us 3 years ago, he was making $13,000 a year, and he was stressed out. The difference is now his stress is things like, gosh, they want to go to Paris this year, and he's not sure if he can do that on top of a couple other things that he wants to do. He doesn't have quite enough time to be able to run his practice, give the quality he's committed to his patients, and be able to take off as much time as he'd like to. That's his stress. And he's getting as stressed out now about that as he used to when he was trying to figure out how he could survive, how and if he was going to be able to send his kids to college, and when he was ever going to be able to have any time off. He was working 6 to 7 days a week. Now he works 4 to 5. I mean, we lose perspective. And if I ever start to lose perspective because I think I'm working so hard, and I do it just like you. We all do. The way I try and balance myself out is a little contrast. And the thing I do with my family, if we ever get out of balance, as I remind them of an experience we all shared. There was a gentleman who attended one of our seminars not many years ago who was just a really warm, gentle soul. He wasn't an outstanding personality that dominated or achieved or pushed, but you were touched by his gentleness. He was a wonderful man. And one day I got a note from one of our graduates who picked up a newspaper article outside of Toronto, Canada, and there was an article that I read that definitely affected our lives. And the gentleman's name was Joe Fritch. And Joe, I guess one day decided to pull into a gas station, and he didn't know what was about to take place. 2 men who'd escaped from prison had been out for a while and decided that they didn't like the outside world. Their idea of their references they were comfortable with was prison life. They thought they wanted to be free, but when they got out there, they didn't like the way it felt. They didn't like being on the run. So their idea of how to get back was to murder someone, to kill the very next person who came into the gas station. Didn't matter if it was a man, woman, or child. Joe was in the wrong place at the wrong time, or maybe the right place at the right time, depending upon what you believe spiritually. Bottom line, they murdered him right there. He left 5 children and his wife. Can you imagine? You think you have problems? You have no problems. That family had some problems. You know what's unbelievable? The amount of love and support and caring. I called his widow and I spoke to her on the phone. I'd never met her before and tried to offer any way I could support. And she talked to me about how deep the pain was. But I also realized the most important thing in this event was the meaning that she and the children were going to pull from this. Because this was a reference that would shape their destinies. But how it shaped their destinies was not the event, but what were they going to pull from it? What was it going to mean? They had the power to decide. And I asked her that. I said, what is this going to mean to you? She said, I guess it could mean that people are horrible and destructive, and you can do everything right, and life can still take advantage of you. And I held my breath, thinking, how can I help her to see another meaning? And she said, but I realize if I teach my kids that, and if I believe that, then there's no reason to live. And she said, I just can't believe that. She said, we've received too much love and too much support. You cannot believe the hundreds of letters that we've received and people in the community coming to support us. And she said, well, it's so painful right now. She says, I know it must have happened for a reason. She said, I don't have a way to back it up. It's just my faith. She had to borrow from the future. She had to borrow. Her faith is the ultimate reference. She knew if she didn't do this, it would destroy her own life as well as her children's forever. And she knew she had to stand up and dig deep inside and find a meaning where no meaning seemed to exist. What a powerful woman. How lucky those children are. I asked her, I said, what do you talk to the children about? She said, I want you to notice, kids, notice all these people and how much love they're giving, that people are really good. That there are a few people in the world that are really bad, they're messed up, they're screwed up, and they need to be helped. But that your dad always believed in God, and he's gone to a better place. And he had things to do while he was here, and his time was up. But our time is not up. We've got to take advantage while we're here. What this should remind us is that every day we've got to live to our fullest together. And we can't look at losing him because he'll always be with us. Wow. How fortunate these kids are. Maybe a lesson we could all remember. And if you start feeling like, well, gosh, I'm not making as much money as I think I should, maybe a little perspective would help by having the references of other people. By the way, I'm not making you feel bad if you're feeling bad about things. I'm just saying if you decide you're tired of feeling bad, easy way to feel good is go get some other references. And if you have no way to back something up, faith is still the ultimate reference. Always return to that. You've got to be willing to trust. So look through other people's references and realize that your references are not real. They're only what you've focused on. In any situation, although the references of your life, like being abused or being loved or having somebody leave at an early age or come into your life at an early age, all those things are real, and yet what you pulled from them is what's going to shape your life. And it all depends on what you focus on. What's real is what you focus on. That's all that's real in your life. So you better make sure that you don't blame your references for where you are, but you take advantage of the references you have. And if you don't have strong enough references, create them or go get them. We all have that capacity. And I'm here to tell you that every great leader, every person that's succeeded ever in their life has found themselves in places where they didn't know what to do, and they made the references up or they went and got them. It's up to you to take control. I'm also here to tell you that if you don't take control of this process, you're going to pay a big price. See, it's easy in life to get caught up in Niagara. We've talked about it so many times, right? You jump on the river of life, and you have an idea where you're going, and you think you know where you're going, but hey, some things along the way knock you off course. And before you know it, sometimes we get caught up in the current of life, current demands, current fears, current challenges. And pretty soon we get to the forks in the river, and we don't know where we're going. We let the river decide for us. We let the river of our despair, the river of our challenge, the river of demands of people around us, and we don't make conscious choices. We start acting like everybody else, and if you do everything like everybody else, if you respond to despair and to challenge and disappointment and frustration like everybody else, then you're going to end up like everybody else. Most people are not happy. Most people are not in control of their life. 1 out of 2 are in divorces, right? Less than 10% like their body and say they're at their ideal weight. We're in a society where people are popping drugs and alcohol and food all to try to change the way they feel because they haven't learned to master it. Most people are so caught up in the river, this thing called life, that one day they wake up having been swept by the river and realize they're 5 feet from Niagara Falls in a boat with no oars, and they say, oh, shoot, but it's too late. Now is the time to take control of your life upstream. Now is the time to say, I want to experience all of life, and the painful experiences of life that are there, I'm going to pull some value from. Now is the time to decide that the focus of your life is going to be on utilization. That whatever life gives you, you'll find a way to use it to your advantage, to the advantage of others. That's the only way in life to feel rewarded and fulfilled. It's the only way to guarantee that this life has joy continuously. By the way, does this mean that you're never going to get down? You're never going to get frustrated? You're never going to feel despair? Of course not. You're going to feel those things, and you have the right to. But when you do, realize that they're a message, and the message is that you've got to change what you're focusing on, the way you're interpreting this thing, your perception about this, or you got to take some action right now to utilize what's happened. I also want to remind you that if you take the events of today and put a meaning on them immediately, you may be prejudging whether this is a good day or a bad day in your life. See, I'm here to tell you that some of the worst days in your life, you thought, are some of the best. Think about it for a second. Think of one of the worst experiences that's ever happened in your life. One of the very worst. As you think back to that experience, be honest with yourself. Isn't it true if you look back on it now that the truth is in some way it's positively shaped your life? Maybe it's made you more sensitive and more caring about other people because you were abused as a child, or maybe it's made you make sure that you treated your children totally different and it shaped their destiny for the good. Maybe because when you didn't have freedom when you were a kid, it drove you to create more freedom for other people. Maybe because you didn't have respect, you're more respectful. Maybe because you didn't have love, you're more loving. Maybe because something happened that was horrible, it just changed the entire direction of your life. Now you might say, yeah, that's true. Then maybe your bad days aren't so bad after all as you look back on them. And you might say, no, Tony, I've had some things that there's no way I can ever get over these. I'll always have pain for these. You're right, as long as you hold that they mean something like you've been taken advantage of or you have a loss that can never be returned. Just remember, loss is imaginary. Everything you think you've lost is an imagination because everything in the universe only changes form. Nothing ever disappears. What you got to remember is if there's something you're still not gotten over, it's because of the meaning you've linked to it. And maybe what you need to do is get some faith in there and say, even though I don't know why this has happened, I'm willing to trust. I'm willing to trust that someday I will. I'm willing to trust my Creator. That's a big leap. It's called a leap of faith. But it's the one that every one of us has to meet at some time in our life if we're going to move to the next level. And I got to tell you, every day you and I got to use faith. We got to use faith to be able to survive and to succeed. I remember reading a story recently about Billy Joel, where it was talked about how years ago when he was 21, 22 years old, how he was ready to commit suicide. Unfortunately, he got himself into a hospital. You want to know why he was going to commit suicide? Because he'd been in these bars where he'd been playing his piano, you know, his Piano Man songs, where people sit there and they don't listen and they're drunk and they spit all over you and they don't appreciate you. He'd been doing that since I think he was 16, 17 years old. Here he was, 22. My gosh, think of that, 6 straight years of heck like that. You know, not being able to really feel any fulfillment, no direction, nobody liked his music, and the only thing in his life that gave him any brightness was he felt he'd found the girl of his dreams, and then she left him. He's ready to commit suicide. Why? Because he knew he'd never amount to anything, and he'd never find a woman as beautiful as her. What kicked him out? New references. When he checked into that mental institution, he found out what real pain was. He got in that environment where he couldn't even turn his back on people. And he thought to himself, I have no problems, and I will never let myself get that down again. He said it's ridiculous, and he never has. The rest is history. Just remember, God's delays are not God's denials. What appears to not be working out right now, what seems to be a horrible event, may in fact be a reward. It may be a blessing. Returning back to Made in Japan with Mr. Sony, Mr. Morita, it talked about in the very beginning of his company, before it was even known as Sony, that right after the war, they wanted to make these wire recorders. And they couldn't get anyone to make the wire for the recorders they were developing because no one was willing to bet on such a small, tiny little company that wouldn't succeed. And they tried everything they knew, and it looked like they couldn't build the recorder. Thank goodness. But because of that, they eventually found tape recorders and became one of the biggest makers of them in the world. See, what seemed like a horrible event turned out to be a benefit. Just remember, the next time you're feeling bad, you're going to have good days and you're going to have bad days. The only thing is, you're not going to know which ones they really are until much later in your life. So at this point, you might say to me then, Tony, how do I know what's really true? How do I know what I really should believe? Well, think about it this way. Beliefs are designed to empower you to take effective action so that you can grow and expand and make a difference for yourself and the people you care about. What should you do? You should look for beliefs that will empower you. It's not whether a belief is accurate or not, because you can back up a feeling of accuracy on almost any belief. Hey, in any argument, you can always get somebody to back up your view. You can always find a way. If you talk to somebody who says, yeah, well, I have the statistics, say, yeah, and I've read the book called How to Lie with Statistics. Most attorneys have it. There really is such a book, and it'll show you how to manipulate any kind of statistic. So I'm here to tell you that we need to find the statistics and the experiences in life that cause us to constantly grow and expand, that cause us to move to the next level, that cause us to utilize life's challenges and turn them into life's opportunities. That's what you and I have to do continuously. Remember, people can rationalize anything. Remember what we talked about earlier. You've got references to back up the idea that people are terrible and mean and they'll take advantage of you, and you get yourself to feel certain and prove that's true, and you've got the references to back up the idea that people really care. If you give them half a chance, they'll support you. So what you're going to believe is what is empowering, and that's the key question you might want to learn to ask yourself. If you feel like you're overwhelmed or overloaded, or you can't get through it, or you don't have to turn things around, or you're really mad at somebody, or you're stuck in a lousy pattern, a good question to ask yourself is, what would I have to believe in order to feel this way? See, if you ask that question, your brain may say things like, well, I have to believe that I'm totally out of control and that I don't direct my own life. And there's probably a belief inside of you that's contrary to that. One that says, that's garbage. And the minute you hear that, the minute you notice it, the awareness alone can be curative. Just seeing that, you can say, oh, this is garbage. No way. I don't believe that. And you can move on. It can break your pattern. See, oftentimes we organize our references in a way that limit us. Remember what I said earlier. Limited references create a limited life. There's a term in sociology that we should all become more familiar with, and it's called ethnocentricity. What does it mean? It means we all run around thinking our references are the only references for the world. I mean, for example, what do you think would happen if one day I said, hey, let's go to lunch, and we walked into a particular third world country, and I won't say which one just to not aggravate certain people of that nationality, but I'll tell you there are many countries in the world where this is true. One specifically I'm thinking of. Well, we could go in, and there are cages in the room, and there are dogs in those cages. And we go up to the counter, and I say, we'll take that one. And sure enough, they take out the dog, they cut its throat right there, and they begin to skin it and cook it. You say, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. These people are killing this poor dog, and look at these people around. You begin to realize that all the people sitting there, it's in a little mini type of restaurant, and they're all eating dog. He says, this is crazy. Is it? I would tend to agree with you, but how do you think an Indian feels when they come and see you eating cow right in front of them? An Indian who has a belief that that is a holy creature that you're putting inside your body. I guess it all depends on references, what you believe, huh? Maybe the next time you get really upset with somebody, maybe one of the ways you can at least have some compassion and understanding is to see that, they probably have different references than you do. Now, that's not an excuse, but at least can allow us to have a better understanding of each other, of people, because it is true. You could have the same references and have interpreted them differently. And you could have come out totally differently based on the same situation, but compassion is going to get us a lot further. If you don't understand, and if I'd interpreted it in the same way they had, I'd be feeling the same way. So I'm not going to make them wrong. All I want to do is try and give them some new references so they might have a new perspective, because that's how we develop new beliefs, by new references. Now, you can realize that certain references, in spite of being given, can be ignored to maintain an old belief. But I'm also here to tell you, if someone gets enough new experiences, enough new references, oftentimes you can trigger and create a total change. And that's one of the reasons I do the firewalk. I can talk to you all day long about the power of your brain, and you can go, yeah, I know I'm tapping less than 10% of my brain. Most people brag about that. But if I get you in a firewalk and I get you to get across this fire, 12 feet of burning hot coals, 1,500, 2,000 degrees, what happens is it's not like mind over matter. It's nothing special. But I'll tell you one thing, on the other side of that fire, it gives you an experience you won't forget. It's a new reference. And your brain says, if I can get myself to do this, what else can I get myself to do that I once thought was also impossible? Maybe fear is just false evidence that appears real, F-E-A-R. Maybe what we need to do is get new references, and the things we fear will be things we'll be able to utilize and move on. So if you want to shape your life, seek out references, more of them. Expand your life by expanding your references. Bottom line is, life is lived by being willing to constantly expand what we know and what we feel and what we do. Make sure you do it consciously. Make sure you interpret your life in a way that empowers you. Negative thinking can destroy. We're going to talk about that. Negative thinking, if you look at it positively, can also create. Let's take a look at what I mean by that. And probably a good place to start would be to offer you a story. The ultimate human story. You know the story. We've heard it again and again. It's in every ounce of literature, whether it be in drama or whether it be children's literature. It doesn't matter what culture or what background you have, you've heard the story. It goes something like this. An ordinary person like you or me makes a decision. And the decision is to go on a quest, to go on a journey, to do something that's going to make a difference. And in this ordinary journey, this person does extraordinary things and becomes a hero. How does it happen? Well, you or I, this ordinary person, set out on this journey. We made a decision. And along the way, if we're real lucky, what do? We meet a very wise man who gives us some magic words or weapons. And thus armed, we travel on to a fairy kingdom or an enchanted castle in some far-off realm. And in seeking to reclaim a kidnapped maiden or a priceless treasure or a holy grail, what do? We battle off the invaders. We fight off all the problems. On our quest, we encounter wonders beyond our description, as well as monsters of 1,000 kinds. But armed with the pure heart and the wise man's power, we slay the dragon, we liberate the treasure, and we return home with the prize. That's humanity's favorite story. You can find it as the plot of tales and myths from every age and culture. Sometimes the hero's name is Lancelot. Other times it's Luke Skywalker. It's the basic plot of the Iliad and the Odyssey, of Dante's Divine Comedy, of Ramayana of the East, of Jack and the Beanstalk, of Raiders of the Lost Ark, of the game Dungeons and Dragons. The appeal, the special excellence of this basic story is that it can be appreciated on many levels, as a simple adventure story or as a description of a spiritual journey. Now tell me, haven't you had the dream? Haven't you dreamed of the person who makes the difference, who helps everyone, who's loved by everyone, where you help to change the entire community, or your family, or your friends? I think we've all had dreams. The question is, where do they go? See, for most people, they had dreams when they were a kid. They dreamed of these kinds of things. They say, yeah, but that's stories. That's not real life. You know, I went out there in real life, and I got those magic words. I paid for them late at night on television. You know what? And those words came, and I went out and tried to buy that real estate for no money down. You know what? It didn't work. Those magic words didn't work. He wasn't such a wise man. Or the weapons weren't strong enough when people said no. I don't know what kind of story you have, but I know a lot of people had dreams, and they've got all kinds of reasons why when they went out on their journey, when they tried their quest, it didn't work. And a lot of them are legitimate. But you know what's interesting? A lot of people have dreamed and approached their dream over and over again, each time failed to slay the dragon, failed to come back and win the maiden's hand, failed to come back and free their friends, and pretty soon they've given up. And giving up is the ultimate danger. The message of the power of positive thinking is a message in belief. It teaches us that we must be able, no matter what the environment, to focus on what we do have, to focus on how to turn things around, to focus on how to make things work. The message of the power of negative thinking is simple. Focus on what you don't have. Focus on how things are not how you want them to be. And certainly you will find yourself unarmed and facing a dragon that is ferocious, one that you know you cannot defend against. And whether the dragon eats you or not, you'll still feel the pain as if he had. What do I mean by this metaphor? Well, I got a question for you. Those who slay the dragon, those who free the maiden, those who come home to the joy and happiness that they dreamed of, what do they all have in common? What do all these ordinary people who become extraordinary by doing extraordinary things have in common? Well, one might say they were positive thinkers, without a doubt, and I would have to agree. But what does that mean? The bottom line is we read the stories of people who find out what resources they really have, because they're able to get themselves to be confident where other people are fearful. Really, what is the power of positive thinking? It's the power of faith. It's the ability to generate a feeling of certainty in yourself when nothing in the environment supports you. See, every great achiever I know, I don't care who it is, whether it be Lee Iacocca or my daughter Jolie, anyone who makes a difference, anyone who contributes, anyone who produces a quality of life, a result that is measurable, that other people aspire to, all these people have something in common. They're positive thinkers. You want to be a hero? Learn to create certainty in the face of fear. What is negative thinking? For most people, the power of negative thinking is the power to destroy. The power of negative thinking is really the ability to allow yourself to operate from fear instead of faith. And that is when your life falls apart. Out of fear, most people constantly focus on the worst that could happen, anticipate it in advance, and thereby try to avoid even participating in something where they may not end up on top, where they may not achieve, where they may not be able to make things work the way they dream them. But see, the greatest way in the world to never achieve your dreams is to never take the first step. The greatest way in the world is to make sure you create nightmares about your dreams, and allow those nightmares, your fears, to slowly eat away, to cut away at your courage, your power, your decision, your ability to move forward. And I got to tell you, I think most people in our society have learned to become negative thinkers. For most people, they've given up on their dreams. The kingdom they were seeking is too far away now, and the land they were pursuing is far beneath the waves, a place they'll never be able to reach. It's too deep. It's too far. And you know why people have taken this attitude? It's not because they don't care. It's not because they don't want to dream. It's because so many people have had dreams, and they've tried, and they've tried, and they've tried, and they've quote-unquote failed in their mind to achieve. And so, there's something interesting about the human brain, and that is the human brain is always working hard to avoid what? Pain. And it's always trying to gain what? Pleasure. Now, after failure, trying and trying and trying, and it not working and not working and not working, what some people link up is, boy, getting excited, really going for it equals pain, so I better not even try. I better stay right where I am because at least I know how to deal with that. And what happens is we have extraordinary people that settle for mediocre lives. So you don't want to fall in that trap. And it's so easy, isn't it? Haven't you failed there at least some point in your life where you felt so jaded and so frustrated and you tried so hard and you gave your all and it still didn't work that you felt like, why even try? I certainly know I have. That's where I was about 6.5, 7 years ago. All because I felt like, man, I gave my all and this is the reward? Why even try? Why even do this? I began to adopt the power of negative thinking, the power to destroy my life, and it didn't take long. It took me about 120 days to destroy everything I'd worked for 4 years to create. It doesn't take long when you indulge in that practice. It only takes a little bit of poison to kill somebody. You don't need to drink 6 gallons of strychnine. Just a sip, and it's over. We got to make sure that every day we stand guard in our minds and make sure we're directing our minds rather than just falling for whatever is dumped in it by the environment around us. It's critical. Because what we think about daily is what's determining how we feel, what actions we take, and therefore each day what we think about is shaping our destiny. And you know what's scary? Sometimes the poison is offered by a friend. I think it was said best by my good friend and one of my original teachers, a man named Jim Rohn. If you ever get a chance to hear Jim, I hope you'll take the time to go listen to him speak. But Jim used to have a great thing he said to me. He said, Tony, you know something? Every day you got to watch your mind. You got to watch what's getting in there and watch who you surround yourself with because friends can poison you. In fact, that's kind of harsh. He said, but look, Tony, he said, look, if you got a cup of coffee here, and he said, your worst enemy comes by and puts some sugar in your coffee when you're not looking, what's going to happen? I said, well, I don't drink coffee, but if I did, I guess it'd be pretty sweet coffee. He said, that's right. He said, what if your best friend, even by accident, drops a little bit of poison in your coffee? I said, I'd be dead. He said, that's right. Lesson 1, watch your coffee. And he said, lesson 2, make sure when you're watching that coffee that you put in it what you want. You don't let other people do it for you. We've got to watch our minds. And I'll tell you what, if we don't, you got to realize that gravity is constant. If you don't every single day try to put something positive in your mind, something that's going to build, something that's going to help you to construct a greater quality of life, if you don't do that consciously, what will the news provide for you? What will the environment around provide for you? Gravity is constant. Negativity is constant. We must resist it in order to have the muscle and the will to shape the quality of our lives. Hey, what are the consequences, though, of being negative? What are the consequences of looking for what's wrong instead of what's right? The consequences are the destruction of your dreams. The consequences of giving up on everything you could possibly want in your life. And the scary part is so many people in our society have been conditioned to think this way that I think it's affecting the structure and quality of life in America. That might be a pretty big claim to make, but think about it sincerely. As long as people believe that dreaming equals pain, that their future is the same as their past, then that's exactly what will be true in their life. Pretty soon what happens is it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. We get what we look for. If you want to find something dirty in your room, look around. You can find it. You want to find a problem in yourself, you'll find it. You want to find a problem in somebody you care about, you'll find it. It's not hard. Ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. If you look for the bad, you'll get more of it. You look for the good, you'll have that too. But we've got to be careful about the conditioning. But again, what's made us as a society become so conditioned to the negative? Besides the media, what else is there? Well, we hear in the media, and we've been shaped by a series of negative references, painful experiences that have taught us, boy, if you really believe in someone, if you got a hero, if you believe in your country or a key person, you're going to have your beliefs shattered, your emotions destroyed. All that you've invested will not come back to you. You will lose it all. So quickly protect yourself. Don't get too excited. Don't get too happy. Don't expect too much. In fact, the lesson seems to be today, expect very little, and that way you won't be disappointed. Be, quote-unquote, realistic, which is nothing but a fancy word for saying be negative. Look for what's wrong. Try to find something wrong in advance. It's one of the most destructive forces that can enter our lives. But why are we that way? Well, look the last 30 years. John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Then Martin Luther King. Then Bobby Kennedy. Progress towards limiting discrimination and racial bigotry became painfully slow compared to what we expected. We went through the scourge of Vietnam, the Watergate scandal, Jim Jones. Then in the 70s, the hostages were taken out of Iran. We had double-digit inflation, growing unemployment. And then we got to sit down in an oil crisis where we sat for miles waiting to get gasoline. Right at the peak of the negativity, right when people just about given up, something interesting happened. We threw our pendulum one way, and somehow we had tried to balance it. And one way we may have tried to balance it is we hired a guy. We recruited a guy. We voted him in. His name was Ronald Reagan. And while Reagan certainly wasn't the source of the shift, he certainly became one element in making us look at life in another way. And I think we put him in that position because we needed him at that time. Ronald Reagan was an optimist. Ronald Reagan was a positive thinker. Ronald Reagan had references throughout his life that, hey, looking for what's wrong is not going to do it. I got to find out what's right and amplify what's right. What doesn't work, I just need to get rid of it as quickly as possible. And he came from that simple approach, and he changed the way a lot of Americans looked at themselves. He changed the way we looked at ourselves as a nation. The day that he was inaugurated, they released the hostages from Iran. And there was a new surge of optimism and possibility. We began the best economic run in our history, and patriotism was once again fashionable. But there was still big trouble in El Salvador and in Nicaragua, and then came the Iran-Contra affair, Noriega in Panama, the brutal murder of drug agent Enrique Camarena, the drug problem growing wild, now even reaching the grade school children. Then there was corruption in the Pentagon, in HUD, Ivan Boskis of the world, the savings and loan crisis, the budget deficit itself, scandals with television evangelists like Jim Baker and Jimmy Swaggart. See, after a decade of things like that, those kinds of experience, a lot of people say, why even try? If you believe in anything, if you put yourself on the line, if you try and learn something from someone, you have somebody who's a hero, that hero is just going to disappoint you. You better not have any role models because they're just going to hurt you. Make sure you pick an anti-hero. That's the only way to really succeed. And we have articles like in the USA Today. I picked up one that I saved the other day. It was from November 27, 1989. You know what they said about the 80s? Here's the opening paragraph. The 80s were the years of excess. We swaggered through our portals and grabbed as much as we could as fast as we could. We were greedy and gluttonous. And as long as we wore starched shirts, we could belch at the dinner table. Listen to the kind of paragraph. And it goes on and on and on about how horrible people were in the 80s. Leaves out a few things, doesn't it? Leaves out things like during the 80s is when we had times when people witnessed things like Band-Aid, Farm Aid, Hands Across America, We Are the World, where children in the South Bronx scraped together their pennies so they could feed children who were starving to death in Africa. It was a terrible time. At the time when some of the great role models in our nation were people like Bill Cosby, a little difference from the color discrimination of the past. Everything in our society has become stronger. We had our greatest run in economic history, and yes, we've had our worst budgets, but there are other things that we've learned, other resources we have. So in order to be negative, we have to generalize. We have to look at what doesn't work. We have to focus on that enough till that becomes real. What is the truth about the 80s? The truth about the 80s is simple. It's whatever you focus on. The reality is you can walk into a room with a camera and a party, and if you focus on the corner of the room where people are fighting, where things are horrible, where people are mean, boy, that was one mean party. But if you go in that exact same room and you look through that camera, but you focus the camera on the opposite end of the room where everybody's having a great time, people are loving and contributing, you're going to say, what a wonderful party. The same is true of your life. The same is true of the nation as a whole. Do I say we should become naive and just trust blindly? No. What I suggest is we have balance, that we use the power of positive thinking and the power of negative thinking. You say, you keep alluding to that, Tony. What does that mean? Here's what I mean. Here's how we do with our life in a way that I think is intelligent and works. Step number one in life, see life as it is. And I say see life as it is, here's what I mean. See as it really is. Don't make it worse than it is and don't make it better than it is. Just see things as they are. To the best of your ability, it's still not going to be accurate. But look at things. You got to notice where you are. But don't make it worse than it is because all that does is make you feel overwhelmed and want to give up. Step two, see it better than it is. Use the power of positive thinking. That is, develop a vision in your mind of how you want things to be. Get clear about what your goals are. Get clear about what that dream is. Get real specific. And with that precision, with that power, with that vision, when things get tough, you can look at that vision and you'll know what you're going for. It'll pull you through the tough times. And step three, make it like you see it. Take your world from where it is and make it like the vision you have. You can't get stuck on the past. You can't get stuck on what used to be done to you or someone used to disappoint you. That's a great way to make sure you never go for it. Classic example, lady in one of my seminars one time. She raised her hand, asked people, what do you want? She goes, well, I like to be closer to my husband. I used the precision model. I said to her, well, what prevents you from being more close to him? She goes, well, I don't know. I said, well, if you did know, what would you say? She said, well, I'd like to be closer to him, but, he just never seems to be close to me. I said, ma'am, what would you need to do to be closer to him? She goes, well, I don't know. I guess I'd have to just treat him better. I said, well, why don't you do that? She goes, well, I don't know, because if I treat him better, he may not treat me better. If I'm really loving to him and I give my all, he may not give his all. I said, so great, ma'am. If you never give 100% to your husband, 1,000% of your commitment, of your love, why should he ever give 1,000% to you? She goes, well, I'll meet him halfway. It'll never happen. See, the way to make a relationship work is not to meet somebody halfway. You got to give 1,000%. If you give 1,000%, you're creating the place for them to have 1,000%. Out of her fear that he may reject her, or that she may give her all and he may leave her anyway, she doesn't give him enough to make him want to stay. And the relationship will end. Our fears, whatever we focus on, we get. We got to break out of that. See it as it is. See it better than it is. Make it the way you want it. Let me give you 5 steps to really utilizing the power of positive thinking, even though I said this is about negative thinking. And then let me show you how to use negative thinking in an assignment. How to make negative thinking something that's useful for you. So step number 1, decide to develop the habit right now, the habit of focusing on what's right in your world instead of what's wrong. The habit of focusing on what you do have instead of what you don't have in a situation. And as basic as that is, and as well as you know it, you've got to make it a habit. Because those habits form the chain of your ultimate character, of who you become and how you end up living your life. We've got to condition ourselves, because if we don't, we'll go back to the automatic state that most people live in today's society. The way to develop the habit is to go on a mental diet. I did this several years ago. As positive as I was, and I was going through unbelievable pain at the time. I'd had some major disappointments, some frustrations. I felt like I'd given it all. But what turned me around is one day I picked up this book called The 7-Day Mental Diet. It was a little tiny little booklet. And all the booklet really did was, for about 12 of the 14 pages, it challenged me to really see if I could really truly, for 7 days, live my life without one negative thought. And it kept saying throughout the book, now don't just say, yeah, I can do it, and don't just say, I'm going to do it. Think for a while before you commit to this. Don't actually commit unless you're really going to do it for 7 straight days no matter what. It doesn't mean you don't have a negative thought. It just means that if you have a negative thought, you don't speak it. You set it aside. You forget about it. Or you replace it. You say something negative, you go erase. What I really mean is this. Or you say, that's not what I mean. Here's what I mean is this. And you immediately focus on something good. It's not that nothing negative ever comes out. It's that you immediately do not allow yourself to hold a negative feeling, a negative thought for 7 straight days, day and night, even when it gets tough. Even when somebody disappoints you, even when you get frustrated, even when you give your all and it still turns up lousy. Listen, if all I did was rant and rave on this tape and you didn't listen to anything else I said, but you took on this 7-day challenge, you can't believe what it'll do to your life. Now, I got to tell you, when I first read the book, I thought, wait a second, being positive isn't going to change my life. I got to deal with the real problems around me, those real challenges that are out there. I don't want to just be positive. Somebody says, how's it going? I go, I'm doing great. And they go, why? You go, I don't know, but I just feel good. I don't want to be that way. I want to be real. I want to be on top of things. But you know what? I thought, wait a second. I can be positive about solutions. I can still notice that there's some challenges out there without being negative about it. I can look at the challenges and say, okay, here's what's good about this. Here's how we can use this. Here's how we can turn this thing around. And continue to focus on that. So I took on the challenge for 7 days, changed my life. Now, by the way, one of the keys is you have to have 7 straight days of being absolutely positive. Not one negative thought, not one negative expression that you hold on to. Got to let go of it immediately. If you do not do this, if you're 3 days into it and you do well, and then you have a bunch of negativity, you got to start over. And you know what? After you go about 4, 5, 6 days in a row doing really well, something major negative is going to happen. How's that for some positive programming? But what it is a test to see how committed you really are. I'll tell you something. After 7 days, you feel like a different person. People around you respond to you like you're different as well. All you want to do is establish the habit of noticing what you do have instead of what you don't have. Noticing what's great about a situation versus what's not great. Focusing on solution instead of problems. That's what changes your life. Here's key number 2. Instead of judging yourself and others, decide, remember these are decisions, decide right now to become curious instead of judgmental. But remember, when you find fault in other people, when you start noticing constantly how they've wronged you, how this person is not good enough, or they're too egotistical, they're too proud, or they don't really care about people, as soon as you start judging other people, you just got to remember something. If you start judging other people, you're going to also start judging yourself intensely. If you're angry at other people, there's a very good chance you're angry at yourself as well. Maybe you perceive more and judge less. Maybe instead of finding fault with other people, without really thinking about what they've gone through to be where they are this day, maybe we can get really curious about what's making this person be in the state they're in, or what's the motivation behind this person's anger. For example, a lot of times we think somebody's being negative or angry or we're frustrated with them, but we never bother to find out what's really going on. I know myself, I was at a party recently, and I fell prey to this. There was a woman who came to the party. Everybody behind her back was saying how unbelievably egotistical this woman is, how negative she was. But you know what? I sat next to her at dinner time, and I got a chance to really find out who she was. I got curious about her. And I began to find out about all the pain she'd been through in her life. When I realized was this woman was just barely hanging on to her life. She just needed to know that people cared, but she was so afraid of being rejected that she put out this ego because she didn't want someone to reject her, so she figured she'd reject them first. And I got a chance to really know her, and she was a wonderful person. I'll tell you something else that we've got to be careful of that ties in with this, of our being judgmental. Out of our fear of having heroes in our society today, we seem to try and consume them and destroy them as quick as we can. We try to find something that's wrong with our heroes because, boy, we don't want another Jim Jones. We don't want another Jim Baker. Remember, we got to judge less, perceive more. We got to get curious. Instead of living in a society where we're so afraid to believe in anything or anyone that we believe in nothing at all, and we lose our power of positive thinking. We try and protect ourselves from things we maybe not even need to protect ourselves from. Or we live in a society where we try and destroy our heroes, where we take somebody like Barbara Walters, incredible broadcaster, a woman of incredible integrity, who gets nailed by one person in a book, and it's in every newspaper across the land, how she probably stomped on people to get where she was. That's absurd. Or Martin Luther King, after he's passed on, somebody comes back and stomps all over his career and his reputation. Is that the society we want to live in? Any person who takes glee in watching another person's pain will experience plenty of pain themselves. Remember the quote, "He was without sin, let him cast the first stone." The bottom line is, if you go looking for brown, you're going to find it anywhere you look for it, in others or yourself. Free yourself from the disease of making others wrong, and you'll free yourself from the disease of making yourself wrong. You have a lot more energy to create solution instead of problems. It's part of the power of positive thinking instead of falling for the destructive power of negative thinking. If you want to get curious, just ask yourself, what do I like about this person? Wonder what's going on with this person that would make them feel this way. How could I help this person? As you ask these kinds of questions, you may learn something about how human beings operate, about their motivations, maybe even some things about how to support yourself as you try to support others. Remember, get curious instead of judgmental. Here's key number 3. If you really want to develop the power of positive thinking as a habit, as a lifestyle, as a strategy for success, then decide right now to find something to appreciate from any seemingly negative person or situation, and develop the habit of giving compliments. See, if you really want to have some more positive feelings in your life, you got to keep focusing on what's right. You got to get curious. And most importantly, you got to find something to appreciate even in the tough times. Because in reality, as we've talked about so often before, the toughest times in your life sometimes provide you with the real resources to change your life. So what we've got to do is find something to appreciate. Not someday when things work out. We've got to appreciate where we are right now. And this is something I talked to my daughter Jolie about today. Because she's in an experience today where I thought, well, gosh, she's not being very positive. And I'm going to talk about positive thinking. Because she came in to see me and she's feeling really sad. She's feeling really down, feeling really frustrated. And you know what her problem is? Her problem is she tried out and won the right to be amongst 3 girls who dance in the Electric Light Parade at Disneyland. And that was about 3 or 4 months ago. She had been going there after school every day, driving from San Diego up to Anaheim, burning herself into the ground, getting up and going to school to be a straight-A student still, and trying to visit with her family and her boyfriend. And she found herself maxing out. Now think about her problem. Her problem is that she gets to be at Disneyland and fulfill a childhood fantasy. Her problem is that she loves her family and wants to be with them as well. Her problem is she loves to be at school and really do that. Her problem is she has so much abundance that she has to figure out how to get it all in one day, and she can't do it, and she's physically burning out. That's her problem. And you know what? She says, gosh, I want to be home. I want to be with you guys and all these things. I don't want to miss out on all this great time we have together. I want to be with you guys. I said, well, honey, look what you're doing. She goes, yeah, I don't want to miss out on Disneyland either. I don't want to miss out on my career and what I'm doing and what's going on. What's the problem? The problem is she's finding out what's negative in both situations. She's focusing on what she doesn't have instead of what she does have. Now, I could be negative about that and say, gosh, be more positive. But you know what? In reality, I realized being negative in this situation may not be bad. What do I mean? I don't mean being negative. I mean being intelligent. I mean being critical in your thinking. Seeing what you don't have is sometimes useful too. This is what I promised you in terms of the power of negative thinking. Here's how negative thinking can be useful. I sat down with her and I said, honey, let's look at the advantages and disadvantages of both. Let's not just be positive. Let's look at it. The whole thing is positive. Let's know that no matter what you choose, you've won. You have what most people dream about. But for a moment, let's be a little bit critical. What do you love about Disneyland? What's great about it? What is it giving you? And let's ask the question that maybe we don't ask very times when we're just being purely positive. What isn't it giving you? What are you afraid about? What are you missing by being there? What's great about being at home more? What's great about those things? What's not great about that? Be honest. If you were there, what might happen that's not good? What might you miss out on? And you know what? By getting her to use both positive and negative thinking, or to be more accurate, positive thinking and some critical thinking, looking at what isn't there for the moment, what she is missing out on, and allowing that pain to motivate her, she was able to clarify what's most important in her life and what's the best way to do that. And she came up with a plan that totally empowered her. After a couple hours of conversation and fun, she looks better than she has in about 6 months because she's finally resolved what's most important. And sometimes just being positive and keeping a stiff upper lip isn't enough. Sometimes you got to stop and say, I am positive. I'm going to approach this from a positive way. I'm going to stay in a positive state. But I'm going to ask some questions some people may think of as negative, which is, what isn't working? Because if you're not willing to look at what isn't working, you can get yourself in trouble. So when I say number 3 is, develop the habit of noticing something you can appreciate out of the situation, even something that seems to be negative. What I mean by that is, find out what's working, but also appreciate what isn't working. Appreciate it enough that maybe it creates enough pain for you to want to make a change. Hey, being purely positive all the time is not the ultimate solution. Being purely positive 98% of the time, to me, is the solution. Remember our steps. Number 1, you're going to focus on how it really is. And that's what we did today. Jolie and I sat down and said, let's see how it really is. And let's not just be positive. Let's stop for a second. How is it really? What's good? What isn't good? What's great? What isn't great in this context? Everything is great, but comparatively, what's great? What's not in both situations? Now, how do you really want it? And she decided how she wanted it. Now, what are we going to do to make that happen? And she began to take actions that have changed her life. Probably will affect the direction of her life, maybe even her career. And she feels joyous and excited because she went through the steps. That's the balance between positive and negative thinking. But one thing you got to remember, you're going to spend most of your time being positive. Once you see how it is, that's it. Decide what you want and make it happen. Don't keep going back and saying, oh yeah, but it's not working. See, balance doesn't mean you spend 50% of your time positive and 50% of the time negative. Remember, balance on a human scale is a little different. Negative experiences are dense, and it doesn't take a lot of those focuses of negative to weigh a lot in your life. Make sure your focus is primarily positive, but at times, at special times that you designate, you're going to say, hey, what isn't working? And allow that pain to drive you to do something that's very positive. That'll change your life. Here's key number 4. Decide not to be perfect. You say, what? I said decide not to be perfect. One way to make sure you're negative is always trying to be perfect. Because you know what? You're always going to notice you're not. Because you're this thing called a human being. When I talk to my daughter Jolie, this girl works so hard to be perfect. Everybody seems to love her. She's a straight-A student. She wants to be the very best at school. She wants to be the very best at home. She wants to be the very best at Disney. She wants to be the best at everything. And I'm trying to be the best constantly. In the past, she always noticed what wasn't perfect, and that created pain. So you can't do that. You're going to screw up. You're going to be negative. Things are going to happen where you don't follow through on what you know. You're going to make poor decisions. You're going to say things you shouldn't say, do things you shouldn't do, mess up like you shouldn't mess up. But you know what? When that happens, instead of being negative and beating yourself up and saying, boy, here's another example of me sabotaging myself, decide what you do want. And say, you know, I'm not perfect, but I am good. And what makes me good and what makes me great and what can make me excellent is as soon as I notice I'm not on track, I correct it. And I get better. Your goal each day is to get better, not to be perfect. And that's all anyone can ask of you. If every day you really try and contribute more, be more, and do more than you were slightly the day before, that's all anybody can ask. And if you know you're going to screw up and you don't make it a catastrophe, it's easier to bounce right back up. See, the only way you fail is if you quit. But if you learn something and you expand from it and you make some new decisions that enhance your life and the people you care about, then there is no failure. Don't try to be perfect because you'll never succeed. Here's the final one, key number 5. Decide to develop the habit of using the F word, faith. Make sure that you're in the position of utilizing the tool that really positive thinking is about. Positive thinking, I've said it over and over again, really is just the power to believe. And as you believe, so is it done unto you. As you believe, so it's created. You need to make certain that you create that certainty inside yourself. And you know what? You and I both know there are going to be times when it looks grim. And the only power you really have is that power to have faith. To step forth and say, I'm going to put myself on the line. I'm going to have the courage to overcome my fears and to take action, even though it may not work out. Even though I may put out my love and it may not be reciprocated, I'm still going to put myself on the line. Because if I don't, that's the only way I can fail. See, without faith, nothing exists. And remember one more thing. No matter how bad it seems, this too will pass. That you've made it this far. You've been through tough times. Times you didn't think you could pull it off. And you've made it. If you've made it through all the challenges of your past and your life still works, you still seem to be somewhat happy, you're still standing, as they say, then gosh darn it, you're successful. And you can make it through this too. It's the thing that'll pull you through. Faith is still the power. It's your ultimate power. You know, for more than 14 years now, I've passionately pursued profound knowledge, those specific ideas, strategies, beliefs, and distinctions that empower us, once we really understand them, to immediately increase the quality of our lives. And in following this path, I've had the privilege to meet, to interview, and many times become very good friends with some of the most successful people in our modern culture. From legends like international money manager John Templeton or Wall Street market forecaster Robert Prechter, to some of the psychological and physiological masters, those people like Norman Cousins, Dr. Deepak Chopra, Dr. Bernie Siegel, some of the emotional coaches that I've met along the way, people like Dr. Leo Buscaglia, the love doctor, if you will, or Captain Jerry Coffey, the man who spent 7 years in solitary confinement in Vietnam and how he managed himself and turned himself around, whether it's in business or movies or music. People like a Peter Guber. These people never cease to amaze me with their ability to take a vision and make it real in spite of a lack of support from virtually everybody around them. No one jumped to support Bernie Siegel when he started talking about what human emotions could do to change the immune system, or Norman Cousins for that matter. When Robert Prechter first started talking in the 1970s about a Dow that would be at 3,000, everybody thought he was crazy. Yet, you know something, if you read a daily newspaper right now or you watch a television news show, you could easily be convinced by all the negative information and dispiriting stories that the philosophies that made these men and women's lives successful were fads of a time that's really past. That today, such an approach would fall short. After all, today with budget deficits, the imbalance of trade, the Japanese dominance overseas, one of the longest recessions in recent memory, the consumer's lack of confidence, the worst it's been in years, you know, most people are right now really preparing themselves for long-term bad times. I mean, with cover stories on Newsweek like The Lost American Dream and The Curse of Self-Esteem, and with daily talk shows covering such profound subjects as women who don't let their men leave the house or being jealous of your mother, it'd be easy to buy into the philosophy and to actually fall into the trap of feeling certain that the good times have really passed and the future is indeed bleak. Why would people begin to believe this? Because, hey, our experience of reality can be depicted in a simple formula I wrote down the other day in my journal. I times F equals PR. Information times your focus equals your personal reality. Whatever information you're feeding your mind on a daily basis and you focus upon consistently, you're going to experience as being what life is really about. I look at some of these shows and I ask myself, where do they get these people? But for some people, that's their experience of life. That's their experience of reality. I recently read an article where one media watchdog group described that 96% of all information about our economy that's been communicated through the public mass media in the last 6 months has been negative in nature. They said even when the statistics are positive, the anecdotes the media uses are negative, i.e., unemployment went down today, but that's not going to help John Smith, who can't find a job and never will. Think about it. Think about the frame of reference that creates for people in our society who are getting most of their information directly from a medium, which is not designing the best way to condition your mind to produce quality results. And the challenge is that the average American now watches television 7 hours a day. That is the national average. Think of the quality of information that they're trying to build a quality life out of. We've all heard the term, we've heard it a million times, garbage in, garbage out. And by the way, if they're not sitting there in front of the television set, they get to read the newspaper. And you know what? Papers have to generalize. They have to simplify. In order to take something complex and make it understandable in a small amount of space, it's got to be generalized. It's got to be simplified. Plus, we have to remember that news has to sell. It is a business in this country. And as a result, what sells more? Certainly pain-oriented news sells more because it's a necessity for us to know more about it. I was talking to economist Paul Pilzer, the author of Unlimited Wealth, recently, and Paul and I were chatting, and I said, why is it that we have this unbelievably insane negative focus? And he said, well, there's a lot of possibilities, and we both talked about some of Robert Prechter's work, about how moods in our country and around the world go through cycles like seasons. But he said, the other thing, Tony, is you got to realize that bad news sells. I said, well, I've heard people say that before, but how do you explain that to people? I mean, I have a tough time with it. He said, well, the reality is simple. If you and I are walking down the street here and we look at a newspaper and at the top of it says, this weekend, beautiful and sunny, we look at each other and smile and keep walking. So, oh, that's great. If we walk by and we see big storm coming, suddenly, guess what? We stop to read and buy the newspaper so we can understand more. And so inherently, news organizations are not bad or wrong. They're only feeding the public what the public responds to. It's our own challenge. But the point of the matter is, if we don't consciously create a plan on how to feed our mind with information that can help us to make intelligent choices to increase the quality of our lives, then we only have ourselves to blame. And the challenge, though, is it's so easy to get seduced because everywhere you turn these days, somebody's got a bleaker picture to paint for you about what our future is going to be. But you know what? You got to remember that naysaying is not new. As long as there have been people with visions, there have been dozens lined up to stifle them. I don't care if it's somebody as far back as a Columbus or a Copernicus. And by the way, some of them just didn't want to stifle them. They wanted to kill them. If they disagreed with their viewpoints and they felt strong enough about it, they were physically attacked. Or some people just ridiculed. Somebody like Walt Disney. Here's a guy who was told by virtually every person he spoke to that his idea was absolutely ridiculous, that no one would go for it. In fact, he was turned down by more than 302 bankers before he finally got someone who helped him to fund his vision. Stop for a second and just imagine the loss that millions of children, and for that matter adults, would have around the world if Disney had been a, quote, reasonable man and accepted other people's limiting views of his vision. You know, Peter Guber is one of the people I respect most in the world. He's the chairman of the board of Sony Entertainment. And you know what? He told me a long time ago about when he was first making the movie Rain Man. He was told that, no movie about some guy and his brother traveling across the country in a car is ever going to make it. You got to have action. In fact, 4 directors, including Steven Spielberg, quit the project. Many of them wanted to put all the sex and violence in it. And Peter said, absolutely not. This is a movie about a relationship. It's about the human spirit. He was totally unrelenting. He told everybody that it would win an Academy Award. And you know what? It won 4. But, often the people that are bent on convincing you that you can't live your dream, they're really well-meaning. They don't want to see you get your hopes up only to see them dashed. After all, they're basing their views on reality, right? The challenge is that a person's reality is completely controlled by the information that you have available to you and that you focus upon. Yet those people who succeed in our society are those rare individuals who don't merely swallow the information that's fed to them, but instead they pursue quality information that will nourish their lives. They learn to trust their instincts. So often we hear we live in an information age, but it's not only the fact that information is available to us that shapes our lives, but which information we focus on. That's what determines how we feel and what we do. See, when millions of people learned that Hong Kong would soon revert to Chinese rule, the majority of people began to focus on their potential for loss, and what they do? They began to flee, and they took all their capital with them. By contrast, John Templeton had the same information, except he decided to focus instead on what was the potential for profit. He began to ask what companies the Chinese would need regardless of the environment. And you know what he did? He bought stocks from all the fleeing masses for pennies of their true value. What everyone else perceived to be a bad time, he perceived to be a phenomenally good time. It was a time of tremendous opportunity. And you know what? When all of a sudden people stopped fleeing and they began to think, well, maybe this is going to work out okay, and they started buying stocks again, sure enough, the emotional pendulum flew back. All of a sudden, people became extremely optimistic again, and John and his clients were rewarded for their immensely profitable decisions. They didn't go with the flow. They saw crisis as opportunity. In fact, in Chinese, you may know, the word crisis is composed of 2 characters. One of those represents danger, and the other one represents opportunity. So if there's anything that's evident at all, it's that not only are those who are succeeding creating their own path, challenging the traditional views of what is possible, but it's also evident that the people who follow conventional wisdom, the path of the crowd, as it may be called, those who accept the norms, usually suffer. Not only do they suffer financially and emotionally, but I think they suffer at the deepest level of their psyche. They continually have to experience the mediocre, and they have to settle for an average existence with the unfathomable pain that comes with never touching one's true purpose or destiny. There is a price for going with the flow, and that price is the pain of giving up your dreams and taking the fall that those who fail to think for themselves must inevitably experience. Ultimately, how we evaluate what things mean and what we must do determines who we become and what we create and what we experience. Recently I did a seminar in Toronto, a one-day business seminar, and I asked a group of about 3,000 successful business people, how many of you here have wildly successful lives? Lives you're incredibly proud of and you feel profoundly grateful for. You know something? In a room of 3,000 people, less than a dozen people raised their hands. Now, the truth of the matter is, many of these people are more successful in business this year than they were in previous years. In fact, I'd been there only a year and a half ago, and when I asked the same question, hundreds of people had raised their hands. What was different? I think the difference was that they had begun to filter their lives through the barrage of media that's taught them to expect the worst, that the future is going to be dim, that there's little hope for change, and that if they're doing okay right now, it's not going to last, and that intelligent people have good reason to despair. Yet when I asked the same people to imagine visiting Russia, where they could observe men and women standing in line for hours merely to buy a loaf of bread that cost 3 times more than they ever thought they could afford, maybe even after standing there for that long, they don't even get the bread. Maybe they're out of it after spending a day. Or you live in a nation where there's no certainty about your government's stability even, or what the future could possibly hold. I then asked them again, how many of you feel like you have an incredibly successful life you're grateful for and proud of? Suddenly 3,000 hands are raised to affirm their incredible levels of success. And when I described to them some of the people that we had at our mastery program who shared their lives, or a young man I recently found out about who had cancer, had his body amputated from the waist down, a man who now walks on his hands, sometimes draping pants over the emptiness below him. Suddenly when I talk to the people now, the whole room began to realize, hey, they have no problems, that their bad times may really be good times after all. See, of all the things I've learned in my life, and out of all the profound advice I've had the privilege to receive, I'm sure some of the most important was that there's one thing you must do each day, it's to stand guard at the door of your mind. For whatever meanings you allow to enter it will take root, and from those seeds your tomorrows are going to grow. See, what does this really mean? Simply, it takes years to build something of value, and yet it can be destroyed in minutes if you allow yourself to be influenced by those uneducated individuals that have no idea the power or the reality that human vision and will carry. So clearly there are two paths. That of following the crowd, which clearly leads to destruction, pain, frustration. Standard education clearly gets the standard results. Thinking like the masses is a great way to make sure you never live your dream. And those who have the ability to go against the crowd, go against the general flow, are the people we often see as the geniuses. Again, whether it's the Columbus or the Copernicus or the Templetons or the Goobers, these are people that go completely against what others have thought, and that's why they've succeeded. Success is found in that hidden area that most people won't question, they won't look at. And the only way to change the quality of our lives then is to be willing to put ourselves out there and do something different. But why is this so difficult for us? See, some people are always talking about how they're doing things different, but they're not really doing things different. They're doing things like all their friends who are trying to do things different. They're modeling their friends. They're not really going with what they believe is right. They're not trusting their instincts. And one of the challenges and one of the reasons is we live in a society with so much uncertainty right now. It's increasing every day because, again, what's the information that's being fed to everyone? What are they constantly focusing on? Things that make them uncertain. They're looking to the past for answers. And the present is very different than the way it was in the past. People are not sure what to do. And there is a psychological principle that unless you understand it, you will be controlled by it. And that principle of human influence is known as social proof. Social proof is the single most potent way of influencing human behavior cross-culturally. I don't care if you're talking about in China, if you're talking about somebody who's living in the rainforest, or if you're talking to somebody living in L.A. They all are influenced by social proof. Social proof simply means that when human beings are not sure, when they're uncertain about what should be done or what something means, they inevitably look to others to see how to feel and what to do about certain situations. It's part of how we always learn. We've learned by modeling. The belief behind social proof is that if enough people believe something or if enough people do something, then it must be right. But no greater lie was ever told. That is not accurate. How many things can you think of that lots of people used to promote and do that you can see now are destructive? Hey, listen, 1 out of every 3 people in our country die of cancer, and I just read an article just the other day that now is up the figures. They're now saying that 80% of all cancer is directly related to lifestyle. 80%. 1 out of every 2 Americans dies of heart disease. Certainly what the masses are doing in terms of how they're eating and how they're thinking and how they're approaching health does not work. And those are just the top 2 diseases. 4,000 people dying a day of those 2 diseases alone. Just imagine that. When you were growing up, did people tell you, what is it, social proof, that everybody smokes cigarettes to be cool? You know now how stupid it is. But back then you did what the crowd did, or did you? Maybe you were unique. Maybe that's why you and I are listening to this tape together. Maybe we've always been this way. Or maybe you drank, or back in the 60s when everybody did drugs. The psychology of the crowd is one of fear. It's a group of people who are running around trying to find some way to get out of pain. They want a simple solution, something that may not even be the real solution. They're looking for the source of the pain, and they want to eliminate it. They're looking for somebody to blame. They're looking for an enemy to distract themselves from the fact that they don't have control of their own lives. And you don't ever want to get swept up in it. But it's so hard not to. Why? Because we're inundated with this information. It's everywhere you turn. It's on the radio. It's in the newspaper. People are talking about it constantly. It's on your television set. Unless you're conscious, unless you say, I must guard my mind, this kind of information that can do nothing but destabilize you, make you uncertain, potentially create a sense of foreboding or fear is going to be a part of your life. And you know what? If you manage to keep all the information out, and you keep yourself in a good state, people around you, the crowd, wants to push you into their way of thinking. It's like when they see somebody is thinking in a different way or a unique way, there must be something wrong with them. It's like they must be eradicated. We've seen this all the time. Human beings seem to have this upset with people that are different. I guess some people are afraid that if somebody else is different and they're happy, that maybe that makes them question whether or not they're doing the right thing in their lives. We don't want to allow that to happen to us. I know when I was growing up, I was always so different. I remember a few years back when I was going back to my high school reunion, and on my way going up there, I literally regressed back to high school. I felt like emotionally like I was back then, with a lack of confidence like I'd not had in years. And I was feeling kind of down, almost to the level of depressed. And I thought, this is ridiculous. What's going on with me? I began to realize it. So as I was driving up there, I decided to call my mom up on the phone. And I said, hey, Mom, I said, I'm going up for my 10-year high school reunion. And she said, oh, my gosh, I can't even believe it. And she said, boy, does time fly. And she must have sensed something in my voice, and she said, honey, she said, I don't know what you're thinking about. She said, but I know one thing's for sure. You were very different back then. You were different than the rest of the people. You weren't accepted by them all. She said, but look what being different has gotten you in your life. And I thought, wow, moms sure have the right advice. Next time you got a problem, call Mom. I mean, that was brilliant input. Brilliant. I started looking around saying, look at my life now. Now I can't walk down the street anywhere in this nation without getting a chance to meet friends, people maybe I've never even met before, but listen to my books or tapes and have gotten great value for their life. I mean, I get this unbelievable reinforcement all because I was different. So I can tell you, if you look at these people, whether it be a Robert Prechter, or whether it be a Paul Pilzer, or whether it be a Peter Guber, these people are different. They're not like everybody else you're going to meet. That's why they're successful. Your goal should be to be different. Now, not just to be a rebel, that is to try and do the opposite of everybody else, just because you think by being opposite you'll be more successful or more unique. That's not it. Be yourself. Don't be what the crowd wants you to be. Don't bend just because everyone else around you wants to remake you in their mold. Realize that if you have a vision, that vision needs to be brought to reality, and you're the source. And that vision will only be brought to reality if you can continually focus on solution and not problem. Continually focus on the value you plan on adding versus all the fear and the challenge and distortion that will be surrounding you. Remember, what the majority is doing is not necessarily the most effective. You know, even Thomas Jefferson talked about the tyranny of the majority. That we have to be very careful. Just because the majority of people think something or believe something does not mean it is best. Some people say, well, I don't go with the crowd. I'm much smarter than that. I only do what experts tell me to do. Experts often think the same. They're often educated in the same way through some of the same systems. So, of course, they're going to come up with the same answer, the same results. We need to look at the people that are breaking the rules and getting results to know what's possible. So you'll never know what's possible until you attempt the impossible. You'll never know what you're capable of until you commit yourself to becoming more. But you can't do that based on the environment, on the social proof. You've got to do it based upon your imagination. Remember, imagination is more powerful than intellect. It's in our imagination, in our view of what's possible, that we create the possible. How many drugs can you think of? The miracle drugs that everybody promoted to us. Doctors got you to take them because they were taught to. They were taught that this drug was safe. Experts told them this was the best drug for the job. And yet now, years later, how many of these drugs, how many of these vaccines now are in the middle of lawsuits? Because thousands of people have found that the drugs themselves are creating disease in their body. Or that cancer is now there as a result. Look at those things that we've accepted. One of the most common drugs given to mothers, pregnant mothers, was Benedictine, designed to take care of the morning sickness. And yet the reality is children started turning up with physical abnormalities. Women started developing all kinds of physical challenges. And all of a sudden, after years of saying this was the ideal drug, it was pulled back. We cannot trust because an expert has told us something that it is right. We've got to make sure we do our best to do our own research, to see if something makes sense to us, to see what the upside or downside is, to get more information, rather than just knowing that because everybody else is doing it, it must be okay. This doesn't mean the expert is trying to mislead you or that they're not educated. It just means the more important your decision is, the more educated you should be, the more information you have to be able to make conscious decisions for yourself. This is critical. And by the way, this means any kind of expertise. If I tell you something, you need to say, does this make sense to me? Does this jive with the information I have? Can I use this? And let me see what kind of results I get from it. Judge by that. You've got to study what makes sense to you. Don't just go with the flow. There's a huge price for going with the flow, and the price is pain. The most dramatic examples that we could probably list are those of somebody like a Jim Jones. Think about it. How did this man manage to get people to come up and murder themselves, commit suicide, and help their children to die by drinking Kool-Aid that was laced with poison? They knew what they were doing. How did they do it? He took them out of their normal environment. He took them down to Guyana, where there was no one to study or to notice how to respond except each other. And they were uncertain in a jungle they didn't know how to deal with. And they had a very dominant leader who was telling them what to think and how to think and what to do. And you know what? He influenced them. All he needed to do was get a few of his most intense followers to come forward first and drink the cups of Kool-Aid and to show them giving up their children. When others saw enough of them do it, they fell right in line. And to all but a very few who escaped, willfully, purposely, consciously killed themselves. This has got to be one of the most devastating examples, but unfortunately it's not the only one. Throughout human history, when people are not sure what to do, they look to somebody who seems to be certain. But because they're certain doesn't mean they're right. People can be certain and be wrong. They can be sincerely wrong. You don't want to get hooked. You want to make sure you're educated. Again, remember the criteria is the more important a decision is, the greater the potential consequences, the more you must consciously know and understand, the more information you need to make intelligent decisions that can shape your life for the positive. See, we got to remember again and again that information by itself has power, but only at the level we direct it. Remember the formula, information times focus equals personal reality. There's lots of great information out there, but if you don't get access to it, or if you have access to information but you don't focus on how to use it on a daily basis, then you don't have any power. You don't have any ability to create change. And throughout history, people have gotten false information or a limited amount of information that has cost whole societies. When enough people, when a critical mass of people know about some information, our world changes. But we've got to make sure that we constantly pursue the best information we can receive. So again, I times F equals personal reality. Information times focus equals personal reality. And we all want to have an experience of a greater reality. So how do we do that? We become more sensitive about the sources of information that we currently have, how we pursue new information, and what we focus on. The information we have and the information we focus upon determines how we think, how we feel, and what we do. Information shapes our destiny. So there are 5 information challenges that could show up in your life. And let me just point them out to you so you can become sensitive to them and you don't fall into the trap that I think so many of us have fallen in the past. Number 1, remember, information is worthless without a purpose. See, there's all kinds of information around you all the time, but if you don't have a reason to use it, you won't even notice it. There's a part of our brain called the reticular activating system. The RAS, as it's described by experts, and it's a lot easier to say. That part of your brain, the RAS, is constantly determining what information that you're receiving from the world is significant enough for you to notice and to evaluate. In other words, right now while you're listening to my voice, you might be in your car. How many things could you be noticing inside the car, inside your body? Your heart beating really fast, the blood rushing from one section to another, certain pressure on different parts of your body. You could also be noticing things outside, like the person in front of you, which I hope a part of you is paying attention to right now. If you're at home, you could be looking at different things. You could be hearing different things. You could be smelling different things. There's so much information available. But your RAS, your reticular activating system determines what is significant enough for you to evaluate. If suddenly in your car someone started coming from the other side of the road over, your brain says that's significant, and you'd have to figure a way to respond quickly. The problem is if your RIS isn't sensitized to notice certain things, it just goes by because your brain can only focus on so many things consciously at a time. Whenever you make it clear to your brain that something is important, it's significant, it has a purpose in your life, then you start noticing it everywhere. A classic example that I've given so many times is when you suddenly buy a new car or you buy a new outfit, and then all of a sudden what happens? Everywhere you turn, you see this car all of a sudden. Everywhere you turn, you see an outfit like this outfit. What happened? Those cars were always around you. Those outfits were always around you. But by letting your brain know this is significant, now anytime that information is nearby, your brain becomes consciously aware of it. That's what happens when you set a goal. When you tell your brain, this is what's really important to me, you start noticing anything that can get you to that goal more quickly. Well, the whole key here then is to know what your purpose is when you're studying, when you're pursuing information. If you know why information is important to you, then suddenly little things that didn't matter will show up, little ideas, little distinctions, and one simple idea could change your whole life. So if we want to maximize our ability to utilize information to expand the quality of our lives, we've got to constantly know what the purpose of our life is, what the purpose of a conversation is. What do you want to accomplish in your business, in your life, in your relationships? If you get real clear about what you value most, about what your goals are, suddenly information you weren't noticing at all, information that could immediately empower you, just jumps out at you. That's how I read books. When I go into a book, I ask myself, what do I want from this book? What is this book about? What are the potential answers from this book? What's my purpose in reading it? And I screen through it, and ideas jump out at me, and then I'm able to use those and share them with other people. So remember, you're not going to use your information unless you're clear on your purpose. Information without a purpose is worthless. Get clear on the purposes of your life physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually, in relationships, in finance, and business. Know what's most important. The information will show up. The second challenge that we experience in an information age is that with all the information around you, you could still have an information deficit. That is, you could be in a situation where you don't know enough. Now, a lot of people are so frustrated with the massive amount of information that comes across their desk or into their mailbox or into their life that they've given up. A lot of people have rationalized it by saying, ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is pain. Ignorance is poverty. Ignorance means frustration. I don't care whether it be in the financial world or in the relationship world or in the parenting world or in business. What you don't know will hurt you. You've got to make sure that you get the information you need in order to be effective. It's not enough just to be confident. You got to be competent. And that means having a strategic plan on how to get a hold of any information you might need to be effective in a given situation. Just this one piece of information could totally increase the quality of your life. The lack of one piece of information could cost you a lot. I know in my businesses, having 9 companies with all the people that we have involved, I've had times where 1 or 2 decisions by an individual who wasn't completely informed have cost us tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've got to make sure that when we go into something that is important, that is significant, that we make certain that we have all the primary information we need to make intelligent decisions. And by the way, this information deficit can show up in a way that screws up personal relationships. Have you ever found yourself forming an opinion or maybe even getting mad about something, and then later on you find out you didn't even have all the information and you felt stupid about it, you felt bad about getting upset in the first place? I know I've done it. The bottom line is you're operating out of an information deficit. Sometimes it's not a deficit of information, but a deficit of quality information or a deficit of relevant information. Sometimes we've got so much information we don't know what to do. Once again, the more clear you are about what you're trying to accomplish, what your purpose or what your goal is, the better you can define what information you need. And don't assume you have all the information you need because you've done something successfully in the past. We're living in a time where change is happening so rapidly. The strategy used in the past may not work today. Make sure you're up to date. And of course, the best way to do this, the best way to make sure you don't have an information deficit is find someone who's getting the results you want. Sit down with them, tell them what you know, and ask them what you don't know that you need to know. If I'm going to go take a trip, and I'm going to go down some river, and I know that there are rocky rapids along the way, I want to take an experienced person with me to point the way, or I at least want to get them to draw me a map. See, to have them tell me, hey, you've been through this before. What is it I don't know that if I knew, my trip would be a lot smoother, and I could probably get there quicker, or I could enjoy the ride a lot more? Third major challenge with information, I call information pollution. What I mean by that is, well, let me give you a classic example. A few weeks ago, I don't know if you heard on the news or read it in the paper, but in several different newspapers and magazines, there was this article about how this new study had been done that said, hooray, guess what? Eating chocolate can actually reduce cavities. And by the way, this was not in the National Enquirer. And people were like getting excited about the possibility of it. Well, a few days later in the Wall Street Journal, they came out and described who had sponsored the study. And it was one of the largest chocolate manufacturers in our country. See, the bottom line is that company said, oh, they weren't just trying to support the organization and the study. They weren't trying to influence it. But it's not too hard to figure out that there might be a little influence there. So information pollution, by my definition, it occurs anytime someone is giving you information that clearly has secondary gain. If you've got a limited amount of information or information that's slanted or inaccurate, you've got to remember that it's still going to shape your reality. You're still going to make decisions based upon the information you have as long as you think it's accurate. Make sure you don't allow yourself to be polluted. It's the same conversation when it comes to our health. You know, right now there are all these articles coming out about the drug DES. But here's a drug that was a mystery for 20 years. And now there are women that are infertile because of it. And they're suing like crazy. But you know, suing doesn't get back somebody's body parts. It doesn't get back their future. It doesn't get back the ability to have a child. And you know what? As early as 1955, some of these companies knew that the drug was ineffective. Think about it. If someone tells you something, make sure you ask yourself the question, do they have a potential secondary gain? That doesn't mean they're trying to mislead you, but do you think their own need could color the way they're describing things, even in their own mind? You don't have to put yourself in a state of distrusting. You just have to ask yourself, could their own needs, their own desires, either to make a difference or to produce a quality product or to profit, could it be polluting their view and therefore polluting mine? What's another source of information? Again, the key to all of this is whenever the decision you're going to make is critical, it's going to affect your health, your relationship, your business, you probably want to work hard to make sure you have no polluted information. Anytime you're going to make decisions about how to feel about a friend, somebody tells you, hey, this person here is treating people really harshly, don't just buy into it. It might be an opinion, it might be a distortion, it might be a generalization, it might be information pollution that's going to affect the way you think about this person in the future. Stop and ask yourself, is there some other explanation? Where could I get more information? Again, remember, somebody who may be giving the information may have totally positive intent, but they may not know what they're talking about. They may be sincere and yet be sincerely wrong. And there are those, as they talk about in government, who put out what they call disinformation campaigns. Those people out there who are deliberately trying to give you information that's not accurate so that you'll shape your decisions in a way that benefits them. Remember, the cheapest commodity on earth is advice. You can get it from anybody. So make sure if you're going to get advice, get it from somebody who's producing results, somebody who's already getting the results that you want. They're the ones who can tell you what works and doesn't. Don't go to somebody who's never built a business and have them tell you what's a good business to be in or not. Recently, I was reading an article in one of our nation's newspapers, and the article was very, very critical of business people in our culture, specifically some Fortune 500 CEOs and how they're just not doing the job, and that's why these companies are having to lay people off. Well, you know, it's really easy to criticize. It's very interesting to see if those same people that are writing these articles might get out there and try to do it themselves. They might find it's a little easier for them to criticize than to actually produce the result they're talking about. I've even seen some articles where some business deans were criticizing some CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. You know, you look at these business deans' backgrounds, and in 2 of the 3 cases, they'd never even been involved in any business in their lifetime, much less if they ever run a billion-dollar business like the ones that they were criticizing. So you got to be careful. Once you know your purpose, once you know a result you want to produce, go to people that are currently producing results, the results you're after. If you know your purpose, they can help guide you. They can let you know, do you have an information deficit? What else do you need to know? They can help you to know, hey, what you heard about this is garbage. I've done it. I can tell you. The 4th challenge with information is obvious. Information overload. Being in this information age, we've got to learn to break through and find out what information is really relevant to what we want personally. Otherwise, you find yourself getting caught up, not able to make a decision, because as soon as you get one piece of information, you get some contradictory information. You've got to finally say 2 things. 1, what is the best source of my information? 2, what information do I specifically need to get a hold of? And 3, what's the timeline for this? I could gather information for the rest of my life. There's a timeline where I'll have to have gathered enough information that I've got to make a decision. And when that timeline comes, make your decision. And finally, 5, remember, with information, whatever you feed on consistently will shape your life. See, if you constantly feed yourself with information about how terrible the economy is, you're going to feel overwhelmed. If you constantly feed yourself with examples, stories, people you seek out who are doing well at any time, then pretty soon you're going to start to feel that same sense of certainty that will empower you to find a way to take your business, your career, your personal life, your relationship to the next level. So there is a common theme here with all these. After you know your purpose, the common theme is finding someone who's produced a result, finding a role model. I've taught this for years, and it's helped shape my life. The bottom line is, it's never the environment. It's never the economy. It's never your potential. You've got all you need. All you need to do is feed your mind. You've got to seek out those role models, those people that have done it, who can give you the quality information that can both inspire you and instruct you to take your life to the next level, where you know that the human spirit is stronger than the environment, where you remember what you know inside about your capability and you make that capability into reality. So what's the essence of the entire talk today, this entire conversation you and I are having? It's to remember anything that you can dream, conceive, believe, act upon, and learn from, you can bring into reality, regardless of the environment. And while the current emotional season may feel like a deep winter to you, I want you to remember there are those who've learned to enjoy and even prosper in this season, right now, these supposedly challenging times. And two, it's good to remember that throughout human history, men and women have come up against much tougher situations than we're currently experiencing. Right now, we're going through changes in our economy. Companies are becoming more efficient. People are being laid off. It looks like a very scary thing. How many times have we gone through it before? It's an economy that is breathing. It's been blowing out and exhaling for a long time. Now it's inhaling. Chance for you to take a look at how you want to position yourself over the coming years. But if you allow yourself to get caught up in the mental trap, in the psychology of the crowd, then you get to live in fear. And not only do you get to live in fear, but you get to let your life show up like everybody else's life. And I would submit to you that most people in our culture are not living their dream. They're not experiencing the joy or happiness that they deserve. They aren't making the difference or contributing at the level that they really want, or they're doing it, but they're not feeling the joy that comes with it. You don't want to be one of those. Step aside. Stand guard at the door of your mind. Remember, whatever you allow to penetrate it will begin to affect your life, positively or negatively. So you decide what enters in, you alone. Because otherwise, you'll find yourself in an environment like the masses, where pretty soon you'll be taught to give up, that nothing can change anyway, that the problems are permanent, that they're pervasive. And once we start to believe that, we go into learned helplessness and we don't even try anymore. You got to remember that spring always follows winter, and the day always follows the night. This too shall pass. And you also have to remember, every belief you adopt has a consequence. And buying into limitations, seeing current challenges as permanent challenges, challenges that are pervasive, will virtually guarantee you an experience of learned helplessness where you'll not only fail to tap your potential, but you'll even lose your desire to try. We've got to turn our focus away from rehashing the problems and into creating viable solutions. It's only through a solutions focus that we can create the changes we desire. Focusing on what we don't want only causes us to drive into the very walls we're trying to avoid. So beware. You're in the midst of a war, a battle between the limits of a crowd seeking the surrender of your dreams and the power of your true vision. It's a fight between those who will tell you what you cannot do and that source inside of you that knows and has always known that man is more than his environment, and that a dream backed up by an unrelenting will to attain it is truly a reality with an eminent bearing. So in the coming weeks, as you inevitably hear the rumblings of the crowd promoting all the gloom and doom, whether it's about the economy or the future or your dreams, remember the importance of standing guard at the magical door of your mind. Decide today on a plan to consistently feed your mind with quality information that can assist you in making intelligent decisions outside the realm of fear. Seek out and surround yourself with people who are producing results rather than making excuses. Your association with them will profoundly shape your destiny. Stand guard at the door of your mind. Feed and nourish your soul. Take massive action, trust your instincts, and live your dream. If you do, then I get the privilege of welcoming you to that select fellowship of achievers who direct their minds and their lives and who lead by example. Hey, I got a question for you. Is there something you really want to change in your life, but you haven't been able to get yourself to do it, no matter how hard you tried or how much willpower you tried to apply? Well, if that's true, you're going to enjoy this tape, because what I want to talk with you about is what I call the master system for creating change. The 6 fundamental and simple steps that anyone can take to immediately increase the quality of their life by changing anything you need to change and doing it now, not someday. Does that sound like a big promise? Well, it really isn't a big promise at all. After all, you've been changing things your whole life. The problem is most of us are making change without being conscious about how we're pulling it off. We don't notice what the difference is between when we make a change effectively and when we continue to struggle. I'd like to share with you in this tape those fundamentals. Now, first of all, before we even talk about making a change or how to do it, let's identify a couple of things. Number one, what kind of changes do you really want to make? And I would submit to you there are really only 2 changes you're ever really seeking in your life. You're either trying to change the way you feel about something, or you're trying to change your behavior. Now, what does that mean? Well, what are the things you want to change how you feel about? Maybe you want to change the way you feel about yourself. Literally redefining yourself, expanding your view of who you are and what you're capable of. That's a change in how you feel. That's a change in your sense of certainty. Maybe you want to change the way you feel about something happened a long time ago in your life. Or maybe you want to change how you feel about the present, or maybe even your future. Maybe you need to change the way you feel about a loved one or the loss of someone. All of these are simply changes in emotion. And they're things that we can do literally in a moment, but most of us don't. We feel imprisoned by patterns of our past, where we feel chained to living and thinking in a way that we've done traditionally, even if it disempowers us. On the other side, many of us want to change our behaviors. Sure, we want to change. We want to stop overeating or drinking or smoking. We want to stop losing and getting angry at the drop of the hat. We want to stop being in a position where we feel like we have to operate in reaction, but instead be in control and be directing our own destinies. These 2 primary changes can be accomplished through the exact same system. We've identified the kinds of changes we want, but let's talk again and remind ourselves, why do we do anything in the first place? Much less change something. Why do we do anything? Why do we do what we're doing right now? Why are we doing those things that we want to change? And the answer is always this. Everything human beings do, they do either out of their need to avoid pain or their desire to gain pleasure. The challenge, of course, is that everyone in life has developed different strategies, different patterns for getting out of pain and into pleasure. For example, for some people have learned throughout their life the quickest way to get out of pain is to take a drug or to smoke or to drink. And so they use that pattern again and again and again. They don't just do it once in a while. They do it consistently. See, anyone can change something for the moment. The kind of change I want to talk to you about in this tape is long-lasting, consistent change. That only occurs if we change the pattern that we have developed for getting out of pain and into pleasure. Some people, by the way, get out of pain not just by using drugs or alcohol, but by doing other things more unique. Maybe they watch TV as a way to distract themselves and get out of the pain of boredom or frustration or anger or hurt or sadness or feeling alone. Other people go out and learn to sing. Some people learn the way to get out of pain is go read. Other people go skydive. Who you are today is being shaped by these patterns. And if you and I want to create permanent change, lasting change, consistent change, what we must do is develop a new set of patterns of how to get out of pain and into pleasure. Think about it. If you consistently feel a negative emotion, let's say, for example, it's overwhelm, you have a pattern of doing things that makes that happen, a pattern of focusing, for example. You keep picturing all the things you have to do all at one time, and you see it as being impossible to accomplish, and so immediately you feel overwhelmed. In order to feel overwhelmed, you have to do this same pattern again and again and again. All you would have to do to change this is interrupt the pattern. That is, stop the pattern that's going on and replace it with something that's more effective. Like when you begin to feel this overwhelm, your new pattern becomes, let me focus on the most important thing that I can do right now that I know I'm in control of. And after I get done with that, then I'll look at the next thing. By developing this new pattern of chunking things down into simple bite-sized steps, you won't be overwhelmed. Now, this sounds so simplistic. You say, well, then why don't I do it? Because there is a specific syntax of change. I can tell you myself, for more than a decade now, I've pursued the best technologies for creating change. What is a technology? It's a specific way of consistently producing a result. So I studied things like Gestalt therapy, neurolinguistic programming, Ericksonian hypnosis, and these were some of the cutting-edge technologies in the nation, ways to create change more rapidly than anything I'd ever seen before. I became so proficient at these skills that I was able to immediately start helping other people, and it became my life's work. I literally found that if I put myself on the line and I applied these technologies, there was very little I couldn't help people to change, and I got excited about it. I became an evangelist, basically. But there were those times when a change did not stick, where I'd made a shift with someone and I helped them to make a difference, but it didn't last. And it bugged me. Even though it was such a small percentage, it really drove me crazy, and it made me want to say, okay, what isn't working here? And gradually I began to realize it wasn't the technology, it was the way it was being applied. And I also began to wonder, how come I'm so successful? I mean, after all, lots of other people know these same technologies. How come they're not getting the same results for people as I'm getting? And as I began to look even further, I said, well, look at all the people out there, all the therapists that are using all kinds of different approaches to helping people, and all of them work some of the time. The whole science of NEC, neuroassociative conditioning, that I've developed really came out of my asking two basic fundamental questions. My brain began to think, if all these different forms of therapy can help people to make changes, and they can do it successfully, and all kinds do work, we have to agree, right? Everything from something as outrageous as primal scream therapy, rebirthing, to traditional Freudian approaches, non-directive approaches, rational emotive therapy. I mean, we could go on and on. They all work some of the time. So my question became, what do they have in common when they're all working? And secondly, what are they all missing when they fail to make the change? I mean, why is it that sometimes a person will walk in and see a therapist for one session or two or four or five and get the thing handled, and another they'll go for 7 years? What is the difference? Because the truth is, change happens in a moment, like that. It doesn't take 10 years to make a change. It literally happens in a moment, but the problem is that most of us in life take the 7 years to get ourselves to the point where we finally make the decision to make the shift. So how do we make the change happen more quickly? And as I began to seek this out, several things became clear. The first thing I noted was that change only happens when we change what we link to a given situation in our nervous system, specifically when we change our neuroassociations. In other words, as long as you're trying to diet, but dieting means pain to you, it is never going to last. The change is not going to be one that's long-term. The only way that you can ever lose weight is if you pick those foods that right now you're addicted to, that are fatty or that are keeping you fat, that are polluting your system, and you learn to associate massive pain to them to the point you never even consider them again. If you link that much pain to them, you will not touch them again. But this cannot be an intellectual change. You probably know you shouldn't eat certain foods. You know they're fatty, but you still do it. The reason you still do it is because you still link in your gut, in your neuroassociations, that this food equals pleasure. So those shifts have to occur. And likewise, if a person has been through some horrible emotional event, they've been physically abused, they've been raped, the only way that that experience can be handled is if we change the sensations we link to it. That is, if that person was raped, as long as they feel helpless, as long as they feel tarnished by the experience, as long as they feel like the problem is permanent, and as long as the meaning is that their world is over, then they're going to be in pain. The only way to help this person to change is to change the meaning, change the sensations linked to it, so that now that situation becomes nothing but a powerful commitment that never again will this happen to this woman or this man or anybody else who they can have a chance to influence in a positive way. It becomes a drive. It becomes a positive set of sensations, even though it was a negative experience. This is the change that has to occur in human behavior, a change in what we link pain and pleasure to. So if it's really this simple, why don't we just change? Why don't we just do it right now? Good question. Maybe it's time we started considering how we could do it. Let me offer you the best that I've learned, analyzing all the therapies that I've done for people for the last 10 years, looking at the best therapists, the best change artists, if you will, that I've ever met in my lifetime, and looking at the times when it didn't work for those people, as well as looking at therapists that I thought were terrible, people who could not create a change in anybody. I had people coming back week after week after week and never seeing any real measurable progress. Out of it all, I've synthesized what I believe are the 6 master steps to creating any form of change. And let me clarify. These are the 6 giant steps you'll take, and you can use any form of technology. You can use something great like neurolinguistic programming. You can use Gestalt therapy. You can use primal scream. You can use anything you want Once you understand these 6 steps, you can put them within the 6 steps. In fact, as they start to go through these 6, think right now, before we even begin, what is a change that you're committed to making happen once and for all? Something you've been putting off, something you haven't followed through on. And I'd say go through the 6 steps, take some notes. And if you're in the car, take them in your head and listen to this tape again and write down the notes and make sure these 6 steps are written in front of you somewhere and you begin to apply them in a very real and measured way. Here is step number 1 to changing anything in your life, whether it's an emotional pattern you want to shift or a behavior. And I have to warn you, it is so simple, it's a joke, but most people never do it. And it is the first step to change, and that is simply this. Decide what do you want and what's preventing you from getting it. Again, decide what is it that you really want and what's preventing you from getting it right now. Now, again, this sounds so third grade, doesn't it? But I can tell you, having worked with literally hundreds of thousands of people, that the first thing people focus on when they come to see you and they want you to make a change, whether it be in a seminar, one-on-one, or any venue, they almost always come up and tell me what they don't want, not what they do want. I don't want to smoke anymore. I don't want to feel like hell anymore. I don't want to feel depressed. I want to change this. But rarely do they know exactly what they want to change to. When I say, what do you want to change to? They say, well, I don't know, I just want to feel better. That's too general. You and I have to remember our brain is the ultimate computer. If we give it precise instructions, it'll follow through for us. But we've got to know exactly what we want, and that requires making a decision. Now, once again, most people in life have not used their decision muscles in so long that they got wimpy muscles. They have a hard time deciding what they're going to order for dinner, much less making a change. But you must start here. If you are not making progress and you're not achieving what you want, I can guarantee you there's an area you can enhance, and that is the clarity you have as to what it is you truly want. And are you clear on what's stopping you? And the answer, you might say, well, I don't know what's stopping me. That's the problem. Yes, you do know. That false belief that you don't know what's holding you back is a belief system that keeps you from changing. From this day forward, I want to challenge you to operate from a brand new belief system. And that is, you always know what's holding you back, and the minute you become aware of it, you can change it. And I can tell you in advance what it is. What's always holding you back is you're linking more pain at some level of your consciousness to changing than staying the way you are. At some level, you fear the change. Why? Because we human beings have this desperate need for certainty. Because when we're uncertain, which is making a change and tends to make us very uncertain, we get very fearful. Because the uncertainty means you might experience even more pain. See, that's a big challenge. And the only way that we're going to get ourselves to the point of really being able to accomplish what we want in our lives then is to develop such a clear idea of what we want, that it's compelling, that it'll drive us, that we'll have a new sense that if we make a change, we're going to have incredible pleasure in our lives. See, we don't want to change just to avoid the pain. We want to change so that we get more juice in our lives. So what is the change you want in your life? And then once you decide what the change is, decide this. What do you want to change to? What do you really want? And, again, what's preventing you from getting it? It's either a belief or a negative feeling or association or a fear about what that change might bring, a sense of uncertainty. Think right now of something you want to change in your life, something that's very important to change, and get very clear on what do you want to change to. Instead of saying, I want to stop smoking, what do you want to do instead? Who do you want to be instead? How do you want to live instead? Define it very clearly. And then jot down what up until now, in fact, this might be a good way of wording this from now on, up until now, what has prevented you from taking the action necessary to make this change? Answer that question right now, stop the tape, and do step 1. I assume that you went and did the exercise. I'm sure you're not continuing to listen to this without taking the time to do this, are you? Please take the time. Don't just listen passively. Otherwise, you'll be doing what you've always done in the past. Decide. Make a decision of how you want it to be. Now, for those of you who did the exercise, ignore the preceding announcement. After you've gotten absolutely clear about what it is you really want, you know what's prevented you, now we go to step number 2. And step number 2 is the number one reason why most people who try to help people to change fail or take years to make a change. Because, again, change happens in a moment. The key is getting ourselves to make that moment happen now. And the way we do that is through step number 2, and that is get leverage on yourself. What do I mean by this? I mean, you and I have to shift that basic pattern that keeps us from being able to change our lives. And that basic pattern is simply this. If you aren't changing anything, it's simply because you link more pain to changing than staying the way you are. Or you don't link enough pleasure to the idea of changing. It's not compelling enough. So we must gear up and accelerate the amount of pain we link to our present behavior or emotion, the one we want to change. We got to make it so painful that change becomes an absolute must. Not a should, not a could, not an ought to, an absolute must. Invariably, when I talk to people, they say things like, well, I really should lose weight. I really should, not be so abusive to my children verbally. I really should go out and try and start a new business. But see, you can sit there and shit all over yourself and nothing's ever going to change. You've got to make it a must. Now, how do you do that? Well, the first step is realizing, having the awareness that the only thing stopping you from changing is the fact that you honestly have mixed emotions about the whole idea. After all, you might think in your head, well, what if I go out there and I try to stop smoking and I actually quit and go through all the pain it would take to stop smoking and then I die of cancer anyway? Gosh, I might go through all the pain and still have pain. Or what if I go out there and I really go on a diet and I still don't lose the weight? Or I gain it back? Why even try? It's too painful. Why even begin the process? These mixed emotions, these mixed neuroassociations are what keep us from changing. We have to remember that the ability to change is not even a question. Your capability to change, there's no doubt right now you could stop smoking. What do you got to do? Just not put that thing up to your lips. It's not like something that attacks you. You do it. If you're overweight, you're doing it to yourself. If you're getting angry all the time, you're doing it to yourself. If you're out of control in any area of your life, you're doing it to yourself, and you could change it right now, this moment, if you just decided to and cut off any other possibility. But most of us don't. And we don't because we don't realize that change is not a matter of capability. It's merely a matter of motivation. See, if I put a gun to your head and said, you better get out of that depressed state and start smiling and laughing right now and convince me that you got a lot to live for, I'd be willing to bet that you probably would be able to respond and get yourself in a good state. Why? Because I'd have what you call massive leverage, where all of a sudden your brain would think, not changing is too painful. I got to change quickly. We can always change. What we're missing is the leverage. If you go to see a therapist, and you see them again and again and again and again on the same exact issue, why? Why? Why would you not make the change? Because you don't have enough leverage. Maybe you've even actually learned to appreciate the therapist and they're your friend. That's wonderful. But now what may be happening is you may have leverage to stay the way you are because after all, you want to continue to have this wonderful friend. We call this secondary gain, where all of a sudden somebody may get injured, for example. In the beginning, getting well is really important. But when they got injured, something else happened. People around them really started expressing their love for them on a regular basis. They started doing things for them that they never did before. And all of a sudden, this person was receiving all this extra attention and this caring. Consciously, they want to get well, but unconsciously, their brain's saying, this is a pretty good deal. And so they have mixed emotions, and then the doctor can't figure out what's the matter with them. Why doesn't the body heal? Or it is healed, but they still seem to have the symptoms. Why? Because a lack of change always comes back to mixed neuroassociations. How do we change this? The answer is obvious. We must get ourselves to the point where we feel so excited, so turned on, so compelled about our new change, the thing we're going to change to, that we want it more than anything else on earth. And all we've got to do that is make it real. Find somebody who's living in a better way. Find somebody who has the kind of body that you want. Find somebody who can dance or move. Find somebody who's a role model, who inspires you, who's living the change that you want to have. That's the first element. And secondly, get yourself to link so much pain to not changing that you have to change right now. And you can do that by asking pain-associating questions. Questions like, what am I missing out on right now in my life because I haven't made this change? What have I already missed out on? And then as you begin to get associated to those feelings, when you begin to get yourself to a point where your brain says, I've had it, never again, it's in that moment that your life changes. And that is your step 2. Let's do it right now. That very same change you want to make. And the thing that was preventing you, you've got to link now. Stop and think about the pain, what you've missed out on, what you've ripped yourself off of by not following through, the pain you'll have in the future if you don't change, the pain you have presently. You've got to make it urgent to change, not someday, but right now, and make it real. And then when you're done with that, you've got to think about, if you change, what will you get instead? What will be the pleasure? And make that real. Visualize it. Imagine it. Make it so compelling. Take a moment. Do it with pencil and paper if you can right now, and then begin to focus in your mind until you clearly know that change is a must. Again, I hope you're doing this exercise right now. You're not just playing the tape. Okay, welcome back. So we've done step one. What is it? We're absolutely clear on what we really want. Not just what we want to change, but what do we really want in our lives, and what's prevented us up until now to make that change. 2, we now have massive leverage. We know that we can't go another day. We've hit emotional threshold. Not one more day living this way, not one more day with this behavior, not one more day of feeling depressed, not one more day of whatever it is you want to change. And we know how compelling and exciting it's going to be to live life with the new change. Well, let me tell you something. I hope you remember this the rest of your life. 80% of making a change is having a strong enough why. 20% is knowing how to do it. How is easy. There's so many ways to change. It's a joke. But you've got to get enough reasons, compelling reasons. That's the leverage. Now, if we know what we want, if we got ourselves in a position where we got massive leverage, we still could have a problem. And the problem is there are a lot of people out there that know what they want, and they're driven. They've got to change, but they keep doing the same things again and again and again and again. You know, there was a definition of insanity that was given years ago, and the definition was doing the same things over and over again and expecting a different result. I'm sure you've seen a fly on a window trying to get out. You know, it searches for a way out of the room, and it heads in the direction of the light. Well, sure enough, it hits the glass. What does it do? It hits it again, hits it again, hits it again. Some flies never figure it out. They just keep doing the same things, and they end up dying in the room. The only way you can change, even with all your motivation and drive, is you must do step number 3. You must interrupt your old pattern. You must interrupt the pattern that is holding you back, whatever it is. I don't care if it's the pattern of every time you're stressed reaching for food or reaching for a cigarette or alcohol, or if it's the pattern of yelling at people because you feel frustrated inside. You must interrupt it just for the moment. You don't even have to stop it, but you've got to interrupt it, because when we interrupt the pattern, we render it useless. We don't want to keep on doing the same thing where now you must change, but you keep going out there and trying the same approach over and over and over again. It's not going to work. It's like the guy that goes out looking for his keys. He lost his keys. He doesn't know where they are. Have you ever done this? And you go running around and you check in this one drawer. You check the whole drawer, they're not there. Then you go to the next spot in the room, then the next. Then you go back out to the car. You check the floor of the car. You check the seats. You check the ignition. You come back in the house and you've checked everywhere you can think. So what do? You go back and check the drawer again. How crazy. What do you think is going to happen? It's suddenly going to appear in the drawer? See, it makes no sense to do the same things over and over and over again and expect a different result. We've got to interrupt the pattern. And you know what? There's so many easy ways to do it. Interrupting a pattern merely requires you do something out of the ordinary. You do something unexpected to yourself or to the person you're trying to break the pattern of. See, I'll give you an example. Have you ever been in a situation where you're so caught up in a conversation, it's like super important to you, you're totally immersed, and then somebody comes by over here from the right-hand side of you and asks you this stupid question that has nothing to do with anything you're talking about. And you go, what? What are you talking about? And you have to think for a minute to answer their question because it makes no sense to you. And you finally answer their question. You get it all settled. You come back to your conversation. And what happened? You can't even remember what you were talking about, even though it was important to you. See, that's a classic example of having your pattern interrupted. And you know what? The same thing happens with our emotions. We can be in a really lousy state, maybe be in a fight with somebody, but have them all of a sudden do something that cracks us up. Have you ever had that experience? Now, I know it doesn't happen all the time because you're usually so caught up in your pattern. But if something weird, outrageous, or funny enough happens, have you ever been caught up in an argument and then all of a sudden you guys say something to each other and one of you starts to crack up? It destroys the whole thing. You can't stay mad. Same thing happens with depression. Same thing happens with virtually every area of our lives. The problem is that very rarely do these things happen because we are not deliberate in our approach to breaking patterns. By the way, the metaphor I've shared with people for years about breaking patterns is very simply this. If you're depressed, you have to run a certain pattern. You have to put your shoulders in a certain way, to open them down. You got to put your eyes down. You got to breathe a certain way. You got to picture in your mind the worst possible scenarios that you think have happened or will happen in the future. You got to talk to yourself in a lousy way. That requires a lot of work. It's not easy, and it's a pattern you've developed. But if in the middle of doing that, all of a sudden you break the pattern, you interrupt it by suddenly grinning from ear to ear, breathing fully, if you do anything to break that pattern, anything weird or outrageous or even stupid, you will absolutely change your state. What happens if you put your shoulders back up, you breathe, you put a big, stupid, silly grin on your face, you raise your hands above your head and clap them together and say, thank God my feet don't stink today, or some other stupid thing, as ridiculous and inane as this sounds. It works, because it breaks your pattern. Now, it only works for a moment, and I understand that, but that's only step 3, remember. We got 6 steps here. We've got to interrupt the pattern, and if we keep interrupting it, though, if you keep taking a record, which is nothing but a pattern, think of it. If we took out a compact disc or a record, the only reason you hear that same music, get those same feelings, is because there's a pattern in that record. But if I take that record out one day and I take that needle and I go across that record back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and I keep breaking all those patterns, pretty soon, if I do that enough times, that record will never play the same way again. Now, if I only put one scratch across it, it'll just skip a beat, but the basic pattern is still there. So if we want to change our behavior, we got to know, what do we want? What's preventing us? We got to get leverage where we must change, and then we've got to interrupt the pattern and do it many different times. We can do it with what we call a visual scramble technique. Many of you are familiar with this. That's where you imagine something that's been bugging you. But remember, you first got clear what you want instead. You know you're committed to changing. Then what do? You close your eyes. Try it now, as long as you're not driving. Think of something that you really are committed to changing. Think of some element of that. Something you really want instead. What do you want to change to? Make sure you know that you're committed to changing this now. All of your being, there's no part of you that has mixed emotions. And then all you've got to do now is imagine that situation, that memory you have some negative feelings towards, whatever it was, and just see it like a normal movie. And then what? Simply run it backwards as fast as you can to the beginning. Then run it forwards, then backwards, then forwards, then backwards. If people were saying things that bothered you, make their nose big like Pinocchio, make their ears big like Dumbo, play some weird cartoon music, run it forwards and backwards. You know this technique, don't you? Run it back and forth, at least 20 times. Every time, change the colors of everything in there. Put rainbow colors in everybody's faces. Make it the most bizarre and weird cartoon and scramble it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What you're doing is you're taking this memory and you're scratching it up a million different ways. If you do it faster and faster, the key here is speed. The key is to put a big grin on your face while you're doing it. If you're not smiling, put a smile on your face. Make it weird, make it bizarre. Scramble the sensations. Again, 20, 25 times of this, you will not feel the same way again. You will not get back in that angry state. You will not get back in that depressed state if you do it strongly enough. Now realize the scramble is only one way to break a pattern. If you find yourself consistently doing something like overeating, and your way of trying to change this is to say, well, I better stop doing this because it makes me feel bad, and I know I shouldn't do this because then I get fat. That's not going to do it. Your brain's going to go, give me the food, because you link too much pleasure to that food. You want to do it, you got to do something outrageous. You got to break the pattern. Next time you find yourself overeating and you're in a public restaurant, jump up out of your seat, point down at your own chair and scream, pig! And I promise you, if you do that 2 or 3 times in a public place, you'll never do it again. You won't overeat. I say this only with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek. The point is, the more outrageous your pattern up, the more effective it will be. But we've got to break the pattern. So now that we've gone through step 3, you've got to interrupt your pattern. The question is, how? And remember, the best way to interrupt a pattern is to be outrageous, to do something a person does not expect, to do something that really radically changes your own state. So what I want you to do is stop the tape and write down a bunch of bizarre ideas. Come up with at least 10 brainstorm ideas on how to break the pattern of feeling depressed that you had, or being angry, or feeling overwhelmed. What could you picture when you start to feel overwhelmed that would crack you up? What could you say to yourself? What could you do with your body? What could you do if you're in a position of overeating or drinking or smoking to interrupt the pattern in a humorous way, a funny way, something that would jar you out of that pattern and maybe even make you smile or make you laugh? Turn off the tape right now. I know you don't know all the answers, but write down the best ones you can come up with right now. Great. Welcome back. Now, on the list you come up with, what are the top 3 best ways to break your pattern? Circle those and make sure you use them. And by the way, if you're not satisfied with the ways you've come up with to break those patterns, find somebody who is now no longer overeating, no longer drinking, no longer getting depressed, and find out what do they do instead. And find out how did they break their pattern and use the same tool. Once you interrupt the pattern, though, your job is not done. This is one of the biggest mistakes that people make. Some people actually get to the point of interrupting their pattern. They stop the smoking. They stop the overeating pattern for a short period of time, but that's a critical moment. Now that you've broken the pattern, you've got to move in with step number 4, and that is create an empowering alternative. We must preserve the intention of our old behavior. The reason you smoked was not to kill yourself. You smoked because it gave you something. It gave you a way to get out of boredom, or it gave you something to do with your hands, or it gave you a way to relax because when you smoked, you took deep breaths slowly, or you used it to give yourself a reward or as an excuse to get out of the room. You need to find a new pattern that will give you the same benefits without the negative side effects. This is a must to having long-term change. Okay. Let's do step number 4 together. What's the alternative now? If you're not going to get upset and angry, if you're not going to get depressed, if you're not going to overeat, you're not going to drink, what are you going to do instead to change your emotional states? Sit down and brainstorm a whole series of ways that you can get yourself out of pain and into feeling good right now, something you could do anywhere. Take a moment now and make your list. Welcome back again. I hope you enjoy your list. Now what you should do is carry it with you and practice it. Make it like a menu. So from now on, when you don't feel good, pull out your menu and say, okay, here are all the ways I can make myself feel good instead of the old ways I used to do that were destructive. And again, find a role model. If you don't like your ways, find somebody else who does something instead of drinking or smoking and find out what they do instead to make themselves feel good. Use their techniques. Remember the power of role modeling. Let's go on to step number 5. And that is you must now condition your new pattern until it remains consistent. Conditioning is the key. As long as we're using willpower to try and enforce a new pattern, it's not going to last. We've got to condition ourselves so that now that we have this new pattern, this new way to feel good, we've got to make sure that our brain always goes there. I mean, the best example I can give you is, I know recently I was really busy, and I tend when I'm at home to get on the freeway going towards San Diego because that's the direction I had about 90% of the time. Well, I was caught up on the phone in a conversation. I needed to go a different direction. But I'm so conditioned to go to San Diego that unconsciously I got on the freeway and I was down about a mile before I realized what I'd done. Have you ever been in that place? That's classic conditioning. You got to remember that whatever we focus on again and again in our mind, whatever we reinforce, will eventually become conditioned within us. Conditioning is basic. Do something over and over and over again with enough emotional intensity and feeling, and it will become conditioned. So you and I need to remember that if we rehearse something over and over again, we're laying the neurological connections in our mind each time we do it. Our mind cannot tell the difference between something we vividly imagine and something we actually experience. Remember, every time you use your new pattern, you will be reinforcing this new neurological connection in your mind, and pretty soon this will be the dominant pattern of your life. Pretty soon when you get on the freeway of your emotion, you'll only go in one direction, and that's the positive direction. Right now, write down a couple things you can do to make sure that you stick to this new alternative, that it becomes conditioned. Let's go to final step number 6. With these first 5 steps, what will you have accomplished? You will have interrupted a pattern that didn't work, and you will have replaced it with a new empowering pattern and conditioned it so that now you feel certain it's going to work. But how are you going to know for sure? The answer is, step 6, you got to test it. And the best way to test it is use a technique that they taught in neurolinguistics, and that's called a future pace. That's where you just sit down, you close your eyes, and you imagine that situation where you wanted to make the change, where you think you have made a change, and you notice how you react. For example, if one of the changes you want to make was not feeling rejected, if in the past every time your boss raised their voice you felt destroyed, all you got to do now to see if it works is test it. Close your eyes and imagine your boss being intense with you and notice how you feel. Do you feel resourceful? Do you feel the way you've conditioned yourself, or do you feel the old way? If you feel the old way, you got to recycle. Either you haven't conditioned things enough, or your empowering alternative is not strong enough, or you didn't really break the pattern, or you don't have enough leverage, or you're not really clear on what you want. Just recycle the 6 steps until you produce the result you're committed to. And part of testing is making sure that if you make this change, that it's going to be ecological. The study of ecology really is the study of consequences. So what you've really got to do is just think, look back. You need to ask yourself, by making this change, will my whole life be enhanced? Will any area of my life be disturbed by this change? Will it hurt my career or help it? And as long as you note that the changes you're making are consistent with your own personal values and they support the people around you, then your test will be complete. You can live by this new pattern and you will have created the change that you've been pursuing. So go out in the next 30 days and have a ball. Change anything you want to change. Anything you don't like, change it. Make your world the way you want it. Remember, you have the power to shape your destiny. Take control now. And most importantly, have fun. Enjoy the process of making change. The biggest mistake people make is they think change has to be painful. If you break your own patterns in fun ways, you can make the next 30 days the most enjoyable changes you've ever made. Right now, there's a pattern of change that's occurring throughout the industrialized world that doesn't get much press. We're just starting to see it in our newspapers and our magazines, but it's a pattern. It's a distinction. It's a change that's going to affect every aspect of your personal and professional life. And if we fail to anticipate this change, we're going to experience pain. And if we do anticipate it, we can take advantage. We can have an edge. We can create a greater quality of life than we ever have before. This pattern of change, you wonder what it is. Well, I'm not going to tell you just yet. You got to think as usual and stay with me a little bit here. I will tell you this, though. This simple pattern of change that's happening throughout the industrialized world, and I want to talk with you about, there is a danger that when I talk with you about it, that you'll see it as something that's happening to someone else, that you'll see it as being something that has nothing to do with your personal life because, you know, after all, nothing like this has ever happened to you in the past. If there's one thing that you and I have to know about the 21st century, it's that it will be nothing like the 20th century, that what has been is not what will be, that the process of change, as we know it, has changed radically. We've always had change. But what we're well aware of now, and it's almost a cliche to even say it, is that what's different about change today is it's happening more rapidly than ever before, but also changes are happening in a discontinuous fashion, meaning we used to have continuous change. You could say, well, things are going to get better. You know, we know what change is going to be. We may not know the details, but we know that the next generation is going to be better off than this generation. We know that whatever we're doing here in our business, we're just going to do it better next year. Well, that's not necessarily true anymore. Change today can happen instantaneously in a way that we cannot anticipate, or at least have not anticipated before, where suddenly we're not doing it better, we're doing something completely different at this company. Overnight, when you have something like the Soviet Union disappear, when a wall comes down in Germany, when suddenly corporations like IBM will come out and say, we're going to lay off 150,000 workers in less than 2 years, a company that always promised permanent employment and has been known as the international company of example, when all these things happen that rapidly, literally overnight, these are not continuous change. These are not changes we would anticipate. These are discontinuous change. So what I'm trying to say to you is before I talk to you about this simple pattern, this affects you personally. This is going to affect you. If it isn't affecting you now, it's going to affect you in the near future. It'll affect you whether you own your own company, whether you're an executive for a corporation, whether you're just entering the workforce, or if you're never even planning on working and you're a homemaker, because it's going to affect the structure of how your family even functions. So what the heck am I talking about here? What I'm speaking to you about is the radical changes that we're seeing in the structure of work in industrialized societies. What the heck does that mean? Well, you and I have lived with a certain set of assumptions, at least most of us in industrialized countries have up until now. And that was that, hey, half of your life, basically, your adult life, you were going to drive someplace, you were going to go to work at that location. If you really did work hard and you really added value, you would continue to work for that company unless you chose to leave. And if the company got into trouble, at the very worst, you would have experience at this corporation that would be marketable to go to work for somebody else. And sure enough, you planned your life based around that, because the structure of how we work determines dinner times, determines when you're going to see your children. It determines to a great extent how you think about your future, what you think is possible, what you think is impossible. So what's changed? You say, I'm still going to the same job. I'm still doing the same thing. Well, one thing that's changed is the future. Ask any baby buster, those young people now coming out of college, who've gone and lived by the rules. What have they done? They went out and they got the education, right? Maybe a great education, spent a fortune to get the education, invested their lives, their time, their energy. They're having a hard time getting a job. They don't understand. Just a few years ago, if you did all these right things, you could get a great job with a great corporation, right? If you studied to get an MBA, you certainly would get a job on Wall Street. Wall Street was coming up and courting these young men and women. It's not happening in that environment or virtually any other environment. We're finding young people who are incredibly well educated who are going to work in retail outlets as salespeople for minimum wage. It's an amazing environment. I'm sure you're seeing it around where you are. You might say, well, I don't care. I'm not a baby buster. Well, you should care because they're a major part of our society. Many of them are getting there 28, 29, almost 30 years old, and they still haven't found, many of them, what their career is, what their compelling future is, where they can invest themselves, their resources, their imagination, their creativity that will enhance our society. Instead, many are getting frustrated and overwhelmed. Not all, but many. And by the way, it's no different for you if you are a baby boomer. The only difference is you were around earlier when there was a boom going on. You were around when our society was a bit different, and you got probably a great job, a great career. But you may have a bit of concern about this thing called downsizing, or right-sizing as they now call it. Why aren't these jobs available? Because in the last 10 years, the latest statistics show we've lost almost 4 million jobs in less than 10 years. What's happening is these companies, in an effort to try and compete, are changing the structure of corporations and therefore the number of jobs and the types of jobs that are available. This has changed the way people think about their future. It even changes the way some people look at their present. You say, well, but this is a temporary thing. Things are tight right now. No, they're not. They're booming. Things are booming right now. Corporations, many of them are growing and expanding. New industries are starting up. Some people say, well, when is it going to return to normal? No. This is normal. This is the new status quo, continuous change with corporations and organizations trying to reorganize so they can compete more intensely in a world market. And the impact of their decision-making is changing the structure of work. You say, what do you mean about the structure of work? So far, you just talked about unemployment. Well, here's what's really changing. Companies are beginning to realize that the structure of a company, and if you're an executive, you certainly know this and are probably already addressing it, that you want to have a company that is flexible, that can change quickly and radically to meet the changing desires, modes, and needs of today's consumer, and a company that's competing on a world scale. In order to do that, they're trying to make sure they have the smallest amount of cost, and they started something called outsourcing. What's outsourcing? They're saying, why should we do our own accounting? Let's have an outside firm do that. Why should we employ somebody to stock all of our materials? Let's have the company that's selling us this stuff keep things in stock and manage it. And as a result, you're seeing these big corporations shrinking, and lots of small businesses are starting up. Many small businesses. In fact, during the 1980s, we saw a huge shrinkage in Fortune 500 America. But what we saw grow faster than anything in history is women-owned businesses, small entrepreneurship started by women. Now, what does that mean? Why is this happening, and what is the impact upon your life? Well, the first thing it does, it destabilizes the one area of your life most people take for granted. We have all these assumptions. Well, I know what work is, and I know how I'm going to work, and I know how it's going to happen, and I'm going to have this one employer. No, you're going to have multiple employers, most people. In fact, for most countries, it now appears if the momentum continues in the direction it's going, and there's no reason for it not to, as you'll see in a moment as I explain to you what the force is that's causing this change. But if it continues to move in this direction, approximately half of our population will be living outside what we currently call the norm of employment, called full-time employment. Half the people will be part of outsourcing. Half the people will have part-time employment or multiple employers. That's an amazing change. Think about what that will do to your family life. Think about what that does to your time. Think about what that does to your sense of certainty about the future. Think about what that demands from you in terms of your ability to create quality so you can continue to have the same customer as an employer. Pretty soon your employer becomes your customer if you work for someone else in any way, shape, or form. And if you have your own business, it means you're looking at running your business differently, where you're more flexible, where you can hire somebody for the short term and then let them go as you make a change in the way you run your business without upsetting anyone, without creating a bunch of economic challenges, giving you the flexibility and power to meet the marketplace. Now, what is causing this change? Why are so many people now part-time employed? Is it because there just aren't the jobs? No, that's not the reason. The reason is we're running into 3 or 4 new factors that are part of our world society that are causing businesses to make changes. The first one is technology. Recall we already said that change has always occurred, but it's happening more rapidly now than ever before, and a major source of the speed of change is technology. Because number one, it's changing the way companies operate, because corporations are finding that through new machines, new technology, new innovations, they can now get the same job done or a better job done with no human beings. They can eliminate dozens or sometimes hundreds of jobs. This has happened for major corporations and their accounting departments. Just imagine a bank that had multiple outlets and the hundreds of accountants they used to have versus the dozens that they now have to get the same job done, where any executive can get the information they need at their fingertips at almost the speed of light. This has also happened in industries as simple as farming. We used to have 30 million farmers in this country who helped us to feed 100 million people. That was at the turn of the century. Today, we have 1% of those farmers. We have 300,000 farmers in the entire nation, and they feed 300 million people because of technology. Not only everybody in this nation, but we feed people overseas as well. So technology is changing the pace of change, and it's making businesses have to change more rapidly. Because if your competition begins to get this kind of technology, he or she can leave you in the dust. So all of a sudden, you can't be like Henry Ford, where he made one product, and the life cycle of that product was a generation. The Model T was sold to a generation. Today, the product life cycle of any product has shrunk down to as little as 6 months to a year and a half. Many companies create products now knowing that it's only going to last in the marketplace for as little as 6 to 9 months. Can you imagine? Now, if that's true of a product, you can imagine what that means to jobs. If we're only going to make that product for that period of time, unless the person in the job has multiple skills, we're going to have to find somebody else to do what we're going to make now, or what we're going to sell now, or what we're going to market now. This technology is changing the way businesses operate. And the other factor is technology is changing the way we work, because we no longer have to go to one central place to work. Technology now allows people to live virtually wherever they want and do much of their business. Because much of the business of the information society is manipulating ideas or words or sounds or images on computers or other forms of systems, or it's negotiations, it's communication through telephones. We're in a situation today between computers and faxes and modems. We're in a position where many people can choose to live virtually anywhere, and it totally changes their idea of the workplace, the work environment, where they can do business, how many countries they can do business in, which brings up the next major factor that's affecting the pace of change and therefore your work life, and that is competition. Because of technology, we truly have a competitive world. Because people now from virtually anywhere in the world can interact. They can do business. They can make offers. They can come up with concepts. They can synergize between one another. This is creating a world where there are so many people participating and producing products and services that there's been a huge change in the balance between supply and demand. I mean, think about it. This generation has learned a different lesson than previous generations about buying products and services, and they're affecting the workplace. This generation has learned that there is no scarcity of products, that there are lots of products out there, that if you want a fax machine, there are multiple numbers of fax machines out there, that you can kind of pick and choose what you want. There is so much competition out there that it's making every business have to work harder to be more profitable. They have to add more value for less money. And as a result, that's why many of them have turned to downsizing or resizing to try and figure out how to compete. But downsizing and resizing is not the answer, as we're going to find out here. The third factor that's going to shape the way businesses are conducted, and therefore the structure of your future work, is demographics and psychographics. What the heck does that mean? Well, if an economy is driven by consumers, and what consumers spend money on determines where businesses put their attention, who gets employed and who doesn't, then we have to look at who are the major consumers of our economy. In fact, who is the major person shaping our society? Well, there was a generation that has controlled and directed our society for years, and they were the major purchaser of products and services up until fairly recently. And that generation was the World War II generation. Now, if you look at this generation, they went through a depression where they felt like they had almost nothing, scarcity, and then they went through a war. And by the way, when somebody said, hey, we're going to go to war, they didn't say why. They reported immediately. Johnny come marching home type of an attitude, right, from a previous war, and they went right out immediately, and they knew the world was black and white. It was clear who was the good guy, who was the bad guy. And if you played by the rules and you respected authority and did the right thing, you'd come back a hero. And they did. And these people, when they came back and they finally wanted to have some pleasure, they wanted a better quality of life, some of the technology created options, and new technology provided ways for them to have a better life with less pain. And they moved to things called suburbs and new development, and they wanted to purchase items, things like refrigerators. And in those days, getting a refrigerator was an exciting thing. Getting a television was an exciting thing. Think about that process. They wanted their kids to grow up and have all this great pleasure. And so they raised their children with a different set of values in some cases. In many cases, they taught their kid a different lesson. They taught their kid that you're special. You're unique. You know what? I want you to be happy. Your happiness is the most important thing. If they didn't say it verbally, they said it by their actions. If a young person from World War II generation broke the rules, they knew they were going to get pain for it. But if this baby boom generation, the generation that came out of this group, the generation that's now starting to be the largest consumer base in the history of Western civilization, this mass number of births that came from these people came back from World War II. They wanted pleasure. They had kids. These kids learned not to go out there and work 7 days a week and work really hard. They didn't learn to take care of everybody else first. What many of them learned was your happiness is the most important thing in life. I want you to be happy. I want you to have a better life than I'm happy. You're going to be more intelligent. You're going to go to school. You're going to get an education. These people grew up with a different environment, and they learned that breaking the rules could be fun. Because after all, guys like Dr. Spock entered in and said, hey, if your kid breaks the rules, you got to let him kind of explore and discover himself. A little different society began to be shaped. And what happened is we developed a culture of people that learned to break the rules and learned it could actually be enjoyable to break the rules. You might create an identity by breaking the rules. These people, when drugs were available, and they, of course, didn't know the consequences, of course they'd be willing to use a drug. Why wouldn't you? It's a way to be happy, one of the things they were programmed to do. If they did go to war, did they have a real clear idea of why they were there? Was there clear authority? Was it clear who the good guy was and who the bad guy was? The answer is no. These people went into an environment where they were not clear at all, where they might be sitting in a rice paddy next to a guy smoking a joint, where they weren't sure why they were even there. They had not been raised to have an ideology that was singular and focused. And sure enough, one day, let's say somebody's out there and he likes children, and he's there with his buddy doing a patrol, and he finds this little boy. He starts talking to him. Of course, he can't speak his language, but he thinks he's cute, and he turns around to walk away, and the little boy pulls out a machine gun and blows away his best friend. And in an effort to save his own life, he turns and pulls his machine gun and blows the young child away. What do you think that does to a generation? What did it do to you if you're part of that generation? And by the way, when these people finally did come home, did they win? Did they have parades celebrating? No, they were called baby killers. Many people spit on them. What do you think that did to them? While they're gone, their heroes were killed. A Kennedy, a king. The President of the United States said that he was leaving office, but he was not a crook. This was a bit confusing for a few people. What did this generation learn? What many people in this generation learned was loyalty to anything can get you killed for no good reason. In fact, some songs with similar verses actually became very popular. Think about it. How does this affect today's society? Well, the leading edge of this group of people we now call baby boomers are taking over our culture. Number one, they have a bit of money to spend. They're now at the leading edge 48 years old. At the lower end, they're around 32, 33, 34 years old. These people have begun to succeed. They have capital, and they're going to make a decision, but they don't make it the same way as past consumers. Number one, they know there's unlimited supply. They've learned that they can have whatever they want, and they don't just want a product. They want a product that meets their individual needs. They want a product with their name on it. World War II generation had 3 flavors of ice cream: strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla. How many are there now? God only knows. Right? Ben and Jerry showed up. This generation wants ice cream with their signature on it, their own personal one, to meet their own personal needs. They want to buy from somebody who knows that they're special and unique. Anyone who shows them that they care about them at that level, who knows they're special and unique, just like mommy and daddy taught them, is going to get their attention. But also, you got to remember, this person is choosy and jaded. They don't have to have it. Anybody who wants a refrigerator now, anybody who wants a VCR within reason, has already got it. So now they don't have to buy. They're not driven by scarcity. They're very, very choosy. You got to give them everything. They've learned by Japanese competition that they can not only have, let's say, the best quality, but they can also have the best price in the same item, and have selection, and have service. That's now the norm. Now this group of people expect everything. And as a result, since you can't get them to buy unless you meet their needs, and their needs are so much higher, businesses cannot operate the same way they used to. So now they have to be so flexible, because these people's idea of what they want can change very quickly. And by the way, as a result of these demographic and psychographic changes, changes in psychology, changes in who's actually purchasing what, we're also finding companies like Sears are having difficulty. You know why? Because these people won't buy from Sears just because they always have. They're not loyal to a company. They're not loyal to a name. Many brand names are wondering, how are we going to compete? Why are we losing some consumers? It's because this new consumer, and by the way, this new consumer is starting to run these multinational companies. This new consumer is somebody whose needs are much different than anybody you've ever met before. In addition, our entire society is changing, because this new consumer is also the person running the nation. The President of the United States now is a baby boomer, as is the Vice President. Think about it. Heads of multinational corporations now are baby boomers. Who are baby boomers? They are rule breakers. They're not willing to do things just because it was always done that way. Oftentimes they like change. They want change to happen. We promised full-time employment. That was then. This is now. Today, to compete, we got to change it all. They've changed the economy wherever they've gone. There's a good metaphor for them. It's like a giant pig going through a snake. You know, when baby boomers were all born, guess what happened? Diaper sales went crazy because of this huge number of people who needed diapers. When all of a sudden they went to school, we needed more schools. When all of a sudden they've grown up and went into business in the financial markets, there's a stimulation in that area. See, we can pretty much track a great deal of our economy, a great deal of where we're going to, baby boomers. All of this background is to help you to understand where our culture is going. See, if we have to wait until change happens to you, you're on the back end of change and you're going to have some pain. But if we can anticipate it, we can see where things are going, we can begin to take advantage. So what all this is causing to occur is we've got a situation now where we have a very choosy consumer who now requires a tremendous amount. They want every bit of value they've ever gotten and then some. They want things to always be better, and they want them to be cheaper, and they want service, and they want supply, and that's what they expect, and they're not going to buy. So what's happening in companies? What companies are doing is saying, man, we got to cut our costs so we can compete, and so what they're doing is they're eliminating a lot of jobs. The problem is less than 50% of the companies that have downsized in the last 2 years are any more profitable today than before they downsized. So we have not solved the problem just by eliminating jobs, by cutting the waste, because there are many other things that have to be done. So what some companies, of course, have turned to is the past. They said, well, we need to turn to total quality management, which is a great set of tools, but it doesn't help you to innovate as rapidly as the market now demands. So gradually there are a few companies that have figured out how to succeed, and they are the model by which other companies are now beginning to create change. Their model is not one of continuous improvement. Their model is how do we make radical changes in the way in which we actually conduct our business so that we make dramatic improvements in what we can give the consumer and dramatic improvements in our profitability simultaneously. Now, a couple of business experts by the names of Michael Hammer and James Champy gave a term to what these companies are doing. It's called re-engineering. In its technical term, it's called business process re-engineering. Big term. You go, oh my gosh, I don't want to hear this. I don't need to re-engineer a business. I'm not even into engineering. Well, you might want to re-engineer your life when you understand what it really is. It's a way to dramatically improve the quality of your life by basically asking some new questions. Aren't there areas of your personal life that could be re-engineered? Aren't there areas where you're doing things that really don't make total sense? Or maybe it makes total sense based on the past. But if you were to totally rethink things, isn't there a more efficient way of doing things, a more enjoyable way of doing things? We all have systems we're not even aware of, just out of habituation. Like, for example, the way you get up in the morning and how you get prepared and what you do. Maybe instead of going to the cleaners twice a week and traveling there and spending time in line and finding a parking place and coming out, you get a cleaners that picks up your clothes and delivers them back at home. You don't even have to think about the process. Again, that's awfully simplistic. But you know something? We interviewed a gentleman by the name of Rick Newland. Some of you are familiar with him. He's a young man who jumped into a wave one day as a surfer in Orange County, and he hit the wave wrong, and it snapped his spine. He became a quadriplegic instantaneously. And no one was sure he would live, but through a process of not just re-engineering, but what I would again call regeneration, he has reorganized the way he lives his life in a way that gives him immense pleasure and allows him to do most of the things he used to do, but in a brand new way, causing him to use different resources to get the job done. He's an amazing man. But the bottom line is there was something he said I thought was interesting. He said, you know, I think that most people know how to deal with the walls in life, smacking against the wall. He said it's the pebbles that really screw our life up, the things that kind of knock you out of state, that the little things that just drive you crazy, and then all of a sudden you snap at your spouse, or you give up, or you get burnt out and tired and don't give 1,000% of your effort. So those little things are what really screw us up. So part of re-engineering also in your personal life might be, how do I get rid of as many pebbles as possible? How do I re-engineer my home life, etc.? And the only thing I thought of after I started really studying re-engineering in more detail was it became obvious from all the statistics that have been collected that between 50 and 70% of all the companies that begin a re-engineering process fail. That is, the re-engineering process does not succeed. Now, after all this buildup I've given up to re-engineering, you say, oh my gosh, what's the matter here? And that's according, by the way, to Michael Hammer and James Champy, the guys who came up with this whole term and have really studied the process in probably as much detail as anyone. And as I looked at that, I said, okay, why is it failing? And I realized that reengineering is only part of the process of creating a dramatic and lasting change in an organization, in a business, or even a person's personal life. So I started thinking about all that I know about change and all that I was studying, and I began to create a different concept, and a concept I now call regeneration. Now, what the heck is regeneration? Well, by definition, regeneration for me is the process of using human ingenuity to transform dormant resources. Dormant meaning something you're just not currently using. I don't care if it's a skill or an understanding or an ability you have. If it's a corporation, it might be people you're not using. It might be resources, computers that are not being fully utilized. I don't care what it is, but it's a transforming dormant resources into significant assets that powerfully increase the quality of our lives. What regeneration really is how do you use the resources you already have to create something new, something greater, something better than ever existed before. It's like, how do we produce a rebirth in our lives, a rebirth in a company? That's what regeneration meant to me. So I looked at that and I said, okay, what are we capable of as human beings when we really tap into our creativity, into our ingenuity? Unbelievable things. See, what gives things value in the 21st century is human creativity. It's brain power. See, brain power gives you the ability to add the most value to any natural resource. Listen, we learned how to turn dirt into a $150 billion a year industry, right? Computers. We turn sand into silicon chips to store information, to transfer information that has changed the structure of work. That came out of human creativity, ingenuity, somebody who was willing to throw away all the old belief systems. Because to build these things, to build these computers, to build computer chips, they had to believe the opposite of what everybody believed before them. They had to re-engineer their thoughts. They had to regenerate. They had to say, you know what? Better is cheaper. That was never thought of before. They had to say, you know what? When things move faster, they're going to get cooler. These are core beliefs that were necessary to have these breakthroughs happen in the computer industry. This fries most people's brains. But see, this is how change happens. And you and I, every single person that you're going to meet, has this well of creativity inside of them, but it hasn't been tapped before because it hasn't had to be tapped. Because human beings only tap into their real ability when things are a must, not a should. And for most people, change has been a should. But I'm here to tell you, here is what's exciting. Here's the payoff of this tape. We are living in a society now where the demands are so much higher on business that we have to get more creative than ever before, and that is every person's niche who's willing to develop themselves, train themselves to use their mind and body in brand new ways, to add more value. How do we regenerate the quality of life? By tapping into those unused resources and turning them into assets that improve the quality of not only our lives, but other people's as well. Let's come back to reengineering just for a second, though. You say, what's the difference between regeneration and reengineering? Well, reengineering is one of 5 steps that help you to regenerate. That is to create anew, to produce a lasting, massive, dramatic change in your life, in an organization, in a community, in a family, in a country. Now, why hasn't reengineering worked in some cases? Because people have gotten together and designed some new systems that need to be implemented, but they haven't followed through. They haven't taken action. They haven't retrained people. They haven't reassured people that, hey, this will work out. You know, trust me, go for it, follow through. So many times organizations have come up with a good reengineering plan, but they never implement it out of fear of the unknown, out of fear of loss. People in the organization maybe have secondary gain. They're afraid, well, if we re-engineer, what will that do to my job? What will that do to my sense of control? But we have to let go of that, because otherwise these organizations won't be around to be able to provide those kinds of jobs for people. The truth of the matter is sometimes organizations have even implemented these changes, but they still aren't succeeding. Because I think the first step to regeneration, step number 1, is you must reinvent yourself. Whether it be you that you're trying to regenerate, like let's say you want to regenerate your own body and look and feel better and have a new identity, or whether it be government wanting to reinvent itself, or whether it be a corporation. We have to develop an identity. Now, you remember what the process of identity really means. It means that if I think you're a great guy and you're my best friend and you treat me really vicious, I may get upset about that. But sure enough, after a while, I'll rationalize it and say, well, you're probably having a, bad day. But if I think you're a manipulator, if I think you're a liar, if I think you don't care about me or anybody else, and one day you start treating me really nice, I'm going to say in my head, what does he want? You see, what controls my responsiveness to you is not the fact that you re-engineered your life to be a nice guy now. What controls it is my concept of you. Classic example is government. Government wants to reinvent itself by doing a better job. Well, if they go out and re-engineer like crazy, but as long as we think of government as a bunch of fat cats who are wasting our money, unless we create a new identity for government, we'll keep noticing what they don't do well, and they'll never change their identity, and the re-engineering process really won't last. There'll be no reinforcement for it. Do you follow me on this? The point of the matter is, let me now briefly share with you the 5 fundamental processes for tapping into your resources, using those resources that right now are dormant in a brand new way that turn problems into assets, that turn waste into assets that dramatically improve the quality of life for your business and for your personal life, what we call regeneration. Here it is very briefly. Step number 1, I've already told you, is reinventing. Now, what does it mean to reinvent? What really this first step of reinventing is number 1, you got to get a vision. The vision of what do you want things to be like. Number 2, you got to make a decision. You got to make sure you flat decide or you're not going to turn back that this is how it's going to be. And number 3, you've got to communicate, not only to yourself, but other people you're interacting with, that this is what you're committed to. Let's say, for example, you wanted to regenerate your body as a metaphor. You have to decide, what do I want to look like? Get images. Take a good look at what you look like now, so you get the motivation to change, and a good look at what your health level is like now, and then see what you want to look like. Design it in detail. Get clear about how you would function, what you'd be like, what your rules would be, how you'd conduct yourself. Then step 2 is you got to re-engineer your life so you really get that. That means you're going to have to work on, if you prepare your own food, making sure you make different purchases, or you hire someone else to prepare your meals. It means that you're going to have to say, okay, in the mornings, I'm going to exercise now, which means I'm going to go to bed earlier and get up earlier, and I'm going to do this so I get addicted to it. I'm going to get a coach. Somebody who can help me to invent myself, someone who can help me to re-engineer my life and really make sure I follow through. Step 3 of regeneration is you've got to reassure the people involved. Now, if you're trying to regenerate yourself, you're going to need some reassurance, because in the beginning, you're going to go out and it's going to be hard. That's where a coach can be so valuable, because they reassure you, hey, it's going to be worth it. You're going to make it through. Hang in there. Same thing is true in a company. When we start making changes, people get fearful. They need to have a sense that, hey, this is really going to work. Reassuring just means that in the initial and in the ongoing process of constantly dispelling people's doubts, making certain that they feel like change is going to be safe, secure, but most important, it's going to be worth it. People have to be reassured to stay on board, and the same thing is true if you want to regenerate your life. The 4th element of regeneration is you've got to retrain. That is, in the case of your body, you've got to retrain muscles. You've got to teach them how to function differently. In the organization, you've got to retrain people on how to do things more efficiently. Because if you re-engineer everything, and you've got this brand new identity, and you've reassured everybody, but their old habits of doing things, their old training, their old conditioning will keep them from doing things that will make the company profitable, or make the job more efficient, or make the family happier, or whatever the case may be of what you're trying to regenerate. And finally, you got to revitalize your life, your organization, your community, your family. And the way you do that is very simple. You take immediate action on this reinvention, this re-engineering, this reassuring, and this retraining. You take immediate action on your plan. There's an old phrase I remember from years ago that's affected my life greatly, and it's one of the reasons I've achieved a lot of goals that many people have never even begun, and that is you never leave the site of setting a goal without doing something towards its attainment. You've got to take some kind of action. Revitalization occurs in an organization when people see it's not just the newest fad, that these things are actually happening. Changes are occurring. The secret is you've got to notice, promote, and publicize the small successes so they can stack upon one another and create momentum. Again, if it's your own body, you've got to notice those improvements. You've got to say, wow, I got some muscle here I didn't have any before. Wow, I feel a little more energy here. Wow, I feel more flexible. Wow, I feel stronger. You've got to notice it and reward yourself with the acknowledgement that says, I'm making progress. Pretty soon, one success builds another until you have a brand new set of habits that are self-fulfilling, where there's an ongoing reward. The reward may be feedback from the outside, what people say to you about what they see and what they feel. The rewards are also from the inside, how you feel about your life and about your identity and about taking control of your own physical destiny. So now, having given you the overview of these 5 steps to regeneration, again, they are reinvent, which basically means come up with a vision, come up with a decision, and communicate it. The second step, again, is to re-engineer, which is figure out how are you going to organize things so that you can consistently get this new identity. The third step is to reassure, so you keep the certainty that will get you to take action and to follow through or get others to work with you to create this immediate, dramatic, and lasting change that you're committed to. Fourthly, you got to retrain. That's really the process of giving people the special instruction or getting the coaching you need or the practice in that's necessary for you to achieve maximum efficiency and getting the job done. Whether that job is enjoying your life or that job is being more effective in serving your customer, you've got to train yourself for maximum efficiency. You've got to get the special instruction or training, or you've got to give that to the people with whom you're committed to creating a regeneration. And then revitalizing, which is really to give a new vigor, a compelling future, something that really gets people excited and makes them implement this revitalization that you're so committed to. And that's created by giving them a compelling future, something people get excited about, and again, noticing the wins along the way and reinforcing them. And you know what? No matter how successful your life is, no matter how much you've accomplished, if you're not experiencing all the joy and passion that you want, then maybe it's time to do some regeneration. Maybe it's time to make some decisions about what you want your life to be like again. Maybe it's time to re-engineer it. Look at how you've organized your life and make sure you can get the same goals or maybe better goals with less stress. My point is real simple. No one is trapped in a box. No one has no choice except the person who believes it. Not living in the society that you and I live in. We have total freedom to create it any way we want it. Think about regeneration in a brand new way. Realize regeneration is a way you could contribute. You could figure a way to help regenerate your company. Wouldn't that be nice? Or maybe part of the process, the re-engineering at your company or the retraining. Maybe you can just be a source of reassuring people so people aren't so fearful about the future because you have a better understanding of where things are going and why the changes are occurring. Hopefully this tape is giving you some insight in that area. You don't have to do all of this. I just wanted this tape to provide you with a couple of things. One, an understanding of where some of the most important changes are happening within our society, where they're coming from, and where it's going to take us. An idea, two, of how can you take control of your own destiny? How can you turn around an organization, a community, a family, or your life? A way of looking at it, a frame of reference. Obviously, I haven't listed every single step in detail. That's part of your own creativity to figure out how to do it for you. There is no right or wrong way. You can get some coaching to assist you, or you can do it completely on your own. If there's one thing I want you to remember from this tape, it's to remember what human ingenuity, what your innate creativity can produce. I mean, just think about what you're capable of again, and instead of just thinking about it, do something. Think about what one human being can do through the power of vision, decision, communication, creative questioning, the reassurance that comes from conviction, the constant process of re-education and retraining, and the compelling future and the small successes that build to create the momentum of lasting change. Who we are and what we're capable of is so far beyond our present concept, it's a joke. Isn't it time you tapped into those dormant resources around you, whether it be the intellect of your friends, products or services that sit in front of you, or just your imagination? I shouldn't say just, because maybe that's the greatest resource. To turn these dormant ideas, resources, elements into significant assets that massively improve the quality of your life and all those people you have the privilege to touch. It doesn't take a genius to see that we're living in turbulent times, economically turbulent, socially turbulent. Our future is really unclear for so many people, and as a result, a lot of us experience pain in our lives, and a few of us experience tremendous pleasure, the pleasure that comes from being on the cutting edge, the pleasure that comes from being in control instead of in reaction, the pleasure that comes from predicting instead of reacting. What am I specifically talking about? I'm talking about the fact that all of us are always looking for the edge in life. We're looking for something that's going to help us to win, to go to the next level, to grow, to expand, to have a competitive advantage in business, to really direct our lives. And you know what? Whenever I meet people that are extremely successful, I'm always asking that question. What is the difference in this person? What makes them so much more effective than other people? And as you can guess, there isn't any one skill that makes people more effective. Certainly there is a consistent commitment in these people to constantly and never-endingly improve their life. But you know what? The discipline of CANI, constant never-ending improvement, is not the only common denominator that I find. There is another consistent factor or skill Every one of these winners seems to share in common, whether this person be a peak performer in business, the best at what they do, or somebody who really knows how to make their relationship be passionate consistently, or someone who's a great parent, or whether it's a company on the cutting edge. I can tell you the common denominator is the ability to consistently anticipate change before it occurs. You know what? This skill can take stress out of your life, and this skill can make you incredibly successful. It can make you wealthy in financial terms. It can make you wealthy in emotional terms. It can take away fear. The power to anticipate is the power to shape the direction of your life and all those you care about. It could be argued that anticipation is the ultimate advantage. Why? Because ultimately in your life, it will be very easy to define the level of your success by one simple ability. Your ability to solve problems, from the most intense, incredible, profound, to the most ridiculous and simple. This really defines how your life turns out. Because on a natural flow, without a problem, without a challenge, everything seems to be fine. It's when these problems show up. Your level of success is how quickly, how easily, how elegantly can you solve these problems, these challenges, these things that get in the way of your being able to do what you want the moment you want to do it. Now, what's the challenge then? The challenge is most of us, when we get into a problem, find ourselves immersed, and we find ourselves in reaction to a problem. It's happening right now. We're trying to solve it. We feel stressed. Who are the leaders in industry? Who are the leaders in nations? Who are the leaders in anything? The people who anticipate a problem before it even shows up, and they solve it before it even happens. That's what the word anticipate means. It means to foresee and deal with in advance. And I can tell you one thing, this skill will give you more joy in your life than almost anything else I can imagine, other than learning to manage your own emotional state. And even that requires some anticipation, knowing the kinds of environments that might stimulate you to go into a lousy state and dealing with it in advance. What you're doing when you're anticipating is you're utilizing the capacity to step beyond the present moment and utilize the future as your leverage. I read an article in Forbes magazine where they were interviewing some of the employees who were asking the new chairman of the board of General Electric how he could let them go. How come I was good yesterday, one man said, but I'm not worthwhile today? And he said, listen, it's not you're not worthwhile. He said, you just got to know something. What you're doing is no longer competitive. He said, you know, when Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, that was really powerful. But today, kids in high school run 4-minute miles. We can't live on yesterday's standards and expect to be the winner today. We've got to anticipate what are the standards of tomorrow and how do we create those standards right now. That's how we win the game of life. You watch in sports. The power of anticipation in sports is the difference between somebody who's a Hall of Famer in something, somebody who's a superstar, and somebody who's mediocre. See, it's anticipation that makes a Wayne Gretzky. When they asked him again, I've used this example before, you're not the tallest, you're not the strongest, you're not the fastest. How come you're so great? How come you're so successful? His answer is, well, I think most people usually skate to where the puck is. I skate to where the puck is going. You watch a great basketball player and they make the pass. They don't pass to where the person is. You pass to where the person's going. If you pass to where they are right now, you're going to miss them. The same thing is true in life. It's true in relationship. It's true in business. We've got to be able to anticipate where everybody's going around us so we can meet their needs. If we meet people's needs, they're going to feel fulfilled. We're going to strengthen our relationships. We're going to add more value, and we're going to succeed. This is one of the simplest secrets to life, and it's one we've got to apply daily. And I want to sell you on making this one of the most highly valued criteria in your life. I want to sell you on that this is a skill, that this is not just intuition or getting lucky, and some people are able to anticipate and some people aren't, or it's something you can't do because it's too complex and the world's changing too fast. Garbage. I want to demystify this process for you because it is a process. Anticipating is a process, and not anticipating is the result of your own conditioning. Because that's the obvious question. It must be coming up in your head, and you say, okay, Tony, well, there are a lot of things I could anticipate, but I don't. So why don't I? Because you get caught up in patterns. We all do, don't we? Patterns of perception. In fact, there's a word that we hear a lot in business these days. It's becoming the hot word to talk about. It's the word paradigm. What is a paradigm? A paradigm is nothing but an accepted way of thinking, a way of thinking that everyone seems to accept that goes unquestioned through time. In other words, it's a shared set of assumptions. An example of a paradigm that we all studied in history was the paradigm that the world is flat. Everyone assumed that the world was flat. There was no real absolute proof, but everyone accepted that way of thinking. It wasn't until a paradigm shifter, a guy named Columbus, came along, was willing to test those rules, test those barriers. And by the way, that's another way of describing a paradigm. A paradigm is a set of barriers, a set of rules about how to interpret the world, about what can and cannot happen, what will and will not happen. Now, you and I have spent some time in the past talking about belief systems And certainly you might say, well, how is a paradigm different than a belief? Well, a paradigm is really a system of evaluating many areas of your life. You may utilize many different beliefs in order to make a decision on a consistent basis. That may make up your paradigm. In other words, your paradigm may be made up of many different beliefs. Now, rather than getting all caught up in this word, let's simplify it. A paradigm is a set of rules, a set of assumptions, a set of barriers that control how you perceive your life, what you think is possible or impossible, what you can and cannot do, what others will or will not do. Another simple way of looking at paradigms is to think of it in metaphorical terms as if it were a game. See, we all have games that we've played, and games are paradigms. What is a game? There is a goal. There are a set of rules of what you can and cannot do in order to achieve that goal. In order to achieve that goal, what do you got to do? You've got to solve a series of problems based on the rules of the game. Well, in your life, you've got this game called life worked out. You may think this game is a game of respect. You may think this game is a game of competition. You may think this game is a game of being a victim. I doubt if the latter example fits you. Probably the former do, or something else. But the point of the matter is, you have an idea what life's about, what you can and cannot do, what other people can and cannot do, and you've got certain rules and barriers that guide the whole process. And along the way, you're going to be solving problems based upon your beliefs, your paradigms of how life really is. A good example of this, metaphorically again, would be like playing tennis. Tennis is a paradigm. It's a game with a set of goals. There are specific rules of how to do it, and it's your ability to solve problems that allows you to win the game of tennis. What happens? Your opponent hits the ball into your court, and it gives you a certain level of problem. And what you've got to do is you've got to address it. But you've got to solve the problem of getting this from your court over into their court using only the rules of the game of tennis. You can't use a baseball bat, right? You can't catch it with your hand and throw it back over there. You've got to use those specific rules, and they limit the way you play the game, don't they? Just like your paradigms about relationship, or your paradigms about business, or your paradigms about yourself, control and direct what you are allowing yourself to do to solve problems or to produce results. Now, what's really neat is if you solve your problem, what you do is you deliver your problem to the other side of the court and you give your partner there a problem. And then he has to solve his problem of getting the ball out of his side of the court and into yours, again using those same rules. And what happens is we keep trading problems back and forth until one of us is able to deliver a problem so big to the other person they can't deal with it anymore, and we win. Now, what's interesting is this idea can really help you understand the concept of paradigm. And I can promise you, if you're in the business community, you probably already heard the term or you're about to. And the general public as well is going to start reading about it in newspapers because the rate of change is no longer minor changes like just reinforcement or just a little small improvement. Overnight, industries are disappearing, and they're disappearing because they're not anticipating a paradigm shift, a wholesale change in the rules of the game. It'd be like if we said we're going to play tennis now, and now when you play tennis, you catch the ball and you throw it at the other person, and if you hit them, now you're successful at the game of tennis. Those are the kinds of shifts that are happening. They're radical, and we've seen them in virtually every area of our society, from relationships to business to the way we look at our own government. The rules of the game for the media have changed. The rules of the game for virtually every aspect of society not only have changed, but continue to change so rapidly few people can keep up. But in our society, you must keep up. And let me tell you the good news. There are only certain areas of life you have to focus on to really have the edge. And we're going to discuss a few of these here. And by the way, if there wasn't this incredible push of change in our society, we wouldn't be living in the exciting times we're in. You go, yeah, it doesn't feel very exciting to me right now, Tony. I'm going through some tough times. Yeah, but you know what? As bad as it feels right now, it's going to push you to another level. What do we really need then to master this principle of anticipation? What do we need to do so we can utilize paradigm shifts to our advantage? The first thing we've got to do is adopt a new belief system. And that belief system is not only is change inevitable, but it is our advantage. The status quo is not to your advantage unless you're already on top and have mastered it for decades. Now, if you're one of those people, let me tell you your advantage. You're going to have to grow, which will make you happy, because you're not going to be happy just sitting on top doing nothing. But for most people in life, they're still pursuing a way to become better, more successful. And if the rules of the game are changing, it means, guess what? You are on an equal playing field with almost anybody else. And you say, well, that doesn't feel very good. I don't like thinking about everything I've done that works, may just go out the door tomorrow. I'm not saying it will, I'm saying it may, and you've got to be prepared for that. You can't be thinking because you're the best at what you do, you're always going to be the best at what you do just by making incremental improvements. I was reading in Joel Barker's book, The History and the Decline of the Swiss Watch Manufacturers. I mean, back in 1968, when you thought of a Swiss watch, what'd you think of? Best in the world. They were the best. In fact, they manufactured 65% of all the watches made in the world. They had 90% of the profits in the world, most people say. Are they the number one manufacturer today? Do you go out and ask for a Swiss watch when you go out there now? Probably not. You know why? They control only 10% of the market. The Japanese control 35%. And you know what's interesting? Was that because they didn't practice kanai? No, they did. As much as I've promoted kanai to you, that is only one principle. You got to do more than just constantly improve. You got to practice kanai at the level of anticipation. You got to constantly and never-endingly improve your ability to anticipate major change. You got to be able to innovate, not just improve. And you know what? These people constantly improve their watches. The Swiss are the ones who created the minute hand and then the second hand. They developed the best gear system in the world for a watch. They created digital technology. But when they looked at it, they said, it doesn't have any gears in it. Nobody's going to want this. So they sold it to the Japanese, to a company called Seiko. I bet you've heard of them, haven't you? Think about it. That's called a paradigm shift, where the rules of the game changed overnight. The rules of the game changed, the barriers changed, the approach changed, and you know what? There are brand new winners, and the people that used to be winners are now losers. This is very good news for you, because it means if you stay on the cutting edge, if you anticipate, there's always a way for you to make your fortune. There's always a way for you to be at the cutting edge. There's always a way to turn your company or your career in a whole new direction. But you've got to operate from this principle that says just because it's worked up until now and because it's made me successful doesn't mean it will tomorrow. This is so critical. I'm sure you read the book In Search of Excellence, right? It was a #1 bestseller for years and years. That book reported on 43 of the best-run companies in America. But you know something? 14 of those 43 were in financial trouble within 2 years after that book was written. And you know what? Business Week did a study on them, and they said they all had one thing in common. They all failed to react and respond to changes. That's how they went from being the model company to the companies that were in financial ruin. Now you might say, well, Tony, I don't run a company. I don't run my own company. You're not even talking to me. Yes, I am. Because you know what? Those companies are nothing but a metaphor for your own life, for our own society. They're a reflection of the level of change. Listen, back in 1970, a little more than 20 years ago, CBS was really having a tough time making a decision on whether they're going to put a show on the air or not. And they were really concerned about it. It was going really against the values of the day. You know what that show was? Mary Tyler Moore. Mary Tyler Moore show. Can you imagine why? Because she was a divorcee. Ooh. The truth is, that's one of the places that values originally get shifted. When mass number of people see a rule change on television and they grow to like that character, they very often will adopt similar changes in their rules. I'm not saying it was right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying we have to look at the consequences and know that they're there. 20 years ago, that was one of the changes that happened. And now look what we've got. Look at the changes in the paradigm of what can be said on the radio, what's said on television, the type and quality of language, the type and quality of images. Are those changing the rules of our society? You better believe it. Are they changing the rules of what's acceptable and unacceptable? You better believe it. Are those rule changes taking us in the direction we want to go? I guess that's everyone's individual decision to make. But you got to know that they're changing. And you got to know that those changes that we're seeing happening in society are affecting your personal life. They're affecting the person you're sitting across the table with for dinner, who you're hoping to go out with, and how they're going to look at a relationship with you. They're going to determine the kind of relationship you're going to have with this person 20 years from now, because I can virtually guarantee you it's not going to be the same as it is today, because the roles and the rules are going to continue to change and expand. This two-income household that we've adopted, right, wrong, or indifferent, that rule change, that was a paradigm shift. What has it done? It's changed the expectations of both parties. It's added tremendous stress on both parties, right, wrong, or indifferent. It's changed the structure of how our children are raised, and this is changing the direction of society as a whole. Paradigm shifts are things you must study. You must be aware of. You cannot afford to say ignorance is bliss. No, ignorance is poverty. Ignorance equals unemployment. See, a lot of people are unemployed because they couldn't see their own industry coming to the end because they're so busy just making a living instead of designing a life. We've got to anticipate. So I keep saying this to you again and again and again. So Robbins, you go, stop it. How do I anticipate? Good question. Let me give you 5 simplistic approaches to help you avoid the trap of being caught up in your own paradigm. Then let me offer you the psychology of how human behavior becomes patterned. That is how we create trends, because we all know if we can anticipate certain trends, not just follow a trend, but anticipate it, we can avoid certain pains in our lives because we're prepared for it. And we can also experience pleasure because we can anticipate it and take advantage of the situation. Now, here's the first thing that can help you avoid the trap of being caught up in your own paradigm. Beware the unquestioned conviction. What do I mean by that? Well, a belief is nothing but a feeling of certainty about what something means. So you feel certain your spouse is happy. You feel certain your kids are in great shape. You feel certain that your job will always be there, right? Nothing wrong with that. But when you get a conviction, it means you feel so certain about something and you're so invested in believing in something that you're not willing to take any new input. You're not willing to question, even for a moment, hey, is there any possibility that your current job may not be here 5 years from now because a radical new technology or a radical new change in the marketplace's desires could wipe it out? If you're not willing to look at the possibility that your children may not be as good off as you think for the moment, your ego gets in the way, or your conviction that they're perfect gets in the way, then you can't create the changes you're committed to. You can't improve anything. We've got to be aware of these. Whenever you start saying this is the only way, you may be right. But stop and say, what if there was another way? What would it be? Or when you start saying something is impossible, I'd be real careful on that one. Because what was impossible yesterday is probable today. That's the pace of change we're in. So start thinking. Start being aware of your convictions. And when you start feeling there's only one way to do something, break out and at least consider another possibility. That'll help you avoid getting caught up in your own trap. Second, make sure you develop a new belief system, one you create certainty about. And the one thing you can be certain about is that change is certain. If you want to get certain about something, be certain that change is coming, and then you'll always be anticipating it. You won't be reacting to it. I remember years ago, a good friend of mine, Bob Bays, used to tell me, I only feel certain about one thing in life, and I'm certain that things will change. And I thought, well, with that sense of certainty, I guess you're never surprised by anything. He said, no, and he also is one of the most balanced people I know. Change doesn't bother him like it bothers other people. For most people, it's not the change that bothers them so much, it's the fact that they're not ready for the change. They're not anticipating the change. It's like a giant pattern erupt. It smacks them, and they're not prepared for it. They don't know how to deal with it. The third key is this: break your pattern of thinking in a linear fashion. This is what keeps you from getting what you want. We all get trapped thinking, oh, tomorrow, I know what tomorrow's going to be like. Let me look at today's sky. The sky looks really good. It's not going to rain tomorrow. It sure as heck does. Or you know what? The last 2 months have been great weather. That doesn't mean tomorrow's going to be great weather. Or today is lousy weather doesn't mean tomorrow's going to be lousy. That's what happens in stock markets. People say, wow, look at the market. It's been going up and up and up. I better jump on. That's not the way to evaluate. You're thinking in a linear fashion, and you know what? It's a great way to get yourself killed financially. I've seen it happen to so many people. Does this happen emotionally? Yeah. Hey, my relationship's been great up until now. It's been great for the last 6 years. Doesn't mean it's going to be great tomorrow if you don't find a way to make it better. You can't assume that the status quo will remain. In fact, if there's anything you can assume, it's that it's going to be broken up. That something is going to challenge the status quo. If it doesn't change it, at least it's going to challenge it. And you want to be aware of it. So one of the ways you can change your life is don't think in this linear fashion. Maybe you want to start thinking in a cyclical fashion. Throughout human history, certain things keep coming up just like seasons. When you're in the middle of fall and the weather's really nice, instantaneously, overnight the next day, it can be winter. And if you don't have a thing called a calendar, which helps you to anticipate this, and you're thinking linear the last 2 or 3 weeks or months, you're going to be taken by surprise. And you're either going to be uncomfortable or you're going to freeze to death. But on the other hand, if you thought in a cyclical fashion, you'd say, hey, things are going really great right now in my business. Things are going really great in my relationship right now. Guess what? There will be challenging times. That's not being a negative thinker. Winters do come. Let me right now figure out what I'm going to do so when winter comes here, I can ski. When winter comes here, I can make it even better. So when the challenging times show up in my business, I'm prepared. This is the thing that most people don't do. Think cyclically versus linearly. Think as an innovator. Think the unthinkable thought. And how do you do that? Go to step 4. Ask questions no one else has the courage to ask. Ask questions no one else is asking about your industry. Ask yourself questions about yourself. It's so easy to get caught up and not want to look at yourself with a more critical eye. But if you were to raise your standards, if you were to raise standards for what your business needs to do for your customer, if you were to raise your standards for what do you need to do to make your husband or wife feel more loved than ever before, or your significant other, depending upon your current level of relationship, if you were to raise your standards for what you need to do to make sure your children are really getting the education they need, are really feeling loved the way they need to feel loved, are really getting the resources that they need to successfully compete in an ever-changing world, unless you're willing to ask those questions, you're not going to get new answers. The 5th key, become a student of possibility. Become a student of potentiality. Don't just allow yourself to get caught up in reading what everybody else in your industry reads or surround yourself with the same kind of people. You know something? One of my most valuable things that I do in my life that I love is the fact that Becky and I have such diverse friends. I mean, one of the times I had a really wonderful dinner at Thanksgiving, I'll never forget. We brought everybody in there together. They're all sitting down. There were 100 people at our house for dinner, and we're all looking around the room. And some of the people are people like Captain John, who works in the South Bronx for the Salvation Army. And we met him where we went out and fed some people on Thanksgiving one time years ago, and he's been a friend ever since. He's out there in the trenches turning things around. And then we have somebody else at the table, and he was the CEO of one of the major Fortune 500 companies. Then we had another good friend of mine who's a very famous actor. And then we had another guy who's a comedian. And we had a musician there. And then we had a few people that thought they were actors and musicians who aren't very good, right? That were just working at various normal kinds of jobs, doing normal kinds of everyday things, but they're really wonderful people. As I looked around the room and saw this diversity of people, and I got to, give our prayer and to say thanks, I said, before I say anything else, I just want to say that I think God has an incredible sense of humor. Because look at the diversity of kinds of people He creates. But you know something? That has been one of the most valuable tools in my life. Because I don't get to just hear one point of view reinforced over and over and over again. I'm hearing so many different points of view, and that has helped me immensely to understand how people think. I've had the privilege now of working with more than 500,000 people in seminars and private therapies and business environments all over North America and around the world. That diversity is invaluable, and you must go get that diversity. The fastest way to get it is you can go get it by reading. Because some of the most brilliant people in our culture have written books. And you know what? A lot of them don't agree with each other, which is fabulous. That's why I just got done reading these 10 books. Some of them contradict each other, which is wonderful, because then I get to decide what I believe and what makes sense to me, what allows me to make my own decisions, allows me to fail if I'm going to fail by my own conviction, or allows me to succeed by my ability to synthesize new possibilities. You've got to be a student of possibility. You've got to study technology. There's huge technological change. It's going to change the way we educate ourselves. It's going to change the way we entertain ourselves. It's going to change the structure of how people experience reality. Everything from something as simple as CD-ROM and this overused word multimedia, where now you can get a CD-ROM that on this one CD-ROM you have a map of every city, street, town, every dirt road in the United States on one CD-ROM. Or compression technology, compression television is going to create so many choices of entertainment, so many different movies, so many different channels that will provide different kinds of education, different worldviews, different paradigms. If you watch the Discover Channel, you're going to get a different set of paradigms about life than, for example, if you watch MTV. I'm not saying either one is right, but if you continually have our world where we're all getting different input, we're going to find our society becomes more fragmentized than ever before. All of these situations provide incredible opportunity. The opportunity to grow, the opportunity to understand, the opportunity to comfort people around you, the opportunity to create products or services or concepts that can enhance the quality of life for society, opportunity to do well financially, the opportunity to become more stimulated than any time in human history. These are the times that we live in. It's an incredible time. What else should you become a student of? Necessity. If you really want to be able to anticipate trends, you should become a student of necessity. What do people in society see as a necessity rather than an accessory? Because that drive, that demand of the large numbers of people in our society saying we got to have something, puts mass number of people to work to focus on solving that problem. And when lots of people work on the problem and everybody wants it, we invariably tend to find a way to make it happen. The resources are there. I'll tell you what else you should be a student of. Consequences and inevitability. Certain things you know are inevitable. Certain things you know, if I do X, I know Y is going to happen. But most of us never really study consequences. We never look at, hey, if I make this decision and that decision, what's that going to mean to my life long term? Instead, we react. Let me tell you something. Again, reaction is not where you want to be. Reaction is the direct opposite of anticipation. Now, there's no doubt, and I still do this as well, there are going to be areas in your life where you react because you're not prepared. But you want to make those the exception instead of the rule. And I can tell you one of the ways to do that is really get sold on the limits of reaction. A lot of people say, well, I'll deal with it when it shows up. Well, let me give you a fun metaphor. One of the things we do at our mastery program is we teach people there a form of martial art where we show people how to be able to defend themselves against virtually any attacker. And the training we have, we bring in a master, and his number one organizing principle is, I don't teach any technique that someone can't master in 3 minutes. That's pretty intense. But his whole thing is, if you have to remember it, and it's really complex, and you've got to practice it for months or years to get it down, when all of a sudden you're surprised, and you're not anticipating it, and you get attacked in the real world in the street, some of these complex skills just go out the window. You can't remember them. Just like sometimes you can't remember your own telephone number or how to spell the word the, only there are bigger consequences than not knowing how to defend yourself. So he makes it simple. And by the way, he developed this because he trains Navy SEAL teams, and he also trains many of the law enforcement members from across the United States, including the Secret Service. What he found was that there is a reactionary gap. What that means specifically is, how is it that an officer gets attacked and somebody's just got a knife and he's got a gun and they're, 10, 20 feet away and he's not able to defend himself in time? Because the person doing the attacking has the advantage of surprise. The officer was not anticipating them. And here are the physical facts. You might find this interesting. A grown man can travel 21 feet. Here they are, 21 feet away with a knife in their hand. They can travel at 21 feet in 1.5 to 2 seconds. Now think about that. It takes more time than it takes for you to recognize the pattern of what's going on. Oh, this guy's attacking me. Then formulate a plan, then reach down and get your gun, and then pull it out and protect yourself. It's already over. And you know what? That's a great metaphor for what happens in life. See, if you were anticipating, you could deal with so many things so much more easily. It's not that you don't have the tools. It's not that you don't have the gun. It's that you're not anticipating and things strike you. This is why you've got to become a student of consequence, a student of inevitability. You must also become a student of pain, cultural pain, pain in relationships, pain within businesses. Because if you can find what the pain is, or the pain that's coming, and come up with a solution, a way to solve that pain, your future is assured. You will never have to worry about whether you have a career or not. You'll never have to worry, will you be able to succeed or not. Those who can solve problems, those who can eliminate pain, are those who are the leaders of our culture as a whole. They're the people who have the least pain in their life because they know what to do to protect themselves, and they have the most pleasure because they find solutions. Become a student of value. See, if you want to anticipate what people are going to want more of, if you're going to want to anticipate how to do well financially, if you're going to anticipate how to make yourself more valuable to a company, if you're going to anticipate what a man or woman would want in a relationship, you got to know what people value. And the more you understand what people value, the more power you have to anticipate what not only any individual, but what mass number of individuals are going to want. Becoming a student of value virtually ensures, if you act upon your understandings, that you will succeed in financial terms, you'll succeed in business terms, and you'll succeed in your personal life as well. It's your ability to anticipate what people value most and to meet those values that gives you the capacity to enjoy your life and do what you want to do when you want to do it in a way that empowers other people in the process. Listen, this is exactly what John Templeton has done. This guy is the #1 money manager in the world since the 1950s. If you ask Sir John Templeton, what is the single most valuable skill that you developed in your lifetime, he says very simply this: what's made me successful is my ability to value what a company, product, or service is worth. That's it. He knows what it's really worth. So when everyone else gets emotional and they start buying something because everybody else is buying it and they get greedy, or they start selling it because everybody else is afraid, he looks at what it's really worth. You want to really anticipate? Become a student of value. There are major shifts going on in our society. What you've got to learn to do is be a leader by making your ability to anticipate one of your most valued assets. If you value it, if you constantly focus on it and improve on it, you will absolutely have the edge. And you'll have the edge in your company. You can have the edge in the quality of relationships. You can have the edge in how you raise your children, because you'll be able to anticipate problems before they occur and solve them before they come up. That's powerful. In fact, in business, a good manager is somebody who can solve problems consistently. And they're able to do it no matter what. But that's reaction. A leader is someone who envisions potential challenges in advance and solves them. Anticipating trends in human desire and human behavior will also then give you peace of mind, because you won't be one of those people who lives in fear. You'll be living in a state of certainty, knowing that whatever comes up, you're prepared for it, and that preparation gives you the edge. So really you have 3 choices. Either 1, just wait for things to happen and try to react to them and lose the edge and experience lots of pain. Or 2, anticipate changes and trends by noticing what's going on around you, becoming sensitive, making it a priority, and then, of course, utilize that information to improve the quality of your life. It is not enough just to anticipate. We're taking for granted one thing here. You realize you got to use your personal power. You got to utilize what you know to create some quality change. There is a 3rd option, and that is not just notice trends, but to become a trend creator. Become a paradigm shifter rather than someone who just studies them. Now, how do you become a paradigm shifter? Well, first of all, you don't have to do that to succeed. But if you're the kind of person that wants to help shape what's happening in our society, one, understand what's going on around you, and two, develop or define a vision that inspires not only you, but the people around you. This is how you can begin to create a paradigm shift. This is what Bill Gates did when he was just this young kid that most people thought were crazy. He built a core team around him who shared his vision. This is what Tom Watson did to create IBM. And by the way, IBM is only here today because Tom Watson Jr. challenged his father's vision completely. He told his father that the paradigm was changing and that they had to shift to computers. They fought about it continuously. There was major upset. But in the end, his father listened. They changed their paradigm, and as they did so, they ensured their ability to become one of the most successful and profitable companies internationally. And by the way, they're under attack right now. Why? Because they haven't made a paradigm shift they probably need to make organizationally. The same level of thinking that's made IBM as successful as it is now slowing up its capacity to change quickly. They need to develop a new vision, a new set of rules, a new paradigm. So step number one to becoming a paradigm shifter, get clear on what is your vision, something that inspires you and people around you. The second key to being a paradigm shifter, again, is ask questions no one is asking. That's how you get new answers. Joel Barker, in his book, Future Vision, offers a question for people to ask. He says, ask yourself, what's currently impossible in my industry that if it was possible, it would change all the rules of the game? Asking that question might get you to anticipate something no one else has anticipated. I'm saying to you, ask the same question in your personal life. What's impossible in your life right now? What's impossible for you to do currently with your wife? What's impossible for you to do with your kids? And if it was possible, how would you go about doing it? If it was possible, how would it change the entire experience you have with your family? What's impossible to do with your physical body right now? And if it was possible, how would that change your whole life? And how would you go about doing it if it was possible? Asking this what-if type of question helps you to break out of the paradigm and start to create new paradigms. Here's the third key to being a paradigm shifter, not just an observer or utilizer, but someone who makes it happen. Step 3, if it makes sense, then break the rules. If you see that your common sense says doing something completely different than anyone's ever tried it before might make sense, then by gosh, go do it. Break the rule. Make it happen. That's how most success happens in business. That's how most success happens in our world. When you start creating a path or a path never existed before, just remember this. Life rewards those who contribute on a massive scale. And you know what? If you are willing to challenge the paradigms that currently exist and bring an alternative that enhances the quality of life, and you're willing to stick with it till it comes to be, then all the pain will be worth it because you'll have the pride of knowing that what you did has truly made a difference. Achieving your ultimate goal. So what is it? Have I gotten your curiosity? How could I possibly know what your ultimate goals are? How dare I even think this way? You know what? I think I can really say what it is. You might tell me that my ultimate goal is to make a huge difference in the world. My ultimate goal is to raise my children to be strong individuals and make a difference in their lives and people that they get to know and touch. You might say, no, my goal is to make $1 billion, $1 million, $100 million. No, my goal is just to be the best I am moment to moment. See, you might say my goal is to have a sailboat and go around the world. But the truth is, none of those are your ultimate goal. What are you doing it all for? Why are you working so hard to support your children and get them to be good people? Why are you really wanting to make a difference? Why do you want the sailboat? Why do you want the Jaguar or the Ferrari? Or why is it that you want to travel around the world? What's the sailboat for? What is all this stuff that's been driving you? What's really behind it all? And the answer, I believe, is there's only one goal you really have: to be happy. You really want, and you may word it differently than I'm using. You may not use the word happiness, but you want a consistent sense of pleasure within your being. And you know what? You deserve it. But there's a problem. The problem is that you and I have been conditioned. We've been conditioned in a variety of ways that keep us from really having the happiness that we pursue so heavily. It's right there within us right now. We don't have to do anything for it. And you and I know that intellectually, right? We go, yeah, I know I could be happy. So why aren't you? And you might say, well, I am happy. Are you happy all the time? I know I'm not, but I'm getting better because I'm beginning to learn how to take control of this thing between my ears. I'm learning how to direct and control my own mind. And the better I get at that, the happier I am. So I thought it might be nice for you and I to really talk about what the heck is this thing called happiness? How do we get it? Or maybe better yet, how do we experience it more consistently? What prevents us and what can allow us to experience it more? What is happiness? It's feeling good. And we've all learned different ways to do it. Some of us have learned that what we need to do is go to school for 14 years and then get out in the marketplace and be a doctor or be a lawyer so that we can begin to feel good about ourselves and so other people feel good about us. We've all been taught what has to happen first to be happy. But you know what? It's the emperor's new clothes. It's all a lie. Why do so many people drink alcohol to excess? Why do people smoke cigarettes? Why is cocaine the #1 selling retail product in North America with over $100 billion in sales? These are all devices that people have learned to use to try and change the way they feel, to try and make themselves feel good, to feel happy. But the problem is none of them work long term. Even the highest high that a person can get from cocaine only lasts a short period of time. And the contrast when a person crashes to their normal state is intense. That's where the addiction comes from. And what we've got to learn to do is tap into the natural drug, if you will. Because it's not a drug. It's the natural source that's within every one of us at every moment of our life. We've got to stop buying into this false idea that something on the outside will ever make us happy, whether it be accomplishment or cocaine. Neither one's going to do it. Not long term. Plus, you cannot imagine the difference of joy that's inside of you if you just allow yourself to feel it. You can be happy right now. And if you doubt it, think about something. Have you ever seen a newborn baby? Have you ever seen them when they're not in physical pain? What are newborn babies like? They're happy about everything, aren't they? They're happy about the sky. They're happy about a smile. They're happy when they pass gas. When the people around them are happy, they go, isn't that cute? Look at this little baby. Oh, this is so cute. And we get happy about this stuff too. It's funny how human beings are. We think we're going to get the happiness on the outside. But where does it really come from? Yeah, you know. It's the inside. And nothing on the outside is ever going to give it long term. You say, yeah, but I made my $1 million and I felt happy. For how long? I did it too. It was kind of a neat feeling. But it wasn't what I thought it would be. And as soon as it was done, it was over. You know, you get a new relationship. You say, well, the relationship I'm in, that's not making me happy. I need a new relationship. And what happens? You're with this new person. Everything's great. You're so excited. You feel so close to them. You think about them constantly. You wake up thinking about them. You call them up. No, I say, gosh, you know, were you thinking of me? And I say, yes. And you feel so good. And how long does that last? Anywhere from 15 years to 15 minutes to 15 seconds. And all of a sudden it changes slightly. Because all the things that you're looking for on the outside only provide temporary feelings of joy. But you know what's exciting? Is inside of you at this moment as you listen to my voice. There's an unlimited sense of happiness and joy. It is your natural state. And it's the thing that you unleash, but you only unleash it when you meet the rules of your conditioning. What does it take for you to be happy? What really does it take for you to feel totally joyous inside? Will you be drunk with joy? Not with alcohol, with joy. Will you just felt incredible inside? What has to happen? What has to happen for you personally? Do you got to change the world? Do you got to just touch another person's life? Do you got to read a book? You got to watch a TV program? You got to listen to some music? Could you just feel it? See, when you listen to the music or you make a difference, in those moments, who creates that feeling inside of you? Isn't it really just you? That stuff's inside waiting to get out. But you have these rules about what has to happen. If X, Y, and Z occurs, then I can allow myself to feel good. What if you changed your rules and made happiness a natural way of living? I'll give you an example. I remember one time I was with my youngest son, Jarek, and we were in our car, and the car broke down. And it was a hot day, and we were out in the San Gabriel Valley, and it was smoggy, and it was tough, and we were waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for a tow truck to come, and it didn't come. And so instead of being all angry and upset, I thought to myself, this is stupid. I'm with my son. I can have a wonderful time. And the experience transformed because I asked a better question. I said, what could I do right now that would create joy for Jarek and myself? And I began to focus on different things we could talk about, and it turned into this special moment that I won't forget for many, many years. And we had this incredible bond and love right there, just in that moment, sitting in this hot car on this smoggy day, waiting for things to happen. I could have focused on where we're waiting for it to happen and been upset, but instead I focused on what can we do right now to create more joy. And you know what? We get whatever we focus on. That's how powerful the human brain is. And what's interesting, though, is how my son interpreted it. I remember about a couple months later, we were talking about something else, and all of a sudden I knew he wanted some attention. He said, Dad, could we go sit in the car out in the sun? I thought, isn't that interesting? See, it's okay for us to say, well, a little kid doesn't know better, so they link up that the car is the source of that connection and happiness. But don't you and I do the same thing as adults? Don't we start thinking it's the education or the PhD or the car or the home or the income or the level of success in business or the quality of the article we write or whatever the case may be? Haven't we been seduced? At times, at least? Maybe it's time we realize that it is the emperor's new clothes and that what we're doing is we're trying to cover up what's natural. That really our happiness is always there inside of us, and there's more of it there than you can ever get from something from the outside. So the question of this tape is, how do we achieve that ultimate goal? And by the way, you may be saying, well, this sounds really nice. You've been really nice and sensitive, and I like these kinds of feelings, but how is this going to help me in my job? How is this going to help me in my life? Life is a balance. I'm talking about having that balance. And I'll tell you, one of the most powerful changes that shifted my life, it's just an idea. But it's an idea that if you were to apply it, as simple as it is, if you were to actually live it, it could instantly change the quality of your life. And that idea is simply this. All of my life, I was conditioned to believe that if I achieved enough, if I helped enough people, if I did enough things, that I would be happy. So I was working very hard so I could achieve, so I could eventually be happy. And one day, I got this new concept in my head. What if I happily achieved? What if my goal was not to achieve, but my goal was to be happy? And that while I was happy, I was going to do things that contributed and made a difference, which will be great references for the power that I had when I unleashed and experienced the ultimate human emotion. I got to tell you what, the idea of putting happiness as higher on my list of values than achievement was a little scary for me at first. Because I thought, boy, if I feel happy, then I won't be driven to achieve. Maybe I won't want to work as hard. Maybe I won't help as many people. Maybe all these things that I identify with my life, maybe I won't have that same level of motivation. Maybe I got to keep achieving because that makes me, a person who contributes. And then eventually I can be happy. I don't want to take that away because I'll lose my drive. I was wrong. I was scared, but I was wrong. What happened was when I finally decided I was going to be happy along the way, that life was not an outcome, that it was a process, that I would achieve things and say, is this all there is? Unless along the way I enjoyed the process, that I was going to spend more of my time in life in the process than I was achieving. And if I wanted to be happy more of the time, I got to get committed to that idea. The minute I started living that way, my life changed, and I went to a whole new level. I thought I was successful before. I thought, boy, look, I got my act together. All I can tell you is I got a new level of depth. So how do we create this real balance? How can we take what we've talked about thus far in this tape and make it practical so you can really use it, so you can really experience more of this big promise I've been telling you about, of that joy inside of you that you know is there? Well, let me give you 8 points. Number 1, we've already talked about. The first key to unleashing your happiness is to remember it's already there. To remember it's your natural state. I said a zillion times in this tape, and it may sound redundant to you, but I'm a big believer that repetition is the mother of skill. We hear enough, we may remember it. Just think about it. Think about what's inside of you. I think that most people's unhappiness, that really the root of all human misery is the ignorance of our true nature and power. That it's all inside of us, it's not on the outside. See, most of us have been conditioned to believe that being happy is difficult instead of what's always there. See, I believe to be unhappy, you got to pervert your reality. Now, I've managed to pull this off in my own life, and many times, as I'm sure you have, but the reality of our existence is joy. In order to be unhappy, you got to develop false beliefs about what life is. You got to begin to believe that all these things have to occur for you to feel appreciative for this thing called life. That's crazy. And we've been sold and we've bought into that insane game. In fact, we've developed all these rules about all these different things that specifically have to occur at specific times in specific ways before we get to have those great feelings that we want inside. We begin to think that events are the source of our happiness, or that another person is the source of our happiness, or our kids are the source of our happiness, or our career is the source of our happiness. We start thinking we need another person to think that we can feel love inside of us, that it's coming from him or her. That's their enchanting words or those beloved whispers in our ears. That's what makes us feel really good. That's what makes us feel loved. That's what makes us feel happy. But we seldom stop to really consider, what are those feelings of love or security or peace? Where are they coming from? When we feel them in that moment, where are they coming from? Are they like sneaking out of that person's lips or mouth and into our ear and into our body and make us feel good? Of course not. We're unleashing those within ourselves in that moment. But you know what happens is, we have a situation like this where we feel good for a moment because of something on the outside. We've met one of our rules, and we think that that's real happiness. And we've really got an infinite reservoir of joy that's deep inside of us, that goes beyond anything you've ever felt before. And when something outside of us triggers it, it's usually like a little tiny trickle of joy that flows out. And what do we think? We go, boy, I'm so lucky that I have that person in my life, which you probably are, but that's not the source of your happiness. Because if that's the source of your happiness, what if that person never goes away? A little scary, huh? Or what if they pass away? Or what if something separates you at some time? You see, the fear that most people have in their lives of not being happy is because they think it's coming from the outside. They experience the object of their senses, And when they taste it, they think, boy, that's joy is coming from that object, from that person, from that event. But in fact, we're only tasting our own inner feelings that are existing continuously. They're constant. And all that sweetness and all that love that you want so bad is flowing through your veins and your heart right now. There's a sea of real power inside of you. Everyone has this place inside of them, and all we've got to do is tap into it, touch it. But you can't do that as long as you believe happiness is on the outside. As long as you believe happiness is a reward. Happiness is not a reward. The reward is life itself. You've got the reward. Happiness is nothing but a state. Feeling good is a state of mind and emotion. And you can have it at any moment simply by claiming it. How do you claim it? 2 ways. 1, change the way you're using your body. If you're not feeling happy right now, I guarantee you may be doing several things. 1 is you may not be breathing. Now you say, well, what are you talking about? I'm breathing. Sure you are. But are there times when, like, you're frustrated or you're angry or you're concerned? Does your breathing pattern change? I can guarantee it does. What about your facial expressions? See, if you change your facial expressions, you immediately change how you feel. Try this right now. No one's around. They're not noticing. Put a big, stupid, silly grin on your face. Oh, come on. Nobody's going to notice. If you're in your car, turn to some other person who's in the traffic and grin at them with that big, huge grin and watch what happens. They'll think you're on drugs. It's okay. Just go ahead and do it. Try it. Or just do it right now. Come on. Smile real big. And while you're doing this big smile on your face, thinking this is stupid and crazy, notice how you feel. See, you have 80 different muscles in your face. If you change the way you use them, you can make yourself feel happy. And I bet you already know the ways to do it. In fact, if I asked you to get depressed, you could pull that off, couldn't you? The point is simple. You can change the way you use your body and change your level of happiness. What else can you do? Well, let's go to step 2 of these 8 or however many points I decide to make out of these. Number 2 is really simply this. Change your focus and you change your level of happiness. Remember, it's not only your physical body and your beliefs that determine how happy you are, but what are you focusing on? See, right now you could get totally depressed. How would you do it? Well, you could use your body in ways that make you feel depressed, but also you could do it just by focusing on things that don't make it feel good. You could feel sad or you could feel angry. Couldn't you think of people that have wronged you in your past? Focus on that enough that you really began to feel it again and feel real angry all over again, even though they're not here. If you really wanted it, couldn't you do that? Couldn't you feel really sad remembering things you missed out on? All you have to do is focus on them. What about joy? What about pleasure? What about ecstasy? Can you remember a time in your life when you were feeling feelings and emotions of absolute ecstasy? How good that really felt? Whatever it was. Could you go back to that time and remember it? Actually re-experience the feelings? Begin to breathe and feel the same way until you felt so good inside? Can you remember times when you felt totally loved? See, if you really want to be happy, you have to become good at what I call memory management. Memory management means if you're unhappy right now, it's because you're not controlling the focus of your mind. You're focusing on something that makes you feel lousy instead of something that makes you feel good. And I'll give you an example. Let's say you're traveling in a wonderful place like New York City, which has all kinds of opportunities to show yourself how resourceful you really are and just getting across streets. The bottom line is, let's say you step off the street corner and an ambulance comes by and almost hits you. Now, how are you going to feel? Well, it all depends on what you focus on. Some people freak out and get unbelievably angry. How dare they do that? How could they possibly do this? They don't even watch it. They're going to kill somebody. They could have killed me. Think of that. I could be in the hospital right now. I could be in the hospital. All my kids wouldn't have anybody take care of them. And then what would I do? And then I lose my job and they go on and on and on and on and on. Nothing's happened. Nothing has happened. But you know what? These people have not perfected their mind. They've not learned to take control of their mind. Their mind is controlling them. And if you don't control your mind has the capacity to think of every possibility. Undisciplined because of its cultural conditioning through television and schooling and advertising, the brain has learned to try and protect itself, and a lot of people's brains have learned to become incredibly skeptical, pessimistic, to find out what's wrong so they don't get disappointed. If you don't control your mind, it'll control you. You must control your focus. What could have happened in that same situation? You could have felt grateful. You could have felt good or happy. You could have said, wow, that thing almost hit me, but it didn't. That should have hit me, but it didn't. Somebody must be protecting me up there. Now, maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but it sure make you feel good if you looked at it that way. Or you might think, isn't it amazing how fast I am? I got off and I instantly reacted. That is hot. I'm thinking where I could use that. I could chase down the man with my dreams with that kind of speed. I could go out and make my job work better. I could be on a track team. See, it all depends on what you focus on. That's what's going to determine how you feel. Nothing more. Remember, nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning that you give it. And the meaning you give things is usually based on what you choose to focus on. So control your focus. Here's step 3 to happiness. Ask happy questions. Ask empowering questions. Now, if you spend any time with me, you know I talk all the time about physiology, changing focus, and on asking better questions. And the reason I talk about those is they are the fundamental control tools to your brain, your mind, and your emotions, and therefore the quality of your life. Questions you need to ask yourself when things come up is not, what does this mean? By the way, that's the natural question that comes up. Your brain is always trying to avoid pain and gain pleasure. It's the way you're wired. It's a survival instinct. Whenever you're going to go do something, your brain says, what does this mean? And what should I do? Is it going to mean pain or is it going to mean pleasure? Is it going to lead me toward more things that I want, or is it going to take me down a road that I don't want to be in based on my past experience? And the bottom line is, in pursuit of what does this mean, we get to points where we're not sure what things are going to mean. So let's say you want to make an investment. Should I invest in a stock or not? Well, the brain's asking, what is it going to mean? If I invest in a stock, is it going to mean pleasure, i.e. profit, and I'm going to feel good and have more money and things will be nice? Or is it going to mean pain, I'm going to lose what I've got here, or it's not going to grow at all? But see, the problem is, if you ask what is this going to mean, it's very difficult to be certain, absolutely certain, which one it's going to lead to. And that's where people drive themselves a bit crazy. I'll give you an even more challenging situation. Sometimes you try and do everything right and things turn up wrong, and then you try and figure out why they turned up wrong. Why is it you gave your all and it still didn't work, or somebody didn't acknowledge it, or it didn't get supported, or there's an idea that's so useful but no one will listen to you right now? Or you worked all night on a project and then your dog ate it the next morning. If you ask questions like, what does this mean, you might come up with answers like, well, it's another example of me sabotaging myself. Maybe you're not sabotaging yourself. That makes you just feel bad about yourself. Maybe you just weren't smart. Maybe you let the dog eat your thing because you didn't put it on a higher shelf. Maybe you were just stupid. Maybe you weren't sabotaging. Look at it that way. See, we've got to be careful about the meaning we give things by asking the question, what does this mean? A better question, how can I use this? How is this important in my life? What can I learn from this? These are the kinds of questions that will make you feel happier, that will make you feel good in your life, because ask and you shall receive. If you want a better quality of life, if you want more happiness, ask questions that lead you to a place where you feel better about yourself and your environment. I guarantee if you do not feel happy on a regular basis, it's because you've got a set of habitual questions you ask yourself, like, why does this always happen to me? Or why can't I pull this off? And again, if you say, why can't I, your brain says, ask and you shall receive. Here's why you can't, because you're stupid and you're an idiot and you don't follow through. Because you sabotage. It'll come up with a reason whether it's true or not. So you got to take control of the question-asking process. So what am I really happy about in my life right now would be a good question. Now, if your brain goes, nothing, the next question is, what could I be happy about if I wanted to be happy about something? What am I really enjoying in my life right now? What could I be excited about if I wanted to be excited? What's really wonderful in my life? What's great about this? What is working? See, these are questions that will really support you. And if you're in a lousy state, you don't ask questions like, how much longer will this last? Or, can I survive this? Can I survive this? Makes you doubt whether you can even make it through where you are. Those are disempowering questions. Instead, if you want to break out of that state, you might want to ask a question like, well, will this even matter 10 years from now? So that's key number 3. Ask effective questions. Control the focus of your mind by asking questions. The 4th key to experience consistent happiness, and boy, I'll tell you one, this is a big one. Learn to be a perceiver instead of a judger. What do I mean by that? Well, there's a problem with judging too quickly. And that is when you judge what things mean too quickly, oftentimes you feel pain about things you don't have to feel pain about. For example, you ever gotten upset about what you thought somebody said, and later on you find out that's not what they said or it's not what they meant? And you're all uptight about it because you felt that they had judged you, you had decided that's what things had meant. Later on you found out something differently, or maybe you had an experience like I've had. I felt like somebody was giving me the runaround one day, and everything I tried to accomplish, they seemed to get in my way of accomplishing it. I felt like they were trying to manipulate me. And I started to get kind of angry, quite honestly, inside, because like, man, I had judged. These people are just trying to manipulate me. And sure enough, they got me to this place, and we walked in this building, and we turned on the lights, and it was a surprise birthday party. I had judged instead of allowing myself to perceive and wait and see what does this really mean. You and I empower our lives whenever we allow ourselves to have a new level of choice as to what things mean. I'll give you an example. Have you had a day in your life that you would look back on and would say, gosh, it was one of the worst days of my life. It was so frustrating, so angry. I was so hurt by that person. Don't we all have some place in our life that if I said, what was the ultimate, most painful experience of your life, you could remember it and go back to it if you really needed to? The question I have for you is, if you remembered a time like that, would it be fair to say that as you look back on it now, that the meaning is different than it was back then? That as you look back on it now, you may see, gosh, it was painful, but that pain kind of shaped a part of my life and has made me more sensitive to other people. Maybe you were abused as a child, and that sensitivity now makes you care more deeply for other people. It would make sure that you would never behave the way you were treated, as an example. Or maybe what happened is you had a painful experience in your life at the end. You thought, man, that's the end. But as you look back on it now, it was really the beginning. That the reality is, if you look back on it now, it's so painful, it changed the direction of your life, and it's brought you to the place you are today. My point is, in your life, you're going to have good days, and you're going to have bad days. But one thing is for absolutely certain. At the end of the day, you're not going to know which one they really are. Because some days you thought were your worst are going to turn out to be your best. So when you start judging of things being good or bad, soft or hard, the right or the wrong way to do something, maybe there isn't a right or a wrong way 100%. I'm not saying there aren't any rules. I'm just saying maybe we need to soften our view of life a little bit and give ourselves more space to learn and grow. That as we learn more about things, our view may change. But once we lock out that this is it, we stop our growth. See, knowledge is not power. Many times knowledge closes the door. It's like when you're a child, you know. It's like the door is open all the way up. You want to take everything in. But see, as you learn more and more, you begin to close the door more and more and more and more because you become more and more certain that you got the whole thing figured out. See, the thing we've got to discipline ourselves on is saying, hey, this feels right to me. I think I got it handled, and I'm open to learning more. It seems like this is true, but I always want to know that the meaning may change as I learn more about this person or this situation. Once we start judging a person as being wrong or right, or a situation as being wrong or right, we start to shut that door and we take away our choice and we take away some of our happiness. We distance ourselves from people, events, opportunities, and certain emotions. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to rob ourselves of that. See, you got to make sure that there are other meanings. And here's the question to ask yourself to release yourself from judgment. The question's simple. The question is there any other possible meaning that this could have? Or another question might be, what would be a better way of looking at this that would empower me and others? See, the only way you eventually master meaning is by mastering your mind. By realizing you determine the meaning that comes out of something. Nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning you give it. See, something isn't good or bad until you decide that's what it is. Till you give it that label, and then it becomes a reality for you. And just remember this. The people that you may have once thought were successful may not have been successful at all for only one reason. They didn't master meaning. The John Belushis of the world were incredibly successful in getting other people to laugh. Obviously, he wasn't very good at getting himself to laugh at critical times. He didn't master the meaning of things. He created all the success around him as being something to feel bad about. That took effort. You got to work at that thing. And I'm not being mean about someone who's no longer here, because I was a great fan of his. But clearly he didn't master his mind, and that's why he's no longer here. Elvis Presley had a similar problem. And we can go on and on down the list. In fact, personally, I believe that if you have success on the exterior, but you're not happy on the interior, you're far from successful. We've got to create a meaning that gives us joy on the inside while we share that joy with others, where our life truly does make a difference, but we enjoy the process. Otherwise, we live the ultimate nightmare, not the ultimate dream. Principle number 5 to having consistent happiness is learning a little bit of how to use your brain instead of having it use you. And the way to utilize it is using a simple principle of human perception, and that is the principle of contrast. Contrast is an invaluable way to change the way you feel about virtually anything. It's something that got used on you when you were a kid. So you may have been complaining about something. You had this perception that you turned into a judgment. You were judging. Boy, I need some new shoes. I'm upset. How come all the other kids have new shoes and I don't have new shoes? And you went to your parents and said, I want some new shoes. And your mother said, look, don't you complain about not having new shoes. Look at these people over here. They don't have any feet. And you went, you got a point. Okay. I can understand that. They use a little contrast on you, and they just shut you down in your tracks. They totally change what things meant to you by giving you a new reference, a contrasting reference, if that makes sense to you. We need to learn to do this for ourselves. The bottom line is what looks like a problem may be an opportunity, but you got to use contrast to your advantage. Here's number 6. Number 6 key to achieving your ultimate goal on a regular basis, that is happiness, is very simple. Soften your rules. What do I mean by that? Well, you and I have talked about it, and I've alluded to it at least throughout this tape. We have developed a set of rules about what has to happen before we can feel good and have this experience called happiness. And unfortunately for many of us, we have very intense rules. That is, we have 80 things that have to occur before we can finally be happy. Everything has to be in place. For example, today's woman, quote unquote. What does she have to do to be happy? Well, she has to be Superwoman. She has to take unbelievable care of her husband. She's got to take unbelievable care of herself. She's got to take unbelievable care of her kids. She's got to be a great businesswoman and career-oriented person. She's got to make sure she comes home and that everybody's fed and everybody's nurtured and everybody's supported. And then she's got to be a great lover for her husband, and she's probably exhausted. See, the bottom line is today's woman's been conditioned. You got to be perfect. You got to be all these things in order to feel fulfilled. With that many rules, with that many things having to be perfect for a person to feel fulfilled, they've set themselves up for tremendous pain. Because it's going to be so hard to be perfect in all those areas all simultaneously. I don't know how today's woman can do it, much less today's man. He's got all his rules, too, that have been conditioned into him. And I know they vary from person to person. I was talking to a gentleman who's a big oil man. For him to feel successful, he has to have net available to invest in liquid assets for him on a consistent basis, $20 million. Now, think about that. That might create a little stress in your life. You know, that might be a little difficult for you to meet, especially if the most you've ever had liquid was $10 million. It'd be even worse, I guess, if you only had 10,000. But the point is, most of us have set ourselves up for failure, and some of us have rules that are impossible to meet. I can tell you time and time again, when I talk to people that truly are happy, one of the major reasons is they got rules like, in order to be happy, I have to wake up. Or people say things like, every day above ground is a great day. How do I know if I'm happy or not? How do I know if I'm successful? If I wake up and look and I'm above ground, then I'm successful. See, what a lot of us have done is we've set it up where 50 things all have to be happening simultaneously for us to feel good and be happy. But if just one's out of alignment, boy, do we get upset. In fact, have you ever noticed how things can be really great in your life, and then one thing, just one thing can be out of alignment, and all of a sudden your whole focus goes there, and your mind goes crazy. You start getting all upset and everything else, when everything else in your life could be in great shape. We need to remind ourselves that if we got one thing going on well, things are going well. And the reality is, if you look at your life, how many things really are going well in your life if you were being honest with yourself? If you weren't judging by these unbelievable standards where everything has to be perfect simultaneously, where you were the ultimate man, the ultimate woman, the ultimate performer, the ultimate career person, how many things are really going well if you focused on them? But see, what we've got to do is we've got to make it so we have more ways to feel happy and less ways to feel unhappy. That's the bottom line. Point number 7. If you really want to be happy, use happy words to describe the way you're feeling on a consistent basis. Develop a habitual vocabulary that is filled with words that create pleasurable emotion within you. We have a lot more words that describe negative emotions than we do positive, and so we tend to use them more often sometimes. Anytime you're unhappy, I guarantee you, you're putting a word on your experience, a word that creates a judgment about it that is negative, that creates a negative emotion or feeling. So let me just offer you some words that are enjoyment or pleasure-oriented, happiness-oriented. Here they are: enjoyment, euphoria, a sense of well-being, a sense of contentment, ease, comfort, coziness, gratification, satisfaction, luxury, to relish something, to feel a zest for something, sweetness, entertainment, happiness, gladness, delight, delection, joy, joyfulness, cheer, cheerfulness, exultation, exuberance, glee, sunshine, overjoyed, intoxicated, rapture, jubilation, celebration, gladdened, feasted, heartwarmed, fascinated, captivated, enthralled, enchanted, tickled, thrilled, beaming, basking in, starry-eyed, glowing, radiant. Those are just a few. What if when somebody said, how's it going, you said things different than, okay, doing all right, surviving, hanging tough? If you were to use those kinds of phrases to describe how you're feeling, what you do is you immediately denigrate your experience. You lower the level of enjoyment you have by the words that you're using. Amplify your emotion by using new labels. If you're going to judge instead of perceive, why not judge by putting labels on your experience that make you feel great instead of words that make you feel lousy? It's a very simple thing, and it may sound so simple you may not do it. So think about it. If when you felt pretty good you said, I'm feeling excellent, I'm feeling outrageous, I'm feeling fabulous, if you kept saying that on a regular basis, would you not begin to feel that way rather than if you said, I'm doing okay, fair to middling? See, think about it. When you begin to use those phrases, you have to change your emotional state. And you may be feeling great, but you say, I'm feeling okay out of habit, and pretty soon you don't feel as good as you could have. Pay attention to the vocabulary you use consistently. You want to be happier? Build up a vocabulary. Write down some words that you're going to use. Maybe some of the ones I just dropped on you to make yourself feel great. Or if you really want to feel like heck, here, I can offer you some words to use on a regular basis. Talk about how unpleasing things are to you, or displeasing, or disagreeable, or undesirable, or unappealing, or unattractive, or unengaging, or uninviting, or distasteful, or unsavory, or unpalatable, or ugly, or offensive, or objectionable, or repugnant, or contrary to your feelings, or repulsive, or vile, or nasty, or noxious, or rotten, or putrid. How's your life? How you doing today? Putrid. Think of how you'd feel if you did that. Horrible, horrid, atrocious, atrocity, hideous, terrible, awful, dire, hostile, antagonistic, averse, unfriendly, uncared for, unvalued, unprized, despised, lowly, unpopular, out of favor, misunderstood, misprized, unbeloved, uncherished, loveless, forsaken, rejected, jilted, thrown over, spurned. Do you really want to feel bad? Just pick from that list and use those kinds of words to describe your life, your relationships, your business on a regular basis. I guarantee no problem you'll be depressed in a short period of time. See, if you want to change your life, change your habitual vocabulary. Do it now. Simple step. Write down a couple of words you use on a regular basis to describe how you're feeling that make you feel even worse than you really were feeling. And then decide you're not going to use the words to describe yourself or how you're feeling for the next 30 days. Sound like a deal? Just try it and see what happens. And in their place, write down the words that you want to use on a regular basis to describe how you're feeling, how you're doing in your life. And make sure they're words that amplify the positive emotion. That's point 7. Here's our final point. We'll wrap up. Point number 8 on how to achieve your ultimate goal, happiness on a consistent basis. It's very simple. Hold yourself to a new standard. So wait a second. I thought you said make my rules easier. You're right, I did, except there's got to be a new standard in your life. And your new standard is simply this. You adopt a belief that not to be happy is to be a failure. And for those of you who are motivated to succeed, this ought to really do it to you. What I mean is most people do not make happiness a big enough priority. If you decide right now that being happy is the only real success, then I suggest that you'll achieve it. Because we always get what we focus on, as we talked about earlier. We've got to make sure, though, that we must be happy, not that we should be happy, not that we could be happy, that it's really a must. That's something that must happen, that you must do it. Not the outside environment, not your brother, your sister, your friends, your neighbors, your boss, but you, and that you can do it. If you really adopt that core belief and you measure on a regular basis saying, hey, I got to be happy. That's the way I got to live. Otherwise, I'm being abusive to life. Otherwise, I'm giving a slap in the face to my Creator. What if you really looked at life that way? That not to enjoy the gifts that have been given you would be the ultimate blasphemy. All I've tried to do in this tape is get you to think at a new level. Get you to focus on the possibility of swinging the pendulum where you spend a lot more time in the happiness mode and a lot less in the pain mode. And certainly you deserve that. You know what else is exciting about knowing that you can be happy at any moment? It also relieves you of the burden of trying to make everybody else happy. Now, I know you still do it because you care about people. I do too. But the reality is when you realize that you don't have to do anything for yourself to be happy in a moment, then you also begin to realize other people don't have to do anything either. They can be happy right now. You can stop trying to make everyone happy, which probably drives you crazy because you can never do it successfully. You might for the moment get someone to be happy. The only way they're going to be happy long term is when they claim their real power and when they stop buying into the lie that something outside them controls them. When they realize that the only reason they don't have the joy that they want is they've not claimed it. And I'm not saying in this tape program, by the way, that the whole purpose is just to go out and bliss out and be by yourself and feel good, because you and I live in a Western culture. And as I said many times, if you just sit in a Western culture and just bliss out and feel good, somebody will come and take your furniture. So you got to do more than that. And you do have to be active. But I'll tell you, my idea of success has changed throughout the years. Growing up poor, I thought it was money. Then I realized it certainly isn't money. It's contributing to other people. Then I contribute to other people, and I thought, gosh, that's not it either. I still don't feel fulfilled. I feel good about myself. I'm proud, but that doesn't make me feel totally fulfilled because here I'm achieving, helping others, but I'm not feeling as happy as I could. I'm burning myself out. And what I've looked for in life is the balance. And I now have a new definition of success. And it's how I measure myself. It's how I encourage others who ask me how to measure their own success. And the measure I have is a two-step process. Number one, how happy are you? And the bottom line is if you're not happy with how happy you are, you can change that. You can do it in a moment. You can change the way you're breathing. You ask yourself a great question. You can focus on what's great in your life. You can use some contrast. There's so many tools you've got in this set of tapes. One of them alone could work. You don't have to use them all. You don't have to go through 8 steps to make it work. I said, but number 2 is, how happy are the people who are around you? See, because there was a time in my life when I had a standard only for my own happiness. And so I was happy, but nobody else knew it. They weren't happy being around me. So I made the distinction that I don't want to just be happy. I want to be cheerful. What cheerfulness really means to me is that you're so happy on the inside that you also express it on the outside so it affects the people around you. And so I guess my new definition of success is real simple. It's, am I living a life where I'm experiencing more and more pleasure and less pain? And in the process of living it, is the way I'm living it creating more and more pleasure for others and less pain for them? If I'm feeling better and better all the time, and I can get other people around me to feel better and better, if I can feel less pain and they can feel less pain, if we can continue to expand in that direction, I think there's a reason why our brain wants to move towards pleasure. It's because it leads us to a place where we're really connected with our Creator. That may sound weird to you, but I think there's a reason why human beings are wired the way they're wired. And I think the easiest way to get to your creator, the easiest way to have that joy is to know that those feelings are available now and to hold yourself to a standard where you cause yourself to feel them on a regular basis, not because you have to, but because you deserve to. But you got to hold the standard. So in summary, what have we said? Well, we've said a lot of things in this tape, but I guess the most important thing we've said is whether you're happy or not is not a question of whether the happiness is there. It's there inside of you at levels of intensity and of depths you've never dreamed of. But you got to open the spout. You got to let what's in you out. And you got to realize that you're really the source. You got to remember there's nothing outside of you that's going to create it for you. And that the only way to really have this ongoing happiness is to change your focus, to change some of your core beliefs, to realize you don't have to do anything to be happy. You don't have to be responsible to something to be happy. You don't have to achieve to be happy that you can happily achieve. You don't have to choose between the two. You don't have to give up being an achiever and a doer and a person that makes things happen and just be somebody who just blisses out. You can bliss out while you work. What a concept. You can feel so good while you make that difference with your children. You can feel so good while you build your empire that you don't have to wait to feel good. And then if you feel good along the way, you're liable to build the empire bigger. You're liable to have a better impact on your kids and maybe a better role model for them as well. Maybe the whole message of this whole tape is just to remind you that the only way you achieve your ultimate goal of happiness is by perfecting your mind, by taking control, by mastering it. And God forbid, if you were to start developing this kind of habit where you feel good on a consistent basis, because if you really start feeling good, you know what happens? This stuff is catchy. It's like a disease. It spreads to all the people within your sphere of influence, and all of a sudden they're starting to feel good, and pretty soon you become rather successful because you're experiencing tons of pleasure and very little pain, and the people around you are impacted by the way you live, and they start feeling better too. What a terrible world if we all did this on a consistent basis. Of course, we all know that's impossible. We know we couldn't feel good on a consistent basis, but what if we were wrong? Have you ever been wrong about what you're really capable of, and then you were pretty pleased to find out you were better than you thought you were? I think you and I every day begin to find out we're much more than we thought we were. We're much more than our physical body. We're much more than we ever dreamed was possible. Maybe just this physical body and this thing you call yourself is just a vehicle, and there's a flame burning inside, that spirit of who you really are, which is greater than anything you've dreamed of. But I think the only time you really get in touch with that part of you is when you're feeling happy, when you're feeling that base level of joy, and you can have it right now. So claim your real power and achieve your ultimate goal today, and then do it again tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Don't make it something you reach for. Make it something you experience. Make it the way you live. So my challenge to you until we meet again is remember, the world is as you see it. It's your mind, not the world, that's the source of all your experience. If you don't like what you're experiencing, change what you're doing inside your head. Take control. And until I visit with you again, remember, live with passion.